Twilight of the Dragons, The Blood Dragon Empire, Book 2, by Andy Remick. Read by Barnaby Edwards. Prologue. Killing Time. The band struck up a merry tune from a low wooden bandstand, with musicians playing happy, fluttering notes on flutes, strumming lyres with vigour, and one woman, a ferret-faced baker with wild, curly red hair, which bounced in time to her efforts, hammering out a fantastical beat on several wide drums of cowhide. Banners and flags fluttered in the chilly breeze, up and down Pigmarket Street, in the small country village of Vanda, deep in the heart of Vagandrak. Children ran down the hard mud road, giggling and shouting, playing games of kiss-catch, beat the rat, and stab the leper, whilst the men gathered around the ale tent with serious faces and bushy beards, tankards clasped to chests or balanced on rounded bellies. Their womenfolk either danced before the band on the paved stone square, skirts held above their knees and faces ruddy with exertion, merriment, and the cold weather, or huddled in groups, tongues wagging in earnest, as they gestured towards other gossiping housewives. Little Annie clutched her doll to her chest and watched the bigger children play. Little Annie had a sweet, round face, long, blonde hair woven into plaits that nearly reached her waist. Her red cardigan and red battered shoes added a splash of colour to the late winter drabness as her large green eyes followed a group of girls who were running with a glossy pink streamer. Little Annie wanted to play with the bigger girls so much it made her want to cry, but she didn't have the courage to approach them. She was far too shy, and so she stood with tears filling her eyes, chewing her lip and hoping. Then a miracle. One of the girls peeled away from the group and jogged to little Annie. She bent a little and smiled a warm, friendly smile. "I know you. You're little Annie. My mother's just started working in the wool barn with your mother." Little Annie nodded. "I'm Chelina. It's nice to meet you." "It's nice to meet you," said little Annie, licking her lips nervously, eyes wide. "Do you want to come and play?" "That would be fun." Chelina took little Annie's hand, and within minutes they were running together, laughing, their footsteps matching the rhythm of the band, as they ran as fast as they could, as fast as the wind, the glossy pink streamer undulating like the ripples of a moving snake. They stopped, panting, halfway down the street. The music was distant now, as was the rumble of talk and laughter, which merged into a low undertone that formed the oral backbone of the friendly gathering. Little Annie was looking back towards the crowd, a little nervous at being away from the village centre and her house and her mother. "Do you want to run with the ribbon?" Little Annie's eyes went wide. "Could I?" Yes, of course you can." "Fabulous," said little Annie, eyes shining, wet lips wide, as she took the crimped end of the ribbon in her free hand and thought, "You are the best friend I've ever had. You are wonderful, Chelina." And she knew deep in her heart that this new friend was a friend for life. "Come on, back to the village square." They set off, and Chelina ran ahead now, looking back, giggling at little Annie's simple pleasure, her laughter and her shining eyes. But even as she ran, Chelina's eyes narrowed, and her face changed. But little Annie was having too much fun to notice, caught up in her own fun game, in her own little world. A dark shape seemed to fill the end of the street, coming in low and fast from over the rolling hills of surrounding countryside. Chelina caught a sudden vision that made her stumble and fall, rolling on the muddy road, scrambling onto her back and staring straight ahead, past the still giggling form of little Annie, at the dragon which swept towards them. There was a whoomp, and suddenly little Annie was gone, and a warm wind rushed over Chelina, who rolled and turned in time to see the black dragon lift sharply, huge tail covered with black spines, whipping neatly as the beast climbed steeply with little Annie in its mouth. There came a distant crunch, and 2 severed arms and 2 severed legs came tumbling down out of the sky, to land with quad thumps amidst the shocked, suddenly motionless group of dancing women. One hand still held the doll, twisted in a bloody, torn piece of ribbon. Blood pattered down like rain, and a woman began to scream. "Dragon!" bellowed one man, and ales were tossed aside as men ran for houses and weapons. High above, Volak rolled, lazy and huge, and then slowly came to the end of the climb, where she hung for a moment, impossibly suspended, like a bead of blood on the tip of a blade, balanced, refusing to obey the laws of physics. And then reality kicked in, and Volak tipped, and her snout dropped towards the ground, tail whipping in a vicious arc, cracking through the sky as the villagers scattered beneath her, and she powered down towards these pink-skinned insects. Many scattered. Some had returned with bows. Arrows whizzed up towards her, several clattering from her black, iron-like scales. And suddenly her wings smashed the air, her head reared up, and she landed on the stone square, rippling the ground and cracking the paving slabs. More arrows screeched along Volak's scales, and her head dropped to ground level, neck moving like a snake, as her eyes narrowed and her gaze swung around, analyzing the villagers before her. "Ants!" she hissed, tongue flickering, flames curling around her elongated black snout. Then she laughed, and the villagers started to run. Volak took a deep breath, her chest glowed, and with a squeal, a superheated blast of fire roared out. Rika the merchant, chunky, receding hair, his face crisscrossed with worry lines, sat back on the silk cushions of his carriage and tried not to think about the fast-approaching darkness. They should have reached Woodhaven long before dusk, but a broken carriage wheel had set them back 2 hours, and now the darkness had crept over the forest, and Woodhaven seemed like a distant, unachievable sanctuary. A horse whinnied, and Rika jumped, sweat gleaming on his balding pate, his fingers clenching and unclenching in the soft wool blanket that covered his knees to ward off the evening chill. The carriage lurched from side to side, creaking. Boozer and Dull, the driver and bodyguard, had taken far too long to change that broken wheel. "Damn them, they've caused me unnecessary risk." Rika frowned, mind ticking over, but not that quickly. Despite being relatively wealthy through a series of fluke maritime transactions, Rika was not the brightest candle in the room, and unfortunately was not bright enough to realize his own lack of illumination. Slowly the carriage ground to a halt. There was a crack as the right wheel rested on a fallen branch. "Bowser? Dull? Why have we stopped?" Rika's voice was wavery, nasal, almost feminine.
Boss," said Dull, "better step out here."
"Step out there?" Rika could hardly disguise his disgust. "What, step out into the dark, into the cold, into the fucking forest? Has the man lost his brain? Dull by name, dullard by nature."
Yes, boss. We got a problem."
"What kind of problem?"
"I kinda got to show you."
"Huff." He actually said the word huff. "Very well, if I must, if you insist. But it better be very bloody important, because I'm very bloody unhappy, and it's all your fault for taking so long with the bloody carriage wheel." Rika stepped down from the carriage, wrapping his blanket around his shoulders, and not immediately looking up. A horse stamped, smoke drifting from nostrils.
Boss?"
Rika looked up, into the grinning faces of 10 forest bandits who had levelled crossbows, rugged attire, and an air of menace that sent shivers quivering up and down Rika the merchant's entire body. He felt his bollocks retract into marbles, as quite commonly happened, and his mouth was suddenly too dry to speak. The silence and lack of movement was deeply unnerving. What do you want?" Rika licked his lips. Fear was not something he was used to dealing with, and deal with it badly he did. One bandit stepped forward. He was a handsome chap with a cheeky grin that said, "I know when I've got you by the balls," and he rested his crossbow against his thigh, lifted his chin, thinking for a moment, and said in a slow, sardonic drawl,
Stand and deliver your money or your life. Rika, Boza, and Dull were naked, tied together with harsh hemp rope, and squirming as only 3 naked men could squirm in an attempt to not touch one another's nakedness. "You shall be fired for this," snorted Rika eventually, watching the bandits open one of his chests and cackle at the silken finery they found within. One bandit danced around the road with a pair of Rika's lacy underwear on his head, making sexual grunting noises and grabbing his groin. "Oh, I'm Rika, the lord of the manor. Want to touch my silky pants and the gold coin that lies within?" The others laughed. Rika reddened. "Stop that! Stop that, I say!" They ignored him. "Fire me for what?" Dull was annoyed. Annoyed he'd been taken prisoner, annoyed he was naked, but even more annoyed that he was pressed up against Rika's naked flesh, and the plump merchant's penis occasionally brushed against his leg. "Come on, you fucking fat prick! What you gonna fire me for?" Rika reddened more. Prick was an old playground nickname he thought he had long left behind. Dull couldn't have known about Rika's tortured childhood, but the barb shot straight to his heart and stuck there, quivering. How dare you?" Rika was fuming, his penis pressed hard against Dull. Dull frowned. Dull was deeply annoyed. Dull didn't want Rika's maggot sliming down his leg. It made Dull want to beat Rika's head repeatedly against the ground until he didn't move no more. "I dare," growled Dull, dropping from anger to danger in one swift pendulum swing. The bandits, who had now ravaged their way through all 6 chests, were in fine merriment. Many had pulled on Rika's ridiculous wardrobe and were parading around, pretending to be gentry. Many crossbows were leant against trees. Dull's eyes narrowed, and his fingers found a knot. He twisted left. A fully loaded triple-shot Steyr and Morheim leant against a tree, stock gleaming black and dangerous. If he could just get to that weapon, he'd unleash a chaos amongst these fucking forest bandits like they'd never fucking seen in a lifetime. Rika shifted, moaning incomprehensibly, and his penis slid along Dull's buttock. "Keep your fucking prick to yourself, you disgusting prick," he snarled. Rika was shivering and simply nodded. Dull felt the knot fall open under his fingers. The bandits were still dancing around. They had red wine now, sloshing in tankards, and it looked like they were making a party out of Rika the merchant's misfortune. "Right," said Dull, cracking his knuckles, and suddenly rose, leaping left, grabbing the Steyr and Morheim and cocking it with a solid-sounding thud. "Right, yous bastards!" One bandit turned and was punched backwards from his feet, a black bolt in his throat, spewing blood down Rika's fine crimson silk pantaloons. He scrabbled for a while, and various drunken bandits turned and stared at Dull, but more importantly, stared at the Steyr and Morheim. Said Rika, covering his eyes. "Who's fucking next?" growled Dull, face pale in the moonlight spilling from on high between distant branches. Drunk bandits stared at him, mouths open at this sudden reversal. There was a whump, and Dull was gone. The Steyr and Morheim clattered to the forest trail. "By the 7 sisters," muttered Rika, looking around him suddenly. A screech rent the air, high-pitched, feral, alien, dragon. Everybody froze, and then suddenly started to run. Fire seemed to blossom from nowhere, an inferno. Trees went up in an instant to become roaring totems of surging fire, and the forest was no longer a forest, but a rendition of the chaos halls where everything and everybody burned. Men and horses screamed as they were eaten by fire. The air was filled with the stench of scorched meat. Rika miraculously freed from Boza when a random blast of dragonfire scorched the ropes and ignited the unfortunate driver, sending him sprinting and wobbling into the forest, his very skin and fat on fire, had crawled along the path, away from the many fires, and was busy praying to a god he didn't believe in for a miracle that couldn't happen. There was a thump. The ground shook. Rika slowly looked up. A dragon stood on the forest road before him and was swaying slightly, as if hypnotized. It was dark silver in color, scales appearing to be made of metal, and its head had 2 huge horns. But the eyes were black slits, and with a jump Rika realized they were fixed on him.
What do you want?
A long, low hiss ejected on streams of steam.
Can you speak, monster? Or are you just a dumb beast intent on murder?
Kranesh chuckled, lowered her head, and stared hard at Rika the merchant.
You are cocky for such a feeble sack of maggoty shit, she said,
and gave a slow, lazy blink. Rika swallowed, and urine ran down his leg.
What do you want, hell beast?
Revenge, said Kranesh, and leaning forward slowly, delicately, tore off Rika's head. The corpse hit the ground, twitching and squirming, blood spraying from the neck stump until the body was empty, the life was gone, and Rika the merchant was no more. Deep in the forest there came a clatter. Kranesh grinned.
More fresh meat, she murmured,
and moved forward, the strength of her bulk and mass toppling trees as she pursued the surviving forest bandit deep, deep down into the bowels of the furnace. Sergeant Dunder and Lieutenant Filigorse stood on a low hill, watching the winter sun rise slowly from behind the jagged mountain peaks. Mist crawled across the uneven ground, skeins curling around upthrust boulders, as the dawn light painted purple streaks through the clouds, and from the distance came the thump of marching boots.
"I hope this display is better than last time,"
said Filigorse, his voice a little too nasal, his watery blue eyes narrowed against the bright light.
"Lads have been working hard, Lieutenant,"
growled Dunder, and rubbed at his beard before turning to the bugler.
"Garhi, sound the charge."
Garhi lifted the bugle and gave 3 short blasts. The heavily armoured infantry units broke into a charge, coming into view. Their boots thundered, plate mail clanking.
"Explain your formation, Sergeant."
Dunder coughed.
150 on left and right wings, 100 centre, 100 reserves.
"Jolly good. Bugler, sound a halt, followed by weak centre."
The bugler gave a series of blasts, and the 500 Vagendrak soldiers, steel bright and glinting in the dawn sunlight, stopped with well-measured precision, and the centre units retreated, 20 peeling from each side to reinforce the left and right wings. The idea was that a weak centre would invite an enemy attack, and the wings would curl around to encompass the enemy from 3 sides, crushing them. Boots stamped to attention, and silence drifted across the plain.
"They are better, much better," observed
Filigorse. Dunder made a low growling sound, but said nothing. He fought hard against wanting to punch the lieutenant on the nose. Mist curled around Boots, and the soldiers waited with military patience, hands on sword hilts, heads high, backs straight. Although these were not veterans, not battle-tested, they still presented themselves well, had trained hard under Dunder's expertise. After all, he was a veteran. He had survived the Second Mud-Orc War. He was revered and highly respected by the men. Dunder marched forward without a word to the lieutenant to stand before his beloved units. He puffed out his chest proudly and beamed a smile.
"You done me proud, lads,"
he said, voice rumbling out across their motionless ranks.
"Now, what we're going to do is have a little bit of a run."
Where once there would have been groans, now there was simple acceptance. And that was a small miracle in itself. Running in full armour was no pleasure at all. Dunder looked back at the lieutenant. The man had a slightly pained expression on his face. Dunder grinned and scratched his chin once more. But then frowned, because there was something in the sky. An eagle? But gods, it was big. A golden eagle? He squinted again, then turned to the white peaks, a saw blade across the horizon. It was feasible they were within range. Then there came a distant thump, as of some great object slapping the air, and the object accelerated with impossible speed. Dunder felt his mouth drop open, something that hadn't happened since he manned the walls of Desicra Fortress.
"By the 7 Sisters,"
he said, and felt a sudden ripple of fear course through the armoured men behind him.
"What is it?"
Lieutenant Filigorse was saying.
"What's the matter with you lot?"
And then he turned, in time to see what looked like a brass dragon speeding towards him, wings outstretched, their edges lined with spikes, scales gleaming with reflected sunlight, eyes black and slanted and narrowed, and fixed on him. His muscles tensed.
"Oh, no,"
he managed. Then Morax opened her jaws and grabbed him from the hilltop like a man plucking a lollipop from a child. She soared above the arranged infantry, with every head turned, following her silent passing. Silent until she bit down and spat out Filigorse on a short jet of fire. The two halves of his scorched body hit the ground amidst the infantry, and many leapt back, noses wrinkling at the stench of half-cooked human flesh.
"Right, you fuckers!"
screamed Dunder, and suddenly the men leapt back to attention.
"Seems we have a fucking dragon who wants to have a fight. Those with short-range crossbows load and fire at my command."
Dunder was watching the beast circle, a wide, lazy arc, and his brow furrowed at the sheer scale of the beast, the sheer inherent power. Morax came in on a silent glide, head outstretched, dark, slitted, malevolent eyes gleaming with intelligence. Dunder screamed a command, and bolts lashed through the air, a dark hail. And they watched, with open mouths, as Morax dipped one wing, dropped under the bolts, then suddenly accelerated towards the armoured infantry, landing in their midst with a crash that sent men toppling like armoured skittles. Her tail lashed out, sending 20 soldiers screaming into comrades, their plate armour buckling. Bodies pulped inside metal as soldiers merged with friends to form broken heaps of severed limbs and crushed flesh. Morax roared, but the Vagandrak infantry charged, swords hacking at her scales, at her legs. She turned in the midst of the melee with a lazy contempt and lowered her head. Her chest glowed, snout opened, and fire roared from the furnace of her throat and fire glands. Men screamed as armour became suddenly superheated and they cooked inside their metal prisons, flesh pink and steaming, skin curling like fried pig, until eyes popped and knees collapsed and the scorched armour held their cooked bodies together, boiled live like lobsters in a pot, fried in their own juices and body fat, which ran clear from the legs of armour as 100 men lay sizzling. Morax started to lash out, marching amongst the swords. Soldiers hacked at her, but long claws like polearms punched out, cutting soldiers in two. Sergeant Dunder ran up behind Morax, his huge paws swinging a double-headed battle-axe that smashed into her flanks, dislodging several scales. Again he struck, and again, until suddenly Morax whirled on him, and in the blink of an eye he was in her jaws. Gasping, he dropped his axe and grabbed at her snout, trying to force her jaws apart, trying to ease the terrible pressure which crushed him. Morax shook her head, Dunder's limbs flailing like a doll, and then she bit deep and cut him in half, spitting out the two halves of corpse, like a dog ejecting a rotten bone. She breathed deep, black eyes glinting, burning corpses sending glints of orange bouncing from her scales. The remaining soldiers had retreated, gathered into a unit. There were perhaps 50 left. They held a ragtag assortment of weapons, and remembering their training, they formed into a wedge, shields lifted for protection, trying to ignore the feeble cries of so many half-cooked comrades who steamed like burned pig slabs on a fire rock. "Charge!" came the cry. Morax inhaled. There came the whisper of her fire glands, and a stream of flames erupted, engulfing the charging unit of soldiers, blasting them backwards into a heap, into a mass of one, where flesh cooked and blackened, bodies thrashing and trembling, hot fat running. The fire continued, changing from yellow to blue to pure white, as it streamed from the worm's jaws, illuminating her black, cruel eyes as she strode forwards, and plate armor finally melted, and the whole unit of Vagendrak infantry became one mass of molten steel and flesh that ran from a mound to a puddle on this, its final resting place. Morax stopped. Fire whispered, and suddenly a strange silence fell like ash. She turned her head, and with a slap of her wings, leapt into the sky, and was soon a black dot on the horizon. Chapter 1. The Cock. The insanity of violence and bloodshed which followed, well, it all started because of Cock. It was to be a hero's pub crawl around some of the less salubrious slum quarter establishments of Vagan, capital city of Vagendrak. It would feature renowned and decadent drinking dens, such as the Fighting Cocks, the Cock Horse, the One-Legged Cock, the Big Cock, and simply and amusingly, the Cock. These were hard and harsh working men's taverns, soldiers' taverns, fighters' taverns. Women of nobility and money, with babies suckling on enlarged teats, did their best to avoid such rough and ready dives. It was called the 5-Cock Race, and one, if so inclined, was expected to drink 5 tankards of ale per establishment in the shortest time frame possible. There was a reason why the 5-Cock Race contained no establishment named the Upstanding Cock. That was a Vagendrak drinking joke. And there was Beatrax of the Axe, his ginger beard bushy and hardly combed at all, his laugh uproaringly infectious and booming across the tavern, making men and women of lesser fibre look away with a shake of the head and a narrowed frown or scowl. 3 taverns in 3 hours they'd managed, 15 ales in. Beatrax was what could only be described as generously oiled.
Come on, you lank bastards. It's fucking time for something fucking stronger. Landlord, bring out the whiskey barrel.
He roared with laughter and punched the tabletop, making cups and flagons jump. The landlord narrowed his eyes, and his fist tightened around the helve secreted beneath the bar.
Listen, I think you've had enough, son,
he said, words trembling only a little, much to his credit. Beatrax did this to people. Beatrax scowled, then suddenly grinned, showing a chipped tooth.
No problem,
he roared, and slapped Dake on the back, forcing the man's face into his frothing ale.
For the love of the Holy Mother,
spluttered Dake, pushing himself backwards and scowling, but Beatrax simply laughed again and slapped him once more, harder this time. A singer crooned in the corner, his voice a gentle lullaby. Men and women drank and laughed and sang. It was going well, as these things often do. Humour was good, humour was high. Until Roderick Rich, a small and normally innocuous portly guardsman from Wall 4 of Desicra Fortress, decided to get out his cock and dangle it in front of all the ladies present. It was his party trick, his personal comedy, his special move, baby. Some gasped, some laughed, some covered their eyes, but most just shook their heads. Roderick Rich was renowned for drinking too much and getting his tackle out. It was a miracle nobody had done anything about it before, including chopping off with a large knife the aforementioned set of dangling ridiculousness.
Oi, Rich,
said Beatrax uneasily. Somehow the fun seemed to be trickling out of the evening.
Yeah,
beamed Roderick, his round face the gawping, grinning face of 1,000 village idiots in 1,000 idiot villages throughout the land.
Put your dick away,
said Dake, his face losing its humour. Nobody wants to see it, mate. Trust me on this.
But it's great,
said Roderick, and gave his little member a circular twirl. "Yeah, but it's not great you're showing it to my woman," snapped Dake.
"Oh, listen to the touchy man," slurred Rich.
Dake started forward out of his seat, but Beatrax placed a hand against Dake's chest.
"Best let me handle this, lad. You're all wound up because your pretty girl is here being forced to stare at that."
He pulled a face full of distaste and put out his tongue for a moment, as if he'd brought up a bit of sick. Beatrax stood and squared up to Roderick Rich, which was quite a sight, because Beatrax was one big, brutal motherfucker, and Rich was portly and small, and happily, drunkenly oblivious to his impending pummeling by fists the size of shovels. It was an amazing mental state to acquire for a man so readily willing to produce his cock in front of other men's wives. One would have thought he'd learnt a lesson sooner.
"Listen, son. No, this is the way it is. There's a lot of people here, and a lot of people who have their woman present. Now, no man likes his woman looking at another man's cock. It's just not right. And any man who wants to get his cock out and parade it around, well, he's not fucking right in the head either. So what I suggest is this. Put your cock away in your trews, and I'll think about not knocking out your teeth in front of all these good folk who have only come out for fun and a few drinks. How does that sound?"
"Hey!" Rich swung his cock around once more. Some men, it would appear, had a death wish. Roderick Rich, however, had a cock wish.
"Best let me handle this,"
muttered Dake, from just in earshot. Beatrax felt himself flushing red and frowned.
"All right, Roddy, I've had enough of your cock. Put it away now, that's a fair warning, or I'll be forced to thump you."
Rich waggled his penis some more, oblivious to the retching of the crowd.
"So be it,"
growled Beatrax, and punched him full in the face. A straight, hard right that sent Roderick Rich staggering backwards, cascading stools and tables crashing around him, until he landed on his back, a tooth on his chest, and blood on his chin.
"Well done," said Dake. "That fucking showed him,"
nodded Beatrax.
"That is my brother."
The words were like the rumble of an earthquake. They were like the destruction of stars. They were the end of the world, so deep was their resonance. And they also explained why most present had been willing to put up with the little cock. Beatrax turned, slowly, to face a chest. A broad chest. A very broad chest. He looked up, and Beatrax was big, which made this motherfucker huge.
"So what?" "My brother,"
growled and rumbled the human mountain, thumping his chest with one fist, and glaring at Beatrax with crossed eyes as his purple tongue protruded like a cow's that continually licked at its lips. His face was a crisscross of scars. Most of his teeth were missing, and gods, he stank like a sewer. Worse, like 10 corpses in a sewer being eaten by corpse rats with dysentery.
"And your name is?"
The punch hit Beatrax on the nose, sent him reeling backwards, where he sat down on his arse and banged his skull against the bar. He shook his head, stunned for a moment, blood leaking from his nostrils, as Roderick Rich lay on the tavern floor, giggling, his flaccid penis limp against his trews like a tiny maggot waiting to be hooked on a line. Dake leapt on the man-mountain's back, arms around his throat in a stranglehold, and the man began to spin until Dake was tossed aside. The man staggered a little, dizzy from his own exertions, as Dake rolled onto a table.
"Anybody else want a fucking go?"
boomed the man. Beatrax hit him with a stool, splintering the wood and dropping him to one knee. Beatrax stared at the broken stool, then at Roderick's brother. Gods, the man had a hard head. So he hit him again, sending the huge bastard crashing sideways. "Better get out of here," muttered Dake. Laughing, Beatrax nodded, and gesturing to his friends to follow, they ran for it, out into the rain, down the slippery cobbles, back towards the Fighting Cocks, with Beatrix cackling like a demon and shouting, "These are great days, Dake, great days we're living in. We're happy brothers, and things will never be the same again, you mark my words." "Things will never be the same again," muttered Dake Tillemandil Mandasar, as he followed Beatrix through the narrow stone tunnel, eyes fixed on the broad axeman's back. Nobody spoke. The roof of the tunnel was abnormally high, and above lay thin diagonal loads of silver and gold, webbed traceries of glittering metal encased in black granite, trapped within the embrace of the mountain. "She's dead," he thought, for the 1,000th time. "I cannot believe she is dead. Things will never, ever, ever be the same again." The loss hit him like a hammer blow to the head, like a sledgehammer to the heart, crushing him with its ferocity. There was a pressure inside Dake's skull, like a huge hand that grabbed his brain and was squeezing itself into a fist, crushing him with pressure, breaking his thoughts, his dreams, his memories. "She's dead," he thought, and tears welled in his eyes, rolling down his cheeks. "Jonty is dead." His throat throbbed with pain, razor-scraped. His heart beat fast, thundering in his chest, and once more he considered following her, chasing her down the dark corridors of pain and into a well of death from which he could never return. He thought of the slender dagger in his boot. He could stop, kneel down, pull out the blade, hold the tip to his breast, one short, powerful thrust through the heart. He'd be dead in seconds, and then he'd see her again, be with her again, entwined with her beauty for an eternity. He closed his eyes, boots thudding along, matching the rhythm of Beatrix before him. Jonty Tal was standing in a field of golden corn. The sky was the color of topaz, deep, rich, more beautiful than any painting. She was slim, athletic, her long brown hair flowing to one side under the caress of the wind. The corn wavered, giving off a soft rustling sound, rhythmical, in tune with the breeze, nature, the planet. And then she smiled, and her radiance dazzled Dake, almost blinded him with its stunning beauty, almost poleaxed him with the love which emanated from that intense and majestic gaze. Jonty's hand reached out. She was wearing a gauzy blouse of white, and the sleeves were long and flowing, edged in white lace. The garment exaggerated her movement, her gesture of welcome, her invitation for Dake to join her, be with her, walk with her, smell her skin, taste her, kiss her. He moved forward automatically, a cog in a machine unable to halt his own progress. Her smile broadened, if that was even possible, and the world smelled good and fresh and alive. Reaching her, Dake took Jonty's hand. Her delicate skin was warm and soft. He could feel various pads of hard skin from the wielding of her sword, and he smiled at the memory. "You must come to me," she said, voice a low purr. "Yes." "Will you stay with me?" "Yes," he said, cheeks wet with tears. "I will stay with you forever." "Good, because I miss you. I miss you terribly, Dake. I remember all the good times, the happy times, the best times. I am so sad we will never have children, my dear, my love, my lord, heartbroken. So come to me, and we can live another life right here in this golden place." Dake rubbed the tears from his cheeks and lifted his head up, back straightening, as the impact of the decision took hold. "I will come to you," he said, and opened his eyes back in the gloomy tunnel, deep down in the minds of the Harborim dwarves, as deep down as any human had ever travelled, and certainly not in the capacity of being a free man. Dake coughed, readied himself to kneel, grab his dagger, plunge it into his breast. "You all right, laddie?" boomed Beatrix, wheeling suddenly and leering close, large bearded face within inches of Dake. Dake could see crumbs of dwarven bread in Beatrix's beard, and a piece of cheese. Yes, he stuttered, shocked by the suddenness of the big axeman's movement. Damn, it was almost like he bloody knew. Get your bloody beard out of my face. Man, you still have half your lunch in it. Beatrax glowered at him for a few moments, shifted his axe, which he currently carried across his back, and cracked his knuckles. Then, quietly, so the others up ahead couldn't hear, Beatrax said, I know how you feel, Dake. I know how much you're hurting. Just remember, I'm here for you. Remember, we're all here for you. I know, said Dake, in a voice so feeble he couldn't believe it had come out of his own mouth. But, Jonty, dying like that, it's broken me, Axeman. I feel crumbled and dead inside. I feel hollow, like a fire has raged through me, burning away every last ounce of life. I can't take away the hurt, lad, but I'm telling you from experience, it'll get better. The pain will lessen. You've just got to keep those good memories with you. Hold on to them like a drowning man clutching a log. Or you'll drown. And I'm damned if I'm stripping off my trews and jumping in after you with my cock swinging in the freezing bloody air. He rumbled slow laughter, and glanced down the tunnel where the others had halted and were waiting. Lilith tilted her head to one side in question. Beatrax gave a curt nod and turned back to Dake. Come on, your friends are waiting, and we're all counting on you to see this thing through. We need you, Dake. We need our sword champion. Dake nodded and slapped Beatrax on the shoulder. Thanks, brother. Any time, brother. In silence, they continued their march. They'd found a small circular side cave, possibly used as some kind of restroom for dwarf miners. It had a brazier burning in the centre, an evil black iron thing that wouldn't have been out of place in a torture chamber. Coals were glowing, but there was no sign of any dwarves, any life. The heat was most welcome. This is a good place to halt, said Lilith. Easy to defend. I'm ready to drop, said Beatrax, mumbling several curses. I know I look like I'm indestructible, but I'm fucking not. Can somebody else please take first watch, because I can't guarantee you any sort of wakefulness? I'll do it, said Talon, and dropped his pack. Any dwarves come down that tunnel, they'll get a shaft down their throat. Bastards. He smiled, with a nasty glint in his eye. Beatrax nodded and glanced sideways at Dake, who remained silent, and then looked over to Lilith. Unspoken words passed between them, and Lilith gave a narrow smile. We'll all look out for him, that smile said. We'll protect him down here in the mines of the harbouring dwarves. Dake dreamed. He stood at the altar of the blessed church of the Seventh Holy Mother, boots so shiny he could see his face in them, handlebar moustache neatly waxed, hair combed back and slick with oil. His regimental uniform was pressed to perfection, and he wore a ceremonial sword at his hip, a sword that had been passed down through all the lords of the House of Emerald. It was truly priceless. In front of the altar, petals had been strewn down the aisle, and the church was filled with smartly dressed friends and relatives, all talking in hushed whispers. Candles burned, perhaps 100 in total, giving the whole scene a beautiful ambience. The air glowed and was heady with incense. Dake twitched, looking back down the aisle, then back to the altar. Don't worry, rumbled Beatrax, looking hot and bothered in his starched shirt and neatly pressed black jacket. He looked so out of place in a uniform it wasn't even funny, and he constantly shifted and wriggled, tugging at his cuffs and collars. His, for once, waxed and neatly combed beard, not its usual bush, contrasted nicely with the deep black of his military dress. Worry? Dake met his gaze. I'm not worried. Beatrax boomed out a laugh and slapped Dake on the back. The laugh reverberated around the stone interior, and there came a rush of buzzing disapproval from many present. Well, you could have fooled me, you dickhead. Beatrax, please, no bad language in here. It's the blessed church of the Seventh Holy Mother. Have some respect.
Oh, I lost my respect for religion a long time back,
Beatrax growled, frowning, eyebrows moving together.
The day my dad died, I realized it was all a farce. God, the Holy Mother, the 7 sisters don't make me puke. They're all in it for the money. Your money, my money, our money. It's all about bloody money.
Shh! Dake actually stamped his boot. This is hardly the time or the place. Shut your stupid fat mouth. Beatrax shrugged, nonplussed.
All I'm saying, right, is that your bride will definitely turn up. I've seen the way she looks at you, mate. No sitting at home bloody weeping, wondering whether or not she loves you, wondering whether or not to stand you up at the altar. Oh, no. No massive embarrassment and unforgivable humiliation for you, Dake, my lad.
Shut up! Gentle music tinkled from a large curved brass harp by the doorway, made to sing under the fluttering fingers of a delicate elfin maiden. Jaunty Tal stepped through the breach, head to foot in white, her dress flowing, her brown hair full of flowers. Dake gasped audibly. Beatrax kicked him on the shin. "What did you bloody do that for?" scowled Dake, eyes narrowed at the huge axeman.
Just keeping it real, lad. Keeping your feet on the ground.
Well, don't. Jaunty was walked down the aisle by her father, an old army sergeant with neat uniform, ramrod spine, and stiff upper lip. They stopped beside Dake and Beatrax, and Jaunty's father smiled kindly and said,
"Look after her, son, or I'll break every finger you possess,"
before retiring to the rough-sawn bench with his other daughters, and never once bending from above his arthritic hips. "Great," muttered Dake, then watched as Jaunty lifted her delicate veil. She smiled at him, in radiance. He beamed back like a hopeless fool in love. The priest stepped forward, smiled, and said, "Let us begin." They drank, they danced, they kissed, lost in their own little world, a bubble in which only Dake and Jaunty existed. Her lips were sweeter than a peach. She smelled like summer flowers, her skin softer than the most delicate of feathers. They looked deep into one another's eyes, transfixed. "I love you more than life," she said. "And I you." "I'll love you forever, Dake."
"I know, my sweet, and I'll love you until the stars go out."
She snuggled her head against his chest. "Let's grow old together. Let's die together."
"Yes, my sweet,"
he said, burying his face in her hair. "Let us die together," he whispered. And in his sleep, Dake wept. Talon touched Beatrax's shoulder, and he grunted, looking up.
"You all right, Axeman?"
I am that."
He yawned.
"You're looking fine. How do you manage without sleep?"
Talon shrugged.
"I think I've finally found an equilibrium, mentally. We have a mission to carry out. We get in, out, and then the fuck out of this fucking nightmare. And to be honest, after coming down here, sleep is something I rarely need."
Beatrax nodded.
"Do you miss the outside, Trax?"
"I do, lad. I miss the mountains."
"I miss the fresh air, a breeze on my face, trees, birdsong. How do they do it? How do they live in this pit?"
"It's just wrong, ain't it?"
There was a pause. Beatrax stood and faced Talon.
"I meant to say you did well back there. During all that shit, all that violence."
Talon shrugged.
"It's what we're good at, isn't it?"
He smiled.
"Killing, I mean, what we're trained for."
Trax nodded.
"I can't remember a time when it wasn't."
Talon moved away to a stone bench and tried to get comfortable. But in truth, and despite his words, exhaustion was his mistress, and despite the hard ridges digging into his spine and knees, in only a couple of minutes he was asleep. Beatrax moved to the head of the tunnel and seated himself, brow furrowed, eyes narrowed, heavy battle-axe in both scarred hands.
"Fucking dwarves,"
he muttered, and his words were laced with poison. He looked back over his shoulder. Everybody was sleeping, snoring. Beatrax gave a nod and gripped his axe tighter.
I'll protect you. I won't take no shit. Any dwarves come, they get an axe between the eyes.
But between the reality of the world and the chemistry of exhaustion, Beatrax was just like any other human. He was prone to the laws of his basic physiology. 2 hours of sleep were nothing, and slowly, tenderly, Beatrax's eyes drooped. He sat there, leaning on his brutal, chipped axe, and the demon sleep gently took him and spirited him away.
Karkesh. Ko Karim Kek Joe Cash, be quiet, cunt.
What is it?
Up ahead, an overlander with a big fucking creche axe.
Fucking slaves. They need to die.
Shh, carefully now. It'll be easier if we don't wake him. He looks handy, not like the worms we are used to.
Nods. Boots trod softly as the dwarf killing party advanced on the sleeping, snoring figure of Beatrax. Chapter 2. The Cathedral of Eternal Hate. The dwarf was stocky, and yet if anybody had been present to observe him, watching him kneel at the altar, they would have realized he was also twisted, broken. His back was hunched, the result of a historic tunnel collapse, in which he'd been trapped for days, spine broken, and after his miraculous rescue, the injury had slowly healed, and yet healed wrong. This resulted in Skalg, first cardinal of the Church of Hate, suffering intense pain during pretty much every waking hour when not under the influence of Triaca or Lilimuth or the Golden Petal. Here and now, however, in the iron vaults deep beneath the Cathedral of Eternal Hate, core and pillar and cornerstone of the Church of Hate, shrine to their doctrine containing the Holy Library and protected pages from the scriptures of the Church of Hate, as penned by the great dwarf lords themselves, so Skalg was enamored with something other than drugs flowing through his veins or lingering like gas in his lungs. Here and now Skalg was infused with religion, and he was high on belief. The altar was a huge, twisted, carved iron beast, with spikes and curves and angles, with absolutely no symmetry at all, because it was a symbol of power and a symbol of chaos, a core concept which ran through every page of the Scriptures of Hate, like virgin blood once ran like wine in the cups of the great dwarf lords, gods of the Harborim dwarves, and the original creators of the dragon engine.
Now gone. Now broken,
said Skalg, and tears wet his cheeks. And although belief in his faith ran strong through his every atom, so disbelief in the escaped dragons, Volak, Kranish, and Morax, peppered Skalg's fractured, jumping mind, like randomly fired crossbow quarrels puncturing his skull from 100 misguided educators. "Stop," came the word, and with it came calm. Skalg looked down. Before his kneeling form on a cushion of black velvet were the 3 dragon heads, fist-sized, colourless jewels said to contain the remains of the great dwarf lords themselves. Despite being clear, each jewel had facets and faults, layers and internal markings. When light shone through them, it changed, moved, bounced, diffused, split, each second moving and shifting and changing, always unpredictable, constantly unreadable. Skalg took a deep breath, pain tingling at the edge of his hunched, broken back, and his eyes narrowed as he thought about the escaped dragons.
How did it happen? What fool set free the minds of Wormblood?
And he knew the answer instinctively. The dragons themselves had somehow ushered a victim to the tower where the minds had been trapped, imprisoned, with what promise Skalg could not even imagine. But what he did know was that now the 3 great worms were free and superbly pissed off. They would wreak havoc through the 5 havens, through Janya, the highest underground city, which traditionally housed the poorest of the dwarves, usually the lowliest mine workers, criminals, the unemployed. Next came Kilokos, where dwarves of self-awarded self-importance lived in the meagre abodes purchased with their lowly incomes. Third down the descending hierarchy of wealth and prestige was Sokam, a place of modest spires and iron bridges, of plain arched walkways and cobbled streets, with confined streets and black stone houses built high and narrow, stepping out until they nearly touched in the higher reaches. Fourth came Vistata, and now the architecture became grand, with soaring, carved bridges of stone and iron, with broad, decorated walkways containing ornate iron trees and sculpted iron flowers, and sprawling residences of the wealthy. But only in Zvolga, home of the Iron Palace, the Cathedral of Eternal Hate, and 1,000 other magnificent civic and public buildings, where only the truly wealthy could afford to live in luxury, only in Zvolga could one truly walk with head held high, and fucking know you'd scramble down through the mountain and up the hierarchy, had actually done something with your life. Skalg was one such dwarf. From mine digger to broken invalid to church apprentice, Skalg had worked and betrayed and killed and sucked and fucked his way up the church hierarchy, fueled by his pain and crippled back, driven on by purest hate, the true diviner and motivator for one in the church. Yes, Skalg had progressed at a rate of promotion never before seen in the Five Havens, and will probably never be seen again. Zvolga. Ah, sweet Zvolga. His city, his birthright, the place of his home, and the most grand of his churches, now burned and smashed by the vengeful bitch dragons on their way up to the surface, to first punish the world of men, and then the fear sinking in when the days had turned into weeks and months of terror, waiting for them to return and finish the job. And yes, then they would return. And Skalg knew the Harborim dwarves did not have the might, the tools, nor the magic to resist them.
"Oh, great dwarf lords, it is I, Skalg, first cardinal of the Church of Hate, and I am here to seek your counsel."
Silence. Skalg opened one eye and stared at the dragon heads. Light pulsed gently through them from the candles lining the altar. A cool breeze crept across the floor like an invisible mist. Skalg breathed, and could see his breath like dragon smoke.
"Oh, great dwarf lords, I beseech thee, speak to me in this hour of need. The mighty worms, Volak, Kranesh, and Morax, whom you captured and imprisoned many years ago, whose city of worm blood you destroyed, cast to the flames, crushed under the mountain, they have escaped. And I need your ancient wisdom."
Again, silence. Candlelight pulsed. Frustration started to gnaw through Skalg's mind, which began to jump in terror, flitting fast from one problem to the next, to the next, to the next, until fetid images piled up like a deck of cards, all overlaying one another, a rough, shuffled pack of abstract problems which he could not solve. He felt fear, not personal physical fear, although Skalg was privy to such personal doubts on occasion, but sheer terror at the plight of the church and the possibility of the dragons destroying the churches and even the cathedral of the Church of Hate itself. More importantly, he felt the fear of losing his position as first cardinal. The death of King Erlax, Skalg's direct opponent in the power play of crown and church in the Five Havens, had left the playing field wide open for Skalg's utter dominance. He'd won. The church had won. And then the fucking dragons had awoken and spoiled it all. Skalg chewed his lips.
"Oh, great dwarf lords,"
he intoned, and stared at the dragon heads. He thought, not for the first time, or the 100th time, that maybe this was a pile of donkey shit. Maybe the great dwarf lords were just a construction to keep the Harborim dwarfs in check. Maybe it had been dwarves, not gods, who had tamed the mountain, tamed the dragons, and built the dragon engine. Just maybe.
Oh, great dwarf lords,
he said, throat raw now, eyes itchy and full of frustration tears.
Oh, great dwarf lords, stop these fucking dragons from burning down my world. Stop them taking away my churches and houses and wardens and educators. Help me put these fucking disgusting worms back in their cage.
There was a thrum, a pulse of power that surged through the chamber. If Skalg had been standing, he would have lost his footing. But kneeling, he pitched sideways, one hand shooting out to steady himself, and as a result sending a spear of pain through his hunched back. He screamed, a short, sharp sound of animal pain, but the scream was cut off when his eyes fixed on the dragon heads. They were vibrating, jiggling against their black velvet cushion. Skalg lay there, staring at them, his mouth dry, piss leaking through his trews. He waited for something terrible to happen, for some great energy to rip through him, destroying him utterly, or for some dragon to rip the roof off the chamber and bite him in two. In shame, he soiled himself, and a rancid reek wafted up from his dirtied undergarments.
I curse you!
He screamed suddenly, and waved his fist from his lying position.
The mountain fucking gives, and the mountain fucking takes away. Well, all it did was fucking take from me in that bastard mind collapse. Look at me. Look what a feeble cripple I have become.
And he wept, lay there for a long time, the jewels priceless before him and yet unable to cure his ailments, vibrating against velvet. Slowly the vibrations, the rumbling, the feeling of pressure inside Skalg's skull, they all stopped. He lay there, wet, dirty tears on his bearded cheeks.
That it has come to this,
he thought.
I am a disgrace to the dwarves.
No, said a voice inside his head, and it was at once magical and all-enveloping.
No?
You have been our champion for many a decade. Just because you have a broken, crippled, weak, pathetic shell, worthy of nothing, like the lowest and most pointless worm, wriggling through the dirt and the shit, useless to everybody, useless even to the lowest scum and whore and criminal. This has not halted your ambition, your drive, and your prosperity. You have done well for yourself, Cardinal Skalg. Very well indeed. You have gone from strength to strength, increased your power, killed your enemies, taken what you wanted, climbed to the top of the shit pile. And, Cardinal Skalg, first Cardinal of the Church of Hate, we have been watching you.
You have?
We have.
Why would you watch me?
Because we are the great dwarf lords, and we do what the fuck we want. Skalg swallowed. One could not argue with that.
You imprisoned the great dragons? Built the dragon engine?
We did.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but things have happened. I don't know how, but the dragons retrieved their minds. They broke out of the pits. They have escaped.
Yes, we know this. That's why we're talking to you.
To me?
Skalg got a very, very bad feeling, all of a sudden, deep down in the pit of his stomach. It spread like acid, like wildfire, erupting from his innermost being and reaching out in all directions, like strands from a spider's web. Fear followed, and Skalg felt his mouth was suddenly very dry, his mind numb, pounding but numb, and all he wanted to do was get away from this place, to flee, because instinctively he knew something bad was going to happen, and it was going to happen to him, and life would never be the same again.
What could you possibly want from me? I'm a cripple, weak, worthless. A worm, you said, yes, a worm in the dirt and the shit.
And yet the most powerful worm in the 5 havens, said the voice, like a very cool lullaby.
Ah,
Skalg, we are your gods, the gods of the harbouring dwarves. The escape of the 3 dragons, Volak, Morax, and Kranish, poses a very big problem for us. For all of us, for you, and for every dwarf on this planet. Skalg did not want to ask the question, but he did anyway.
Why?
You must come with us.
Where?
No more questions. Do you agree? Skalg wanted to say no. He wanted to scream no. He wanted to climb to his feet and hobble as fast as his broken body would allow, up the stairs, out of the Cathedral of Hate, away from the dwarves, away from everything, because this was a moment of reckoning, a moment he knew would ultimately lead to his downfall. He felt it in his very bones. After everything he'd done, after all the shit he'd been through, after all the murders and the backstabbing, after all the whispering and assassins and violence, here, now, he was being called upon by the fucking gods to do the right fucking thing, and he could not bear it.
Do you agree?
There was an urgency there, but something more, an impatience. The great dwarf lords were not used to being fucked around, not even by the first cardinal of the Church of Hate, and after the death of King Erlax, now the most singly powerful individual in the realm of the Harborin dwarves.
What happens if I do not? I don't mean to sound rude, I'm sorry, truly I am, but I'm very frightened. Running the church is one thing, but being asked to, recapture the dragons, save the world? That's best left for heroes, dwarves with stout hearts and strong axe arms. Me, I'm a broken waste of space. I will be no good for you, O great dwarf lords.
There came a pause. A very long pause.
Do you agree? What happens if I don't?
He squeaked.
The dragons will bathe you in holy fire, and your death will take 1,000 years.
Skalg considered this. He tilted his head. As if obeying some unspoken command, the dragon heads grew warm before him. Heat bathed him. It felt like a gentle warning. Skalg swallowed.
Yes,
he whispered. The dragon heads grew even warmer, and brightness spilled from their faceted interiors. It flickered around the room, shooting beams of light and heat that spun and danced and coalesced. Skalg cringed in terror, cowering down on that cold stone floor, cowering in upon himself, making himself as small a target as possible, as if that would matter. He was like some bearded, distorted embryo. And still the dragon heads spun, and the light fell from them like light from 1,000,000 stars, and the heat became hot, too hot to bear, and Skalg started to scream curses and obscenities, howling at the great dwarf lords, for they were going to kill him, murder him like the backstabbing bastards they were. Heat washed over Skalg, and he wailed like a newborn baby, and covered his eyes and sniffed in his own shit stink, and he was a bastard, he was a wretch, and he hoped that death would be quick. The jewels spun on their velvet cushions, and a noise came, a high-pitched shrilling like 1,000,000 insects trying to break free. Skalg covered his ears and soiled himself again, feeling the shame as warmth spread across his buttocks and down one leg.
Do it!
He screamed.
Fucking do it! End it! Kill me now!
The light and the heat grew until the chamber was nothing but a vision of pure, bright white. And then it was done. The light died. A cool breeze drifted through the chamber. Darkness crept back in. The dragon heads spun to a stop. They were no longer bright and beautiful. They were dark and filled with an oozing, evil oil. A scent of hot metal hung in the air. There was a tiny scratching sound, like a nail dragged across a slate. And Skalg vanished. Skalg floated through 1,000,000 dreams, like a swimmer through a lake of black oil. Voices called to him, some he recognized, like his mother, and a lover he had murdered, but many he did not know. And then the words became clearer, and he realized they were shouting at him, screaming at him, accusing him. Fucking dirty bastard cripple! Abuser! Abuser of women! Abuser of children! You raped me!
I will see you burn in the pit. I will see your eyes torn out by crows. I will see your cock chewed off by rabid hounds. How could you do this to me, Scout? Your own mother. How could you leave me to die? Not visit me when I suffered on my deathbed. How could you let me die alone, my son? How could you let me die alone and unloved?
I didn't, he screamed. I didn't do those things.
And yet he knew that he had, and shame burned him, not just his face, but deep down to his core.
You took my money and had me beaten to death,
spoke a different voice, an old man this time.
You murdered my husband, then forced me into your bed before having me killed for my inheritance. You bastard! You fucking bastard! Have you no soul? Have you no pity? Is the only thing you care about money and power and ejaculation? I will see you hang, you dirty little scabby cunt.
You went to the ministers. You told them lies about me. I was summoned to their offices like some cur, some criminal, tried and convicted without any investigation. They believed honest do-good Scalg, for his track record was clean. But really he was a snake in the grass, a dirty, backstabbing poisoner, a dwarf with his finger on the trigger of an evil loaded crossbow, just waiting to stab me in the back to hit the right shot, the killing shot. Well, I will get my revenge, Scalg, you hypocritical little shit, you twisted and corrupt piece of fucking rancid offal. I will get my revenge on you. I will see your lovers burn, see your children turned to dust, now or in the next life, or in the next.
Stop, please, I beseech you.
Scalg tore at his hair, tore at his purple robes. His mind felt fractured, as if he was going to implode. He could take no more. And just at the moment of his greatest madness, when the pain and the confusion climaxed, a calming voice touched his mind. "Shh," soothed the voice.
You have to learn to zone out the Zaigs. Zaigs? Lost and broken spirits from your past. They may exist, they may not. They may be figments of your imagination, or lost souls looking for retribution. One thing is for sure, you must zone out the voices, or they will certainly turn you insane. But they know things, wailed Scalg. That only you know? Yes, which is why they may be a manifestation of your guilt.
You took my daughter, took her from my home. You promised her power and wealth and respect. You took her to your bed, you fucking whore bastard, and you raped her, for she was enamored of your power. Then, when she turned on you, you dropped her from your monstrous tower. I will hunt you down, hunchback, and I will use a saw to cut through your hump and your spine. I will cut you in half, you fucking evil little cunt. My father came to pray at the Cathedral of Hate, but he was not important enough to kiss your ass, almighty Scalg. So you had him removed, and your church wardens beat him on the steps of the cathedral, and he died there from a fractured skull. I hope the great dwarf lords burn you in a chaos hall of their own devising. I loved you. You were my best friend. You were like a brother. And yet you turned on me. You reported me to the authorities. You stabbed me in the back, you evil shit-sucking motherfucking maggot. I trusted you. I thought you were my friend, and yet you spilled your diarrheic filth like sewer shit from your filthy lips. One day I will find you, and I will kill you for betraying me like you did. One day I will find you first, Cardinal Scalg. Scalg? Yes? I am Kokar. Remember that name? Why? Why should I remember your name? You're just like all the other cunts. No, I am Kokar. I am special. You murdered my daughter. You dropped her from your fucking tower, and I will never, ever stop hunting you, you pointless, worthless, useless fucking cripple. No more, no more, no more, he whimpered, hands over his ears, no longer swimming through the oil of dreams, but sinking deeper and into darkness.
Then hands grasped him and lifted him, and the Zaigs seemed to drift away, their complaints and rants and hate and loathing drifting like a stray leaf on an ocean current. Skalg went limp, like a dead fish, and then everything faded to black. Skalg awoke, face down against black, hard rock. He stared at the rock for a long time. It was jagged, like it had been quarried, and was lined with tiny loads of precious metal. He was cold and realized his body was shivering. The pain through his humped back, his twisted spine, was considerable, and he gritted his teeth for a long time, trying to will the pain away. But as usual, as always happened in these situations, the pain remained, got worse, in fact, as if the god of pain was mocking him, as usual.
"Bastard," he muttered. "Son of a fucking mule."
He wondered what had happened, and remembered bad dreams, first about the great dwarf lords insulting him, then about ghosts of his past inflicting insults and threats. He shivered.
"You've done a lot of bad things, Skalg,"
he murmured to himself, and shame burned his cheeks beneath his beard.
"You've hurt a lot of good people. You've done a lot of evil things on your way to becoming first cardinal of the Church of Hate."
He shuddered, remembering the accusing voices, feeling their hate, a force so real and painful that it stabbed him like a silver blade right down to his core.
"But where am I now?"
He rolled onto his back with a grunt and looked up at a black sky. He was outside. Outside! And with a shudder, and emitting a tiny whimper, he realized there were no stars. Like all dwarves, Skalg hated the outside, despised the concept of being overground, as much as a fish hated being stranded on a beach. Dwarves were born to be underground. It was in their bones, like it was in the bedrock of the mountain. But he knew about the night sky. He knew about stars. He'd seen pictures in books. Here, there were none.
"What kind of place is this?"
he wondered out loud, and exhaled, watching his cold breath stream like smoke.
"Where am I?"
"You are in a special place,"
said a small child dwarf who stood near him. The child had silver skin and was naked. He looked unreal, not a thing of flesh and blood, but a being, something created by something which had only heard about flesh and blood. An organic construction. The child stood, staring at Skalg.
"You were brought here by the great dwarf lords. I am their servant, Mokasta. I am here to help you, and to administer the challenges. Now get up."
"Challenges? What challenges?"
Grunting, Skalg managed to get to one knee, then wobbled slightly, pain coursing through him. He cursed in a variety of languages, and tried to rise, grunting, sweat standing out on his brow, his lips puffing, until he placed both hands on one knee and tried to lever himself up. He failed. Mokasta stepped forward and looked down with eyes like small black pebbles. His skin shone silver, as if under moonlight. His face held a perfect serenity, and his head tilted to one side.
"You struggle?"
"Of course I bloody struggle."
"Would you like me to help you?"
"What do you think, genius?"
growled Skalg.
"There is no need for animosity here. Soon you will be begging me for help."
"You reckon?"
Mokasta held out his small hand, and the fingernails were black. Not the black of injury or dried blood, but gloss black, like the beady eyes of a carrion crow on a battlefield, unwinding entrails from a rancid corpse. Skalg took the hand. The grip was incredibly strong, and Mokasta lifted Skalg easily to his feet. The hunchback stood there, glaring at the little boy, who simply turned and started walking across the undulating black rock. Skalg followed, limping, one arm hanging slightly lower than the other, and only now did he look around himself properly. The landscape of rock stretched off in all directions, a relatively flat plain, and they were surrounded by savage, saw-toothed mountains. They towered high into the obsidian heavens, impossibly big, but strangely without snow at their summits. Skalg suddenly realized there was no breeze, no circulation of air whatsoever. The air was cool, however, and his breath steamed as he struggled after the small boy, his panting accelerating as his heart rate increased. Unused to any physical activity, and with a lifestyle filled with unwilling women, rich red meat, and ushgak red, Skalg's stamina was far from being anywhere near adequate.
"Where are we going?"
wheezed the first cardinal, as Mokasta started to pull away, followed by,
"Slow down, will you? Can't you see that walking is difficult for me?" "We are going to that mountain there."
Mokasta pointed towards an evil-looking, vast tower of rock, a shearing, upthrust mountain like a giant inverted tooth, sheer and terrifying to observe.
"They call it the Demon's Cradle."
Skalg eyed the huge mountain warily and continued to hobble after Mokasta.
"Oi, lad, what will we do when we reach the foot?"
He stumbled suddenly and cursed loudly as a narrow streak of pain like molten lava shot down through his twisted back and speared him through the pelvis. Urine leaked out as he lost some bladder control for a few moments. He coughed and spat.
"We are not going to the foot of the Demon's Cradle."
"Aye?"
"We are climbing to the summit."
Skalg stopped dead, and it took a few moments for Mokasta to also halt, when he became gradually aware of Skalg's lack of perambulation.
"What the fuck does that mean?"
Those dark eyes surveyed him.
"You called upon the great dwarf lords. They answered your call, Skalg. Being first cardinal of the Church of Hate required some considerable effort on your part. But now the great dwarf lords have answered you, the first in 1,000 years. And you must further prove yourself worthy of their patronage." "By climbing a mountain?"
scowled Skalg.
"It is not merely the climbing of a mountain,"
said Mokasta, and gave a sly smile, an image that looked wrong on the small boy's face. It was too advanced, too adult, too knowledgeable.
"It is an honor to be challenged by the great dwarf lords themselves. Is this not so?" But I'm a physical wreck,"
wailed Skalg.
"I am crippled. I'm in constant agony. I suffer so much I spend many nights on the verge of passing out, or insanity, or both. Can you not see what a fucking physical disgrace I am to the dwarves?"
Mokasta trotted a little closer. He placed his hands behind his back, and that round silver moon face peered up at Skalg. Softly he said,
"And that is why this challenge will make you so much more worthy than your able-bodied peers."
Mokasta moved to a small mound of boulders, which led to a slope of scree, and then a jagged, ascending ridge like the spikes on the spine of a great worm.
"I will meet you at the top,"
he said, then turned and leapt from boulder to boulder, scrambling up the slope. Skalg stared for a long minute, then limped forward, cursing. He climbed onto the first boulder, breaking a fingernail and frothing in anger. Then he stepped gingerly from rock to rock, aware that a single slip, a misplaced step, could break an ankle or pop a knee joint. For several minutes, Skalg trod gingerly across the boulders, then stood at the foot of the scree slope. He looked up, and sweat stung his eyes. Pain crawled down his hump and spine, something horrid. Taking a deep breath, and with tears in his eyes, Skalg began the impossible ascent. Chapter 3. The Deeper Halls. Beatrax groaned. Shit. Fuck. Cold. Stone tunnels. The flickering edges of a candle burning low. And he realized. He was sleeping on guard duty. Sergeant Calker, that evil old crippled bastard.
"Any of you fucks sleep on guard duty, I'll have you whipped 100 fucking times. It's cunts like that who get their best mates killed."
And yet, exhaustion was not something you could control. It wasn't an on-off switch. You didn't decide it. It fucking infected you. It decided you.
"Fuck,"
he said again, internally, lifting his axe and staring at his dulled, muted, distorted reflection in the chipped and battered blades. "We're here, in the dwarf mines, and I wish I was somewhere else, anywhere else, preferably with brandy and a pork slab sandwich, maybe a bit of apple sauce on the side." Maudlin and filled with a sudden desolation that blew through his soul like a demon wind through a desecrated tomb, Beatrix wondered when this horse shit would ever be over. His eyes stared into the dull metal reflections of his axe blades. They were hazy. In those axe blade reflections, he could determine no detail, no definition, just blurred representations of what he was in reality. The thought saddened him. Is this what my life has become? Trapped in a fucking dwarf mine, with no hope of survival, of getting out alive, of ever breathing fresh air again. The sound came to him. A tiny skitter of stone on stone, a minute pebble kicked. A shard of gravel raking over rough stone tunnel floor. Beatrix did not move, did not flinch, did not tense. He continued to stare into his dulled, lifeless, blurred-eyed reflection as his senses suddenly screamed, and the hackles rose on the back of his neck. He heard the sword hissing towards him. Oh, how did those fucking bastards get so close without him realizing? And threw himself sideways, axe lashing out in a sudden sideways movement that half cut the dwarf's leg mid-thigh. The dwarf collapsed like a battered sack of donkey shit, suddenly screaming, sword dropped with a clang, clutching at his half-severed leg as blood pumped out and flooded that tiny compartment of hewn stone corridor. Beatrix's head came up, eyes narrowing at the 5 remaining dwarves in the tunnel, and lifting his axe, he whacked it down through the screaming dwarf's head, silencing his cries, and cutting the head almost in half like a ripe melon, sliced from eyeball to opposite jawline. "Any other cunt want to die?" he growled, as he felt the rage swelling within him. A rage so raw and basic and primeval, he knew he had no control, no sanity. But he did not fucking care anyway. It washed over him like a tidal wave of blood from an extinct race, and the dwarves spread out as much as they could, which was only too wide in the tunnel, as Beatrix simply growled, baring his teeth in a snarl, and attacked. The 2 lead dwarves had axes. One deflected Beatrix's overhead swing, but collapsed when his boot stomped his kneecap, breaking his leg in half, folding it back at the knee with a brittle snap like deadwood on a fire. In instinct, Trax shifted a thumb's breadth as the second dwarf's axe whistled past his ear, skimming his shoulder but bouncing free. With no space to wield his weapon properly, Beatrix stepped forward, kicked the dwarf in the balls, and as the stocky warrior went down, stamped on his skull with a sickening crunch. The dwarf lay there, blood leaking out of his nostrils, head caved in. "Come on!" screamed Beatrix, axe in both hands. "Fucking come on, I say!" he bellowed, as all the hate, all the anger, all the fucking frustration welled up within him. A pan of water hitting the boil, a fucking volcano filling up with a payload of molten lava and ejecting it with a scream that blew rock and ash 1,000 miles in every direction. The next 2 dwarves paused, sickened by what they had seen. But the one behind pushed forward. He was almost as wide as he was tall, barrel-chested, his armor and helmet battered, burned and broken, his face carved with battle scars, his beard growing in strange directions due to the carved scar flesh beneath it. "Come on, then," he growled, black eyes glittering. "You fucking pale worm, from over the mountains, you fucking grease stain on the honor of our Harborim ancestors." Beatrix leapt forward, as did the dwarf, and their axes clashed, bounced away, clashed again. Beatrix's weapon sent a shower of sparks from the wall, then cut sideways at neck height. But the dwarf was moving, ducking, and his own weapon came up, cutting the cloth of Beatrix's tattered shirt and missing impaling his skin by a hair's breadth. They both took a step back, acknowledging the other. "I'm here, Trax," came Dake's voice. Beatrix heard the slither of oiled steel. "Nope, I got this. You think so, you fat, pompous southern cunt, growled the dwarf, brutal jaw hardly able to handle the Vagandrak tongue. But he grinned, and his eyes sparkled dark and evil, and he gripped his axe in powerful hands, and braced his shoulders and got ready to kill. "Fucking show me, midget," snarled Beatrax, baring his teeth, and the two warriors leapt at one another. Axes clashed 3 times, 4 times, smashing from one another, smashing from the walls in showers of sparks. The dwarf kicked Beatrax in the stomach. Beatrax grunted, went down on one knee, threw a left straight into the dwarf's groin, and staggered back. "I see. You only got a pussy in there," growled Beatrax. "No, it's just my cock is harder than yours." Beatrax launched forward, and their axes locked. They strained against one another, and although Beatrax was a huge warrior, incredibly powerful, the dwarf held his own, grunting, broad shoulders braced, a heritage of mine-working and sledgehammer-wielding, giving him prodigious strength. Boots scrabbled on the rough carved stone, and their faces came to within inches of one another. "You fucking stink," said Beatrax. "And you're an ugly southern streak of piss. At least my mother didn't have a whore's cunny fish breath like you." The dwarf made a squawking sound and pushed harder. He slammed his head into Beatrax's face, hammering the warrior back, and their axes clattered to the stone tunnel as they grappled. The dwarf had a low centre of gravity which gave him the advantage. He dragged Beatrax to the ground, and they rolled around for a few moments, punching one another, headbutting, time and time again. Beatrax reached down and grabbed the dwarf between the legs. He let out a squeal, high-pitched and feminine. Beatrax crushed as hard as he could, every ounce of energy he had, with memories of his own previous torture in the cock area fueling his rage. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" screamed the dwarf. With his free hand as they squirmed on the tunnel floor, Beatrax reached down and pulled a knife from his boot. With the dwarf's crushed balls in one hand, he lifted the blade and plunged it into the dwarf's eye. Blood fountained, drenching Beatrax, turning him into a demon. The dwarf squirmed for a while, and they continued to roll around as Beatrax held him tight, waiting for him to die. Then he slumped, and all was still. Beatrax untangled himself and pulled free the dagger from the bloodied eye socket and dragged himself to his feet. 2 dwarves still stood in the tunnel, fixed with fear, and Beatrax grinned at them with bloodied teeth, face a crimson mask. "Class," said Talon, stepping forward, brushing back his long hair. "Could you have even produced more blood?" "I didn't see you fucking stepping in, pal." The remaining 2 dwarves turned and started to sprint down the short tunnel. Talon unhooked his bow, nocked an arrow, and fired. It took the left dwarf in the nape of the neck, slamming him, stumbling into a fast-forward run until he fell on his face, which cut grooves through his flesh. Talon looked sideways at Beatrax. "Am I earning my bread now?" "There's one left, cockhead." Talon drew, fletch to cheek, and fired. The arrow hissed, rotating, and punched the dwarf in the back. He hit the stone floor and started to scream, reaching around, trying to pull the shaft out, legs kicking. Then he went suddenly limp, but continued to scream like a man on fire. Talon had severed his spine. "Savage," said Beatrax quietly. "But now we've got him for questioning, yes?" Beatrax looked at Talon and smiled. "Neat. Remind me never to cross you. Or at least, never to turn my fucking back on you." Talon unstrung his bow. He smiled, but it was a cold and unfriendly smile. The smile of a man who had made his peace with God and the 7 sisters, and was happy to settle down in his grave. "You remember that, Axeman?" he whispered. "You can't do this," said Lilith. They dragged the dwarf back to the chamber and propped him up like a limp eel, like a half-slaughtered lamb on a stone bench. He was weeping, tears running down his cheeks and into his beard, staining his leather jerkin. His eyes darted round swiftly in fear, surveying Beatrax, Lilith, Dake, Talon, Socorra, and finally Jael. When he saw Jael, despite his tears, despite the fact his hands were like flopping fish on the bench, he gave a narrow smile.
Crackers, bitch!
He spat, and spit drooled from the corner of his mouth. Beatrax frowned, and leaning forward, slapped the dwarf hard, knocking his head from left to right and cracking his skull against the wall.
You'll talk.
I won't. Southern scum.
Talk, or I'll saw off your legs.
The dwarf, looking into Beatrax's eyes, observed his blood-caked face, and remembered the spectacle with the warrior dwarf back in the tunnel. His breathing was fast and shallow. Beatrax worried he didn't have long left to live.
What do you want to know?
You were hunting us.
No.
How did you find us then?
We were in a side mine when you passed. We heard you clattering about like fucking amateurs.
The dwarf smiled then, but his face was torn with pain. A little blood drooled from his mouth and stained his beard.
You sure you weren't hunting us?
Beatrax slapped him again, a hard, open-handed slap that rocked the dwarf's head against the rock. He sat, stunned, and then blinked a few times, regaining his senses.
No. Why would we?
You tell me.
But you were in the mines, weren't you? I saw you, with Cracker.
Well, I killed that cunt.
Yes, I was surprised. You were only saved because Cardinal Scal needed your help.
Beatrax frowned.
How do you know that?
It was a talk, in the mines, after you were betrayed.
What the fuck does that mean?
You were betrayed. One of your group was helping Cracker. He told them about your escape plan with the cauldron. That's why there were 100 dwarves on hand with prime crossbows. You didn't think it was a coincidence, did you?
Dake leant forward.
He's lying.
Why would I?
The dwarf cackled. Blood dribbled down his chin.
You know, I speak the truth. You know, there was no reason for those bastards to be there, fully armed, waiting for you to make your escape attempt.
Beatrax rubbed his beard.
Who was it?
The dwarf grinned. His eyes shifted past Beatrax. Beatrax turned. Jael was backing away, his face pale, looking as if he might puke any second.
You?
No,
said Jael, but the young lad stumbled. Beatrax frowned.
You told Cracker about our escape plans. After we rescued you from those forest bandits, after we saved you from certain death, after I tried to teach you the secrets of the axe, after we fucking helped you.
it wasn't my fault,
Wailed Jael, and turned to run. But Lilith was there, and he fell into her arms, buried his head in her bosom, and started to weep, dropping to one knee.
It wasn't my fault,
he wailed. Beatrax stood, slowly, like a lumbering bear. He gripped his axe tight. No, said Dake, grabbing Beatrax's arm. Beatrax pushed him aside as if he were a broken branch, a leaf in the wind. Dake fell against the wall and collapsed. Beatrax strode forward, face forming into a maelstrom of violent thunderstorms.
You betrayed us,
he said, reaching forward.
No,
hissed Lilith, slapping his hand away, but Beatrax came on.
You fucking betrayed us.
I didn't mean to,
Jael said, mumbling from Lilith's bosom.
How the fuck did you not mean to?
I was forced.
How?
By Cracker, the slave warden.
How?
He threatened to torture me.
Beatrax stood, staring in disbelief at Jael. Then he spat on the stone.
He fucking had us all tortured, you whining little cunt. We all went through weeks of agony, and you squealed like a whiny, backstabbing little piglet.
Beatrax turned and strode back to the paralyzed dwarf. His axe sang out, a song of death, and cut the dwarf's head from his shoulders. The head rolled down the corridor, vomiting blood. "No," hissed Lilith. "Stop!" Beatrax pointed with his bloodied axe blades. His words were so filled with emotion and disgust he could hardly speak.
"Jael, lad, if you ever come near me again, I will surely kill you."
Jael nodded and hid in Lilith's embrace. The group travelled in silence for what felt like weeks. With the death of Jonty Tal and now this revelation over Jael's betrayal, their morale was seeping away faster than water from a battered sieve. They trudged through what seemed like endless mine tunnels, always heading down, always alert for the sounds of dwarves, be they miners or soldiers. But for a long while they saw nobody. The mines felt abandoned, which was ironic, as it was this status of barrenness which had attracted the heroes and certainly Beatrax in the first place. What had he said during Dake and Jonty's anniversary party, when he had first sprung his plan on them?
"It's a map that leads to the 5 Havens, the 5 dwarf cities under the Karamakos peaks. They were once ruled by the great dwarf lords who mined untold wealth. I'm talking oceans of jewels, warehouses full of gold coin, lakes of molten silver, enough to buy you a lifetime of whores, Falliner brandy, and Hakish weed. The point is, the harbour are long gone, extinct for 10,000 years. The 5 Havens lost to the knowledge and thoughts of us mere mortal men. But all that treasure is still there, waiting for some hardy adventurer types to trot along and fill their pockets, and maybe even a few wheelbarrows with an orgy of sparkling loot."
"I hate to piss on your fire, Beatrax," said Dake, frowning, "but unless you hadn't noticed, we're all affluent to the point of decadence. That's what being Vagandrak's best-kept war heroes did for our pockets. Why, then, in the name of the Holy Mother, would we want to risk life and limb climbing mountains, fighting rock demons, and delving into long-forgotten underground pits probably better left to the psychopathically demented rock fairies and all their little golems,
"Because of the 3 dragon heads,"
said Beatrax, eyes glinting.
"Tell them, Lilith."
The dragon heads were colourless jewels found deep, deep beneath the mountains. It was discovered they had incredible healing powers. They could bring a man back from the brink of death. They could heal massive open wounds, making flesh run together like molten wax. They could cure plagues and cancers and other diseases we couldn't even dream of. They are referred to in the scriptures of the Church of Hate with reverence, as if they were bestowed on the great dwarf lords by the mountain gods themselves. Indeed, it is the dragon heads that gave the great dwarf lords their dominion and kingship."
Beatrax gave a sardonic smile, his boots scuffing against rock. So much for his fucking plan. They'd not even infiltrated the bloody Harborim mines, instead being attacked by one of Orlana the Changer's splice, a deformed and mutated creature, a horrific blend of man and horse. After an avalanche, the group had been captured by dwarves, or more precisely, Cracker the slave warden, an evil bastard who hated humans and set about torturing their group. With their wills broken, or so Cracker believed, they had been set to work in the mines. They soon planned and executed an escape, with Beatrax killing Cracker in the process, and had then faced death due to Jael's betrayal, a death which would have been certain if Skalg, first cardinal of the Church of Hate, hadn't caught wind of their existence and decided he had a better use of these overlander slaves, these heroes of Vagandrak, namely, the assassination of King Erlax, royal thorn in Skalg's side. Beatrax went over the events in his mind again and again, wondering how things could have turned out different, how they could have avoided capture, how they could have evaded torture. He touched his testicles gingerly as he walked, remembering the man who had tortured him, remembering the ball cracker, a machine he had become intimate with during his days of fun. Trax's face turned crimson with fury. His fists clenched involuntarily. And then he thought about Val, the twisted bastard dwarf who had raped his love, his life, Lilith. Raped her, repeatedly. Beatrix knew it in his soul, though he had never had the nerve or lack of compassion to come right out and ask it. But to Trax it was as plain as day, written on gentle Lilith's face, an agony of emotional scars etched into her skin as a metallurgist etches patterns onto copper. Beatrix felt his fury rise another notch, and another. If the day came when he ever got to confront Val, well, that would be a reckoning worth watching. Beatrix took deep breaths, and Lilith came up beside him, looked up at him, smiled, her serene face filling him with a splinter of peace. He smiled back, but she could read his eyes and could sense his fury. Her fingers clenched his bicep, and that hold said, "Be at peace, my love. Be calm, my love. Be as one with me, my love." Beatrix tried. Oh, by the 7 sisters he tried. But sometimes being filled with fury was the right place to be. Seeing Lilith's concern, he tried to think of better times, older times, wiser times, and he regressed. He plodded down that stone corridor in the shithole that was under the mountain, and he looked at Lilith's face, and he remembered. His room in Vegan was Spartan, for Beatrix was not the kind of man to hoard crap. He had a large, broad bed, rough-cut pine table and chairs, and various cushions which had been a gift from Lilith when she first saw how uncomfortable his room had been. There was a rug, also a gift from Lilith, and a vase of dried flowers, again from Lilith. Beatrix was an axeman, military, serious for the majority of the time. As he would put it, he had little time for flowers and girl shit. However, on this particular evening, Beatrix had excelled himself for one so unmeasured in the art of seduction. Not that seduction was his aim, far from it. This was a mission of forgiveness. Him begging forgiveness from her for being a horse stick. Again. He didn't remember how the argument started, but he'd been drunk again, and belligerent again, and finally aggressive again. They'd been in the Fighting Cocks, but the argument spilled out onto the cobbles, with Deck wagging his finger and proclaiming things like, "She's right, you know. The woman is always right. You'll regret it in the morning, old horse. Better crawl back to your room now. It'll look worse in the morning, I promise you, mate." To which Beatrix had proffered many scowls and various hand gestures, only understood by mud-orcs and those who killed them. Lilith had raged at him in the street as he swayed, after several flagons of wine too many, scowling and reacting to aggression with the only way he knew how, more aggression. Beatrix had never backed down from a fight in his life. All his scars were on his face, arms, chest, and thighs. He always faced his enemies, and was happy to cleave them from crown to bollocks with a hefty axe strike. And yet, now he was facing the biggest threat of any man's life, an angry lover.
"You think you can treat me like this? Say those things to me in front of your friends, and walk away? You think I'll forget it all? Just roll over like a sweet little lady and let you hurl abuse and make jokes at my expense? Well, fuck you, Beatrix. Fuck you."
"No, fuck you," he bellowed, and pointed in her face. She smacked his hand out of the way.
"But you know the worst thing, you useless piece of horse dung. It's the comments about him."
"Him?"
"Him."
"Oh, him, that cunt. Well, why not go running back to him? He'll lap you up like cream. He'll suckle your nipples like a squealing piglet. He still wants you, Lilith. I can sense it in my bones. He wants you back, and he thinks I'm just some big stupid oaf. Oh, yeah, just a soldier, just a killer, uneducated. Whilst he's a fucking officer. Ooh, a fucking officer. Well, go back to him. I don't fucking care anymore. You made it plain you think I'm stupid and uncouth, just a brute with an axe. Well, that's why I said those things I said, did what I did. Because you're laughing at me, Lilith. I can see it in your fucking eyes. Go back to him.
He'll open his arms and welcome you, drink you down like fine wine, stick his little tongue between your legs, and oh, how you'll moan in pleasure, just like the old days.
The slap rang out like a broken bottle against an unprotected skull. Beatrax rolled with it, and in truth it had little power, nothing he couldn't suck up in the blink of an eye, and with a cheeky grin. But it was more the act, because Lilith had never struck him, never. But she had now, and he didn't know whether to cry or to fight.
"How dare you?"
she said, trembling with rage.
"How dare you speak to me like that?"
"Well, I'm dumb, ain't I?" he mumbled, but his rage was gone, and the alcohol had made his mind foggy, and he wondered in the midst of his sudden abject misery how the fuck he could climb out of the pit he'd just fallen into.
"Beatrix, I never, ever want to see you again."
She turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness of the ironically foggy Vegan street. Beatrix stared after her, face cherry red, wondering what he should do. Should he chase after her, pursue her, endure more slaps? Should he give her time to calm down, then approach her with his mumbled apologies? Or should he go back into the Fighting Cocks and continue to get fucking wasted? Beatrix would be the first to admit he was not the brightest firebrand in Vagandrak. So he turned, frowned at the grinning faces peering at him from the doorway, and entered the yellow warmth of the Fighting Cocks public tavern. 5 days it had been. 5 long, lonely, cold days waiting for Lilith. She did not knock on his door with her usual bustling, cheery greeting, bringing him a basket of cheese and bread and cured meats from the market. No, she did not appear. Beatrix paced the floorboards, fists clenching and unclenching, wondering what the hell he should do. Should he take her flowers, declare his undying love, apologize, write her a letter? What? What? The morning after the argument, he'd awoken with a pounding head and distant memories of slaps and screams. It had taken the whole day, with sweet hot coffee, lots of buttered bread and several gallons of water, to clear not just his churning belly, but his churning mind. Images flickered back to him, one by one by one, and with each image he groaned and slapped himself in the face and chewed on his lip and considered what a colossal, insulting, vulgar horse-stick he'd really been. And the sad thing, it hadn't been the first time. He was an idiot. He freely admitted it.
"I'm an idiot,"
he groaned to Dake, clutching a tankard of ale and staring forlornly across the quiet innards of the Fighting Cocks. Afternoon sunlight painted lines across the boards. The landlord wiped dirty tankards with a dirty rag and eyed Beatrix uneasily.
"Listen,"
said Dake, looking over his shoulder to make sure his own wife could not hear.
"What you have to do, mate, is grovel. You have to beg. You have to say it's all your fault. Then she'll say some of it was her fault. Then you'll find some common ground and you'll hug and kiss and cry. Then have the most amazing sex you've ever had. Hey!"
He beamed and slapped Beatrix on the back, making him choke on his ale.
"Been there, done it loads of times. No, Dake, you fucking dog, this is it. She's left me. I fucked it up. I might as well go tie a rope and hang myself from the rafters."
"Don't be silly." Dake put on his serious face.
"Me and Jonty, right? We've been together for years. You think in all that time I haven't got drunk and said stupid things? You think I haven't danced with the wrong woman in the wrong way to the wrong tune?
That was an icy cold walk back to the house, followed by an even icier sleep in the summer house at the bottom of the garden. He shook his head.
Anyways, what I'm trying to say, Trax, is that we all fuck up. Men is men is men. We get drunk and say stupid shit. Our women, they fall out with us. And half the time we're that fucking emotionally backward, we don't even know what it was we said that done the damage. But the art, my boy, the art is how we repair the damage after we do the stupid shit in the first place. You get me?
Eh?
It's all about your apology, Beatrix.
It is inevitable in any relationship that you will fuck it up. That's a given. It's written in the scrolls of the Seven Sisters. Thou shalt fuck it up, wept the virgin Solander. Trust me on this one, old horse. But, what matters is what happens next. Dake beamed. He was a little drunk. And what happens next? What do you think happens next? I knock on her door. I take her flowers? No, you fucking dolt, you lump of rancid horse excrement. You have to make her believe you love her again. I mean, I'm sure you do, but you have to show your feminine side. Beatrix's voice hardened. My feminine side? He said. Yeah, baby, your fucking feminine side. Beatrix deflated. I don't think I have one, he said. Maybe I should ask Talon. No, listen. I'll teach you. You'll teach me to have a feminine side? No, Horsestick, I'll teach you how to get her back. And so, armed with Dake's sage counsel, Beatrix had gone shopping. Now, Beatrix the axeman was not an axeman to go shopping lightly, and so he took his axe. This wasn't well received at the market, and he was certainly remembered, especially after threatening to cut a market trader in half for inappropriate comments about the size of his axe. But all in all, it went smoothly, if embarrassingly for Beatrix, and he returned to his room and penned a short note, which read, Lilith, my love, my life, please come to my room tonight. I have writ you a letter. Love, Trax. Kiss. He sent it with an urchin for a copper piece, then went to work transforming his simple axeman's room. Lilith stood outside the door, frowning. She took a deep breath and went to knock, but the door opened and Beatrix stood in his cleanest trews, with a new black shirt that, actually, if Lilith thought about it, looked quite good on him. He smiled apprehensively. Lilith smiled back, although there was pain there. I wasn't going to come, she said. I didn't expect you to, he said wretchedly. I just thought, I knew I had to hear what you had to say, before we, never saw one another again, before we took a bow and left the stage, All your friends think I'm no good, said Beatrix and clenched his teeth. It's not that, it's just the drinking, the fighting, and then you turn on me. I can't take it anymore, Trax. I can't take the uncertainty. And I know we think we're in love. He looked at her hard then. But you have to know, if this isn't love, then it's over, because nothing lasts forever. Look, just come in, please. Lilith stepped across the threshold. And if truth be told, she was stunned. The walls were hung with drapes, red, gauzy drapes, that gave the room an intimate warmth. Candles burned, many candles burned. And Lilith knew Beatrix was not the type of man to light a candle. Drink a whiskey flagon, yes. Buy candles and arrange them romantically and light them, no. You expecting someone, Beatrix? She said, her voice low and husky. Yes, you. I know, you dolt. Is that a new comfort couch? Yes, took 3 of us to carry it up the stairs. I hurt my back. Beatrix looked sheepishly around. You like red, right? He said. I love red. And I lit 13 candles. You like 13, right? I love 13. It's my favourite number. Yes, I remember. They stood there, staring at one another in the candlelight. Beatrix wanted to rush over, to take hold of her, to pick her up, to crush her, to love her. But he did not. He could not, because he'd been a dick. And he'd fucked it up, like he always fucked it up. I have cooked, he said. You have? What? It's, slivers of rander fish on a bed of rice, salad and peppers. Then I razored some cheese shavings over the top with a touch of garlic and salt. Sounds divine, said Lilith. Shall we go in? Sit. Eat. You want to stay? Yes. Why?
I want to read your letter.
Ah, said Beatrix. Lilith looked crestfallen.
You mean you haven't writ the letter you said you'd writ?
No, I read it all right.
So are you going to give it to me?
I'm just a little embarrassed.
He stood there like a small schoolboy who'd forgotten his homework.
Lilith decided to take pity on him. He was obviously making an effort, the biggest effort he'd ever made, which for Beatrix was quite something.
Take me through,
she said again, her voice low and husky.
Beatrix reached out, took Lilith's hand, and led her through the main room to the kitchen. Here he'd actually put a tablecloth on the table and lit more candles. Lilith's keen eye counted 13. He'd also bought a few small statues which he'd put on a shelf. Hell, he'd erected a shelf and then put his new statues on it. Lilith squinted. They looked like clay renditions of fairies. She pursed her lips into a smile, imagining Beatrix with his axe buying fairy statues at the market. Now that she would have paid good coin to witness. "I like what you've done," she said finally.
Really?
"Yes."
I done it all for you.
"I know, Trax, I know." He pulled out a chair and she sat. The plates were ready on the table. To Beatrix's credit, the food smelled damned good, and Lilith was hungry. She hadn't eaten for 5 days. She'd been too busy crying. "First, I'd like to see the letter."
Ah.
"Please?" She looked at him, and tears rolled down her cheeks.
I'll get it, rumbled the big axeman.
He disappeared and re-emerged, handing her the folded paper, his fingers shaking. "Are you all right, Trax?"
Not really,
he said, and sat down and poured himself a goblet of vegan red. He sipped it. She noted him sipping. Sipping as opposed to swigging. She opened the page. There, with several crossings out, a couple of ink blots, and a lot of love, was Beatrix's letter.
I wanted to apologize in writing. I'm sorry. I'm a horse's dick. I'm sorry I said those things about you. I'm sorry I was horrible to you. I absolutely do not care about a man you used to see, and I know I moan about him, but I can read the love in your eyes like bright candle flames, and I know I mean everything to you, like you mean everything to me. And so I am sorry I mentioned his name and got angry about him. It will never happen again. On reflection, I realize I am frightened. I'm frightened of losing you. I know you are too good for me. I know I am uncouth and vulgar at times. I know I am not always the best companion, especially for a smart, educated woman like you. But I love you so much, and yet I treat you abominably. I fear you will leave me, and so my fear turns to darkness, and then I am a horse dick, and then you do leave me. Lilith, I love you. You are my white witch. You are my sanity. You once said that I shine and you reflect, but you are so wrong. More and more and more you shine and I reflect. You are the sun. I am the moon. I am your willing servant. I am your slave. I am caught in your orbit. And without you, my son, I could not exist. I trust you, I love you, I want to be with you always. You are my molten tears, Lilith. You are my beating heart. You are birdsong. You are surf gently sighing up the shingle. You are my muse, Lilith. Please, please, never stop loving me, because I will love you until the stars go out. Yours, Trax. Kiss, kiss, kiss. She looked at him. He looked at her. She stood. He stood. They moved together. They pressed together. His great arms encircled her, and her arms encircled his waist. He leant down to her, but did not kiss her. He looked into her eyes. I love you, he said. I know, she said. I want to be with you, he said.
I know,
she said.
you are everything to me, he said. I know,
she said. And then she reached up, standing on tiptoes, and she kissed him, and he melted into her, and he knew that everything would be well with the world. Talon had taken the lead, and he kept his bow strung at all times. He felt maudlin, a great sadness within him. He had loved Jonty Tal in his own way, not as a woman he craved for sex, no, but as a soul sister. They used to call her the Ghost, for she'd been deadly with the blade. Now she was just dead, and this horrific event had rocked Talon to his very core. Of course, on the walls of Desecra, he'd seen many a comrade fall. But during those insane days of blood and steel and death, Talon, Beatrax, Sakura, Dake, Lilith, Jonty Tal, they'd formed an almost unbreakable unit. They'd become brothers and sisters, not just of flesh, but of bone and blood and fucking soul. The sort of bonds that could not break, the sort of bonds which could only be severed by death. And Talon realized his complacency. They'd been hard fuckers, fighters to the core, practically invincible, and Talon for one had started to believe their own ego. Until they faced down the splice, and been captured by the dwarves, beaten, fucked up, tortured. Talon's nerve, his beliefs, had been irretrievably wounded. He lifted his bow a little, and he realized there was a tremor in his hand. His lips were dry, mouth dry. Fear darted like a moth inside his brain. What if they met more dwarves? What if he fired his arrow and missed? What if the bastards captured him again, captured them all again, and the beatings began and the torture returned? Talon had been invincible on the walls of Desecra Fortress. But down here, he had come to realize his own mortality, underlined in blood by the savage and untimely death of Jonty Tal. We will all die, he realized, as his morale spiraled downwards. We will be destroyed. What are we doing? Where are we going? Why are we not trying to escape? He stopped at a junction of tunnels and listened, head tilting to one side. There was a strange sound, a kind of metallic thrumming. Then it stopped. Talon frowned and realized his palms were sweating. He wiped them on his trews. They'd had their chance. After the dragons broke free and tore the roof off the palace, Skalg, in some ways their saviour, had kept to his part of the bargain. Kill Erlax the king and they would have their freedom. But ironically they didn't kill the king, and still got their freedom, but then chose not to accept it. They had decided to do the right thing, as fucking heroes always should. He smiled sardonically, and realized with a bitter taste that Beatrax had been right. What had Lilith said? You don't understand these great worms, these creatures of worm blood. It says in the scriptures of the Church of Hate that once they ruled the world. All races were slaves beneath them, men, dwarves, and elves. Aye? What has that got to do with us? They're free, Trax. They will seek to re-establish their empire. You reckon? Oh, I am certain. Well, correct me if I'm wrong here, but there's only 3 of them, yeah? How can you establish an empire if there's only 3 of you? That's what we're going to find out. So, now they were on a mission to find the dragons, find the city of Wormblood, unravel what the hell was going on. And for what? To save men, the people of Vegandrak, the fucking dwarves? Talon gave a little shake of his head and held up his hand. Behind, the group stopped. Dake came up beside him. A problem? I heard something. Something odd. Clink of armor, odd. Dwarven voice, odd. No, Talon frowned, then looked hard at Dake. Are you with this? I mean, this mission, to find Wormblood? Dake shrugged. If I'm honest, Tal, I'm beyond giving a fuck. Jonty is gone. My life is over. Talon gave a nod. He knew how Dake felt. Talon felt pretty despondent himself.
"I just wonder," he said.
"Yeah?" Dake looked at him quizzically. Talon shrugged.
"It doesn't matter."
They moved on down the tunnel, and several times Talon heard the sound. Each time it seemed to increase in intensity, making him frown harder and harder. He knocked a shaft to his bow, and seeing the action, Beatrax and the others loosened weapons, wondering what it was Talon had detected. The tunnel suddenly ended, emerging onto a platform of smooth black granite. Beyond the elevated platform was a tunnel with tracks, and the adventurers remembered their journey with Skalg, first cardinal of the Church of Hate, on the underground carriage system. Now, however, there was no steam, no hissing, no clanking, because the dragons had escaped. The train system's source of motivation had been unleashed, and with the worm's escape came mining immobility. Talon knelt at the junction of the tunnel and granite platform. He listened, and waited, and tuned in. What had he heard? What the fuck had he heard? And it came again. A vibration through the great chains which had once powered this mining train system. It thrummed, a metal song, then faded. "What is it?" said Sakura, coming forward with Lilith. "What can you hear?"
"The chains. They keep vibrating."
"Is that strange?" said Lilith, peering through the gloom. Talon nodded.
"With the dragons gone, the source of energy vanished, and the trains should be totally immobile."
"Maybe it's the wind, lad," grinned Beatrax. "Wobbling the chains like."
"No, no wind could shift those. They weigh more than a building, I'd wager."
"What, then?"
said Dake. It came again, more violent this time. The chains started to vibrate, and they could see it, shimmying, singing almost. Only this time not only did the chain vibrate, the whole platform started to shake. It was gentle, but they felt it beneath their boots. Lilith put out her hand and steadied herself against the tunnel wall. Beatrax grasped his axe tightly. Dake frowned. Talon licked his lips. Gradually the tremble faded.
"Mine collapse?"
suggested Dake.
"Earthquake?"
said Beatrax. Silence fell like ash as these concepts sank in. Nobody wanted to be buried alive.
"I don't like it,"
said Beatrax. "Come on," said Lilith. "Let's follow the track. These things will only lead to major areas of the mines."
"I think we're doing the wrong thing,"
said Beatrax slowly. They all looked at him. "We have to find out what's happening," said Lilith, voice gentle.
"Why?"
said Trax uneasily.
"If that was an earthquake, and it happens down here, we're proper fucked."
"I don't believe it was," said Lilith, closing her eyes and touching the rock wall. "I believe the mountain is stable. These mines have existed for thousands of years. Why would it change now?"
"Because of the random chaos of nature,"
offered Talon, and Lilith gave him a pained look.
"Come on," said Dake. "We're wasting time. If we're going to find this dragon city, the faster we find it, the faster we can leave, right? I, for one, am sick of the harbouring dwarves. I want to see the daylight before I die. I want to breathe the scent of a forest. I want to see people again, my kind of people."
He moved to the edge of the platform and dropped down into the chasm. The iron rails were polished silver with use, the rest of the track grime-smeared and littered with pebbles, rocks, and old black oil. At the centre of the track, suspended at waist height, was a thick chain, about the width of a dwarf's thigh. Dake peered up ahead through the half-light and could see a series of stationary carriages. Made of timber, they had iron wheels and were smeared with dust, oil, and thick grease. The others followed, one by one, climbing down into the cutting and standing there, breathing in stone dust, old oil, grease, and scorched iron. "This feels dangerous," said Sakura warily.
"What happens if the carriages start to move?"
said Dake. "How can they?" reasoned Lilith. "The dragons have gone." Again the ground seemed to tremble beneath their feet, just a modest vibration, but enough to make them exchange glances.
Let's get this done,
said Beatrax, and strode ahead, away from the platform and deeper into the long, dark tunnel ahead. The others followed, feeling sick to their stomachs. Behind them the thick chain vibrated, chiming like some deformed musical instrument, playing a lament for these poor Vagandrak heroes, caught here in this pit of eternal chaos, this living hell. Deep, deep, deep underground, down a narrow passage which led from an obsolete, long-forgotten mine, through a series of 5 heavy, locked, foot-thick iron doors, there was a chamber. It had once been an excavation, and had only one entrance, and one way of getting out. Cracker, the former slave warden, had been aware of its existence. He had to have been, because on occasion he met one of the dwarf engineers who worked there. This was a place commissioned by the late King Erlax, and not one dwarf in the 5 Havens knew about its existence, not even Skalg, first cardinal of the Church of Hate, especially not Skalg, because this had been intended as a scientific experiment in order to create a weapon Erlax could use against his enemies, of whom Skalg was numbered 1. The chamber was quite large, with a high vaulted ceiling, and completely rough-hewn. Lit by oil lamps, it contained row after row of steel benching, littered with medical instruments, files, test tubes, beakers, syringes, scalpels, and 1,000 other objects required by the dwarves to conduct this, their experiment. 15 dwarves had been commissioned by King Erlax for this project, after the discovery of a certain artifact in this very chamber. This artifact sat against the far wall, on a low plinth, protected by an iron and glass cage, with 3 locks down one side of the casing. Alongside this plinth stood huge iron flasks, 3 to either side, each one twice as tall as a dwarf and serviced by portable iron steps. Beneath the flasks, a huge section of rock had been excavated and replaced by thick iron mesh for drainage. The workers wore black aprons and leather gloves. They were serious-looking dwarves, many greying, all with dour expressions and nervous eyes. They barely spoke, simply went about their business, communicating only to share ideas or compounds or results. Brought together by King Erlax nearly 10 years previous, they were the foremost minds of the Harborim dwarves, consisting of chemists, biologists, and doctors, 2 of whom had been struck off and condemned to death by hanging for their crimes against the Harborim. The final dwarf, the one in charge of the experiments, liked to call himself a warlock. He had spent many years above ground in the world of men, studying in their libraries, discovering and purchasing forbidden texts, using the seemingly unlimited supply of gold offered by Erlax for such a purpose. This dwarf was named Movak, again a criminal who had been condemned to death for crimes against the Church of Hate, crimes involving Equiem magic. He considered himself an authority and had mastered several of the dark arts. It was Movak who had given inception to the plan funded by King Erlax. "Gregor, seal the flask, ready for the final burn." Gregor nodded and did so. The huge vertical rods slotted into place, and Gregor stepped away, somewhat nervously, as if they might explode, which in reality they might. Gregor glanced at Movak, and was annoyed to see not a flicker of emotion decorated the dwarf's face. He was oblivious to pain and fear. He was like a machine, unafraid of death, and what lay beyond. "It is done." "I can see that."
"Well, fuck you, you sanctimonious old cunt. Why don't you fucking do it yourself then?"
But he said nothing. He smiled. The smile of somebody who wants to take your position and is happy to see you die in the process. They stood, waiting, watching, as they had 100 times before, as they had 1,000 times before. And it always went the same. The twisted, merged, magic-infused subject died. It did not grow, it died. Only, not this time. In the flask, the liquid bubbled, only it was more than just a liquid. It was a life source. It was a cocktail of nutrients and enzymes carefully balanced to help in the creation of life. New life. It was a very special kind of amniotic fluid.
"It's working,"
said Gregor, voice hushed in awe. "Shh!" snapped Movak and scowled. He moved forward, a few teetering steps, and began a series of invocations designed to accelerate and stabilize the process. The other engineers watched Movak and took a step back as dark smoke seemed to pour from his mouth. Gregor swallowed, and wished suddenly he was somewhere else, or at least back with the family he loved, a family being kept in the Ruby Dungeon by King Erlax, in case Gregor decided in any way to not comply.
"Get back,"
said Movak, his voice curiously low and slow and husky. Smoke drifted from his nostrils. Everything descended into silence. And this, the 1000th experiment they had worked on over the years, went silent also. Gregor shivered. This wasn't usual. Usually the blend of embryos began to scream or thrashed about, kicking the inside of the flask in acute agony, banging themselves around in a convulsing death dance, before, ultimately, smashing their own tiny skulls open on the inside of the iron chamber. This time, it was different. Gregor stepped forward.
"I can hear it breathing,"
he said. Movak nodded and gestured for Gregor to step back. The other engineers looked on with stark, drawn faces. If this thing worked, they were guaranteed not just wealth, but a return ticket to their families, to see their children again after so many years locked away in this dungeon laboratory, to see their families who had been imprisoned by Erlax as insurance policies, the bastard. A curious silence descended on the laboratory. Each dwarf tilted their head slightly, listening. And they could hear it. It was in Flask 3, their creation, a creature forged from different genetic materials and grown. They would set it loose in the 5 Havens, and it would wreak havoc. It would be an abomination, and they would blame it on the Church of Hate. "Open Flask 3, Movak said. Warily, Gregor stepped forward and slid open the locking rods. As the third slid up, so fluid began to leak from the edges of the flask. As the fourth slid up, the trickle turned to a flood, and on the 5th, the flask door swung open and a gush spilled out the contents. Gregor leapt back, but his boots and apron were drenched. He frowned. He heard gasps behind him, and then he looked up. Gregor's eyes went wide. It was like nothing he could ever have imagined. The creature was huge, twice the size of any dwarf, and almost cubic in proportions, with the huge, thick arms of a dwarf, powerful legs, and a solid, thick torso. But there the similarities to dwarf kind ended. The head was a twisted, elongated muzzle, with thick ridges running from nostrils to crown. The face was pulled out, fangs bared like a rabid dog, and black eyes blinked as the creature stared at its creators. A tail whipped with a gleaming razor spear at its tip. It growled, low and threatening. "Holy fuck," said Gregor, taking in the mottled green and black flesh, the scales that ran in random spirals across the creature's skin, but most of all, at the flames which flickered at its glowing nostrils. Samples taken from the discovered artifact, from the section of dead dragon embryo they had found, had been synthesized with various unborn dwarf babies to create this, a monster. And, it had to be said, Movak's inspiration, Orlana's splice, could be seen clearly in the magic and flesh construction. Gregor took a step back, but the beast leapt forward, squealing, thick fingers which ended in claws grabbing Gregor. That long muzzle opened wide and clamped over Gregor's head, razor fangs shearing through half his skull, leaving a cross-section of bone, muscle, and neatly sliced-through brain. Gregor's lower face remained, although cut at a slight angle, and the lips quivered before the dwarf scientist dropped as if his limbs were fluid. The creature screamed again, lifting its muzzle, spitting out the half-head, and wailing to the ceiling as if in the throes of some terrible torture. Movak, who had been frozen by the vision of the abomination they'd created, suddenly bellowed, "Get the weapons!" and turned to sprint for his unloaded crossbow. The beast simultaneously lowering its head, dark eyes glowing, and taking in a deep, loaded breath. A stream of fire lashed out, hitting Movak in the back, lifting him up, smashing him across the chamber, and pulverizing him against the rough rock wall, where the fire continued to stream and splash, roaring, incinerating, until there was nothing left of Movak but ash. Grak, Movak's second-in-command, turned slowly and gestured to the engineer nearest the door. "Lock it," he said, trembling with fear. "This beast must never—" But flames engulfed him, and he started to scream, and the beast stomped towards him, powerful hands reaching out, grasping him and hurling him across the laboratory, sending a bench and 100 instruments and phials and beakers crashing to the rocky ground. The dwarves turned to run as the engineered hybrid went about its killing. Talon stopped. "What is it?" said Beatrax, eyes narrowing.
"I heard something."
Talon's voice was soft. He looked sideways at Sikora, who gave a nod.
"I heard it too."
"Bloody hell, you two are jumping at shadows," growled Beatrax, gripping his axe tight. Jael shivered.
"I have a bad feeling about this."
"Nobody asked you, lad."
"There."
Talon held up a finger. But this time he did not have to bring attention to the sound, for the wail, the scream, was louder this time. There came a distant cracking sound, then a pounding, as of a fist on iron. Said Beatrax. "I don't like the sound of that." They listened.
"It sounds mighty pissed off, whatever it is,"
said Talon, drawing an arrow and fondling it gently. "Maybe if we head down that tunnel there," Beatrax pointed.
"I agree,"
said Lilith, and her face darkened, eyes closing.
"There's something up ahead, something created by the dark arts of Equiem magic."
"Can we fight it?" scowled Beatrax. Lilith shook her head, and now her eyes held nothing but fear as she looked remotely into the creature's dark and twisted soul.
"No, my love. This time, we run."
Chapter 4. The Tower. Volak flapped her great scaled wings, ascending in lazy spirals until the land of Vagandrak spread out before her, a huge tapestry of fields and villages, forests and lakes. Mountains bordered to north and south, ice-capped and sparkling under weak sunlight. Sunlight also shone dully across her black, overlapping scales as her spread wings stretched out, rigid now like hammered iron, and she started to glide. Her wide wings contained razor-sharp spikes at each wingtip, perfect killing implements. Needles ran down her spine to the end of her tail, whipping gently, ending in a large triangular spike which gleamed. And in an ancient face, a demon face from history and myth and nightmares, above a long tapering snout filled with black fangs, and below horns which sprouted from her head amidst scales, sat her narrowed, slanted, gleaming black eyes. And Volak's eyes saw. They saw the present, and they saw the past.
"My empire."
Volak drifted, as if in a dream, with flames curling around her fangs. Her eyes looked down at the rivers and forests and villages, and yet these she did not see. She witnessed her memories, vivid as molten gold shining in her mind, bright as the fire with which her and her kin had rid the land of the pestilence known as man and dwarf and elf. In her waking dream she saw the sky filled with 1,000 dragons, each clan sporting different-coloured scales. But Volak was queen, her clan the eldest, most powerful, the rightful leaders of Wormblood by heritage and fire and violence. 1,000 dragons surged through the skies, dropping in tight formations, and from a distance the racers on the face of the world must have thought them a swarm of birds or a cluster of launched arrows, until they fell, dropping from copper-bruised skies at terrific speeds, jaws opening, screams wailing like some terrible song, followed by jets and washes of billowing flame. Civilians ran in their thousands, flocking down the streets, abandoning market stalls and carts and whatever business had seemed so important just a few seconds before. Bodies were picked up in the streamers of howling fire, tossed, blackened, down streets which glowed as talons smashed through stones and buildings and joists and roofs, sending debris flying, demolishing walls which crumbled to crush screaming men and women and children and babes in prams in the streets below. 1,000 dragons attacked the city, and as Volak watched dreamily from above, wings still outstretched, replaying the glorious moment, so the roars and the fire and the screams all combined to create a beautiful symphony of slaughter, which spun like woven silk through her mind, causing a harmony which she found ecstatic. She blinked, and below, forests rustled under a gentle breeze. Sunlight gleamed silver crescents on the lapping shores of inland lakes. A unit of cavalry cantered in the hills to the north of Vegan, their silver spears sparkling with 100 razor-sharp tips. But no music, no symphony, no screams. "I want my empire back," she thought, still dreamily, still remembering the glorious genocide. "I want to hear your screams. I want to see rivers of bubbling human fat running down the gutters of your burning, broken cities. I want your kings to bow down at my claws so I can chew off their pompous, self-righteous heads. I want my world back for myself and for my offspring to follow." She roared, coming out of her dream state, and powered her wings, slamming across the sky like a dark shooting star towards the single tallest structure in the land of Vegandrak, the Tower of the Moon. The Tower of the Moon had been commissioned by King Yoon after a spate of drunken orgies, and was, quite simply, the tallest tower ever built. From the flat summit on which Yoon conducted weekly parties, you could see clear across the distant pass of splintered bones, through the valleys of the mountains of Skorandos, and deep into the lands of Zokora, the 3 deserts. The stone for the tower had been mined in the White Lion Mountains to the north of Vegandrak, and even more mined from the heart of the mountains of Skorandos to the south. The tower had been the masterpiece, or folly, of Yoon's chief engineer, Isvander, a tortured and troubled man, who during the build firmly believed he'd been given a poisoned chalice. After all, it was near impossible to please King Yoon, who was, to all intents and purposes, insane. In private circles, in hushed whispers, the vast, glorious, impressive, gleaming white structure was not referred to as the Tower of the Moon. It was known simply as Isvander's tomb, or even just the tomb, the structure which had led to Isvander's eventual suicide. Now the evening sun painted the tower a glorious deep orange. The tower's shadow fell like an accusatory finger that wound its way around across the city of Vegan, accusing the population of allowing a lunatic like Yoon to build such a monstrosity at, it was said, the cost of 1,700 lives. And that didn't include the ex-lovers Yoon had hurled from the various stages of completed summit during intervals in the tower's completion. The summit was flat, paved white, with a deep sunken bath which could accommodate 40 with ease. Trays of sweetmeats, brandy, and Vegandrak red floated serenely across the pool, bobbing when somebody entered or left the water from the wide, curved white stone steps. The water was heated by a clever brass engine in the room below, so that a gentle curl of steam always seemed to hover across the surface, like a baby dragon's smoke. On this fine evening, Princess Emilia Ladine, niece to King Yoon, reclined naked amidst the steaming waters, her wrists and arms adorned with numerous priceless bangles and bracelets, her face filled with serenity as she watched a couple copulate a few feet before her, moaning and groaning, licking and kissing and rubbing, their faces twisted in pleasure, which she found at once fascinating and humorous. Emilia began to giggle. And when Emilia giggled, so her 50 or so entourage of lackeys and sycophants also giggled, despite not really understanding what Emilia found so amusing. She flopped a hand outwards as the two lovers paused, turning towards her, confused a little at her behaviour. They must have conveyed a question in their looks, because the princess wet her lips a little, fluttered her long dark eyelashes, and said,
"Oh, don't let me stop you. Please continue. It's just that you reminded me of my father."
She giggled again. Around her, splashing in the pool and seated on loungers scattered across the white paving stones, 50 giggles echoed in a subtle parody. "More wine," said the princess. A muscular, tanned man with a military-grade haircut and chiselled good looks fine enough to make any court lady swoon, swam across to Emilia, and reaching for the tray, which bobbed a scant 6 inches from her own bobbing breasts, lifted a silver goblet and deposited it in the princess's flopping hand, pale and white, and so reminiscent of a dying, panting fish.
"Oh, thank you, Geraldo. You are such a moonbeam."
She sipped delicately, spilling a few droplets, probably because this was her 8th goblet and the drinking of wine had taken up most of the day. "A moonbeam. Why, thank you, princess."
"A pleasure,"
she slurred, and fluttered her eyelashes again. Then she blinked and stared harder at Geraldo.
"You have a very fine physique, Geraldo,"
she said appreciatively, and gave a pout, a perfect pout, a perfect pink pout that had won the wallets, if not the hearts, of many a suitor. "Why, thank you, your highness." She giggled again, and wiped her lips with the back of her hand, removing a little froth of wine bubbles.
"May one ask, my dear, where you managed to achieve such a good shape?"
"It was in the army, highness. 5 years in the infantry." Geraldo spoke the words carefully, for he had told her on numerous occasions in the past, including once that very morning, but Princess Emilia Ladine was extremely adept at not retaining information, especially about anybody whom she didn't consider more important than a chicken. She seemed to look at him for the first time, and gave a little purr.
"Really?"
she said.
"So, lots of running and wrestling and swordplay?"
Geraldo nodded, distracted for a moment by a game of bat and ball occurring just a few feet away between 2 young men, both naked, their long, dark, oiled hair leaving rainbow trails in the water of the rooftop pool.
"Fabulous,"
she said, and rested her chin on one fist.
"Truly fabulous."
She fluttered her eyelashes again, and sipped her wine. She seemed suddenly less drunk and more predatory. Then she frowned.
"May I ask, Geraldo, how you went from being a soldier in my uncle's army to being naked in my pool?"
Geraldo gave a strangled little cough. He glanced around. "One of your lady friends spied me whilst I was on parade. She requested that I be dismissed from the King's Guard and re-employed here as your...
"Yes?"
"As your butler," said Geraldo, voice perfectly even, eyes staring straight ahead, with the same stare he'd used whilst being bellowed at by a staff sergeant. "I open your carriage door. I close your carriage door. I bring you trays of drinks. I feed you sweetmeats. Sometimes I even cook your evening meals." He lowered his gaze, so that he stared straight into the princess's emerald eyes. "It's a real challenge," he said, without any hint of irony. Emilia flipped her other hand and tilted her head. Her long blonde curls bobbed across the water in what she imagined was a massively seductive posture. Nearby, a naked man on a stool deftly tuned a lyre, then started to croon a love ballad. The sun painted orange walls across the lapping water. Distantly the city buzzed, a muffled backdrop to the real business of royal hedonism. Geraldo could see what was coming. Married, with 2 young daughters, he wanted no part in this pantomime, and deeply resented this mindless goldfish of a woman who had indirectly, but by her royal edict, had him forcibly ejected from the military, the love of his life, and sentenced to an eternity of pointlessness. And yet he could not go against a direct order of King Yun. It would not only cost him his own life, but that of his family. And so he gritted his teeth. "It's funny," crooned Emilia, and sat up a little, slopping wine into the water. "But I feel a little chill, and so I think I shall retire to the royal tent for a lie-down. Geraldo, would you please accompany me with my goblet and a fresh flask of chilled wine?" "Yes, your highness," said Geraldo, and taking the proffered, damp, limp hand, helped Princess Emilia Ladine to stand, resplendent in her gold bangles and nothing else, and then to step daintily up the steps, emerging dripping and radiant from the pool, whereupon a maid rushed forward and draped a luminous, floating chiffon robe around her pale shoulders, hiding nothing of her sexuality. She then linked arms with a dazed Geraldo, and guided him to the extravagant tent which had been erected to one side of the platform roof, near the fancy carved marble barriers. The tent was perhaps 20 feet square, and contained a bed, silk blankets, a brazier, and a large, elaborate carved oak drinks cabinet, which had taken 10 men, a league of rope, and nearly a week to haul to the top of the tower on an elaborate pulley system. The rich tent fabric was red and gold and glossy, and rich with more gold, as befitted a princess, and especially a beautiful princess of King Yun's lineage. Incense was burning, and this incensed Geraldo, who was, to all intents and purposes, an honourable outdoor man, who would rather keep Emilia's rancid stink and drugs from his system. "Oh no," he thought, "I knew this day might come, that I might have to make choices. But how do I wriggle out of this donkey shit? How do I get away from the insane bitch who's suddenly taken a liking to me?" Emilia ducked through the tent flaps, practically dragging Geraldo with her. Once inside, she turned and smiled at him, droopy, drug-infused eyelids fluttering, and started making slobbering kisses as Geraldo strained backwards. "Come to your princess, there's a good boy," said Emilia, closing her eyes and tugging him towards the bed. Wait, your highness." Finally recognizing the panic in his voice, her eyes opened and she fixed him with a quizzical stare. "Yes, Geraldo? What is the matter? What could possibly be of urgency now, in this moment of our most intimacy?" Geraldo coughed. "Look, princess, I'm sorry. I am a married man. I have 2 beautiful young daughters. I'm employed here as a butler, and I respect you as a princess, I really do. But I am an honourable man. I was a military man, and I don't think it's right for me to come to your bed." Princess Emilia Ladine considered this, then slipped the chiffon robe from her shoulders, where it tumbled lazily, erotically to the floor. She licked her lips. Her eyes were dreamy with drugs. "I am royalty. You will do as I say." She started to rub her hands up and down her body, swaying her hips and moving backwards again, to recline naked and glistening on the silk sheets of the bed. "Come here, boy." "Please, princess, I cannot do this." "Come here, or I will tell my uncle to have you beheaded publicly, and I will ensure your pretty little wife and pretty little daughters are there to witness the spectacle." Geraldo lowered his eyes and shuffled forward to stand beside the bed. "Oh no, it's happened. She's finally going to force me to entertain her sexually, like I've seen so many other poor bastards endure." Emilia touched herself between her legs. She groaned.
Come,
she said, face cracking into a sculpted smile.
I want to witness your succulent tongue. I want to be orally stimulated by you. I wish to feel your tongue down there, tickling and tasting, licking and sucking and flicking. I want you to come here and make me come.
And she frowned suddenly, pointing to his limp penis.
And do something about that. Make it hard immediately, or I'll...
I can't just make it hard, snapped Geraldo, anger suddenly getting the better of him. 5 years of hardcore maneuvers on mock battlefields, beaten by swords, skewered by capped spears, punched in the ribs during unarmed combat, to end up here. I'm not a fucking machine. Emilia gasped.
Oh, my. Oh, by the gods, by the 7 sisters, I cannot believe you feel no sexual attraction towards me, your little princess, for I am perfect in every way. I've had 100 lovers, each one desperate to lick and suckle my perfect, pert breasts, each one eager to kiss my sweet mouth, each one desperate to thrust his manhood inside me and bring me squealing to a pinnacle of perfect, writhing pleasure. How dare you not get a hard cock and pleasure me?
Geraldo coughed, looking down again. Now he was really fucked. Or not. Emilia climbed onto her hands and knees, the dreamy drug state evaporating as righteous anger took hold. Her face changed from sweet, pampered and powdered pooch to a mask of anger which turned her into something ugly and horrific. Rage swam through her face like piranhas through blood-infested waters. Her eyes narrowed, and an accusing finger lifted, pointing at Geraldo.
You are going to fucking hang, she said.
But, Your Highness...
Guards! Guards!
She squealed. There came a whump. Emilia's hair streamed behind her, and she blinked 10 times in rapid succession, simply not understanding what she was seeing, or indeed what had happened. She could see the pool, shimmering with crimson sunlight. Her entourage of sycophants were running around, apparently in circles, screaming and knocking over goblets of fine wine. But, she suddenly realized, the tent had gone, and so had Geraldo.
Geraldo?
She said, voice tiny. There came a distant crack, a pause, a sound like rainfall, and then the upper half of Geraldo's torso slammed onto the white flags before Emilia. From the broken waist trailed streamers of tendon and tattered muscle, and from the layers of meat and fat poked a broken hip, sheared away, jagged, stark white, and twitching. Emilia took a rapid succession of panting breaths, then screamed for help, screamed for guards. But everybody was running around in a panic like chickens in a hutch when a fox digs his way in. Emilia lifted her hand to her head, touching her fingers to her forehead, and swooned, toppling back onto the silk sheets, now speckled with Geraldo's blood. She waited for some attendance. When none came, she opened her eyes to see a dark shadow flit across the sky, wheel and dive. It approached so fast Emilia let out a gasp, and when it landed the whole tower shook as claws gouged long grooves through the white stone flags, cracking some, breaking others, ripping up more, so they exploded in a shower of shattered stone, which whirred across the tower top, causing several bludgeoned injuries. The dragon came to a halt, and its tail whipped out, connecting with 10 of Emilia's wailing entourage, and sending them spinning away like skittles, where they bounced from the roof of the Tower of the Moon and wailed a long way down into tumbling oblivion. The dragon turned, lazily, with utter contempt, and dark eyes fixed on Emilia. Slowly the head lowered, lips curled back, and the dragon grinned.
I am a princess,
squeaked Emilia, shuffling backwards, face a rictus of terror.
Princess Emilia, I have royal blood. I am the niece of King Yoon, you know. I have rights, you know.
Flames curled around Volak's lips, and her grin widened. Those dark eyes bore through Emilia's soul.
"You are a princess, you say?"
came Volak's powerful musical rumble.
"I am impressed."
You are?
Came the tiny squeak as Emilia's bladder suddenly weakened and urine stained the silk sheets.
"Yes. However,
However?
you are a princess, but I am the queen,"
said Volak, eyes narrowing.
"and this is my world now. Do you know what happens to enemy royalty when a royal throne is usurped?"
Emilia was shaking too much to reply. Volak smiled, showing far too many fangs.
"They burn,"
she said, and gave a tiny exhalation of fire which ignited Emilia and the bed on which she trembled. For a moment there was no response as her hair went up in flames and her skin started to blacken. Then she leapt off the bed, hands flapping, a wail erupting from flame-charred lips, and in a blind panic ran, slamming into the low barrier which surrounded the roof of the Tower of the Moon, to flip neatly over the side. The slap of imploding flesh and compacting bones came much, much later. Volak turned to see possibly 10 remaining sycophants, frozen in various naked poses, in what could possibly have been considered a comedy tableau if they hadn't been about to burn. Volak smiled at them. A young man screamed. Fire howled across the platform as Volak sang.
Chapter 5. Engineered.
It's getting closer.
Beatrax halted and looked at Talon, then Lilith, and finally Dake.
It's following us, ain't it?
Talon gave a single nod and aimed down the tunnel. A cool breeze blew, chilling the group, and making Talon's long hair drift gently in the airflow. A wail spun out again, a long and lonely ululation, a sound of pain and terror and ultimately despair.
"It sounds hurt,"
said Lilith slowly.
I wish it'd hurry up and die then,
snapped Beatrax.
"That's beneath you, Trax."
Sorry,
he mumbled. The wail went up again, closer. They heard several crunching sounds and more thumps.
We're going to have to fight,
said Talon.
Not here,
snapped Beatrax.
We need somewhere better to defend. Come on.
They started to jog, and the corridor sloped down, the rough, rocky floor spiraled with rainbow colors of spilled oil. The tunnel opened into a chamber filled with a myriad of engineering objects. There was a row of perhaps 20 mining carts, several on rails, which then led off into adjoining tunnels before disappearing in the darkness. There were 2 carts on their sides with missing wheels and sections of undercarriage cut free. This was obviously some kind of repair shop. A collection of oil-filled barrels stood next to one shed, together with piles of ropes and chains. There were racks of mining tools along one far wall, and a large well, its circular wall fashioned from stones cut from the chamber. Next to where they entered were various wooden scaffolds, which towered up to their right, perhaps 20 to 30 feet in height.
A good place to fight?
Said Talon. Beatrax nodded.
You get up there on that scaffold, lad. I'll stand here with Dake and lure it into the open. And whatever it is emerges from that tunnel, you shower it with arrows, all right? And, you girls better go hide behind the shed and take Jail with you, the spineless little fucker.
I can fight,
said Jail quietly, but Beatrax ignored him.
Hide behind the shed?
Sakura snarled at Beatrax.
What are you, some kind of idiot?
She pulled free 2 knives and scowled at him.
I could kick your ass any time, fat man. Just name the place and time.
Beatrax grinned.
That's more like it,
he said, and moved to a space before the tunnel opening. He rolled his neck and shoulders and readied his axe, then watched Talon climb the scaffold, taking precise care with each hand and foothold.
You climb that scaffold like old people fuck, he said.
Talon stopped, turned, and frowned.
Feel free to climb up it yourself,
you sarcastic old goat.
I don't like heights, all right?
Now, don't be like that. I was simply observing that if you moved any fucking slower, the fight might be over before you even get the chance to loose off a single arrow.
If you didn't keep interrupting my concentration, then maybe I'd actually get to the top of this pile of shit.
Beatrax swore in several different languages, including Mudorc, and faced the tunnel, and waited. Socorro stood to his left, loosening up, and Lilith moved back, her face filled with apprehension.
Something bad is coming, she realized. Something old. Something changed by the magic of the elders. The magic of Equiem.
She shuddered, and delved down deep inside herself, searching her repertoire, her internal library of white spells, magic used for healing and cures. There were hundreds. But deep down, past the layers of civility, through clouds of spiritual fog which protected her, were the dark spells, tangled tales of Equiem magic. She had once taken an oath to never, ever use them, for to use dark Equiem was to give away a part of one's soul, a little bit at a time. Every time you used the dark arts, they infected you, ate away at you, gradually transforming a person from good to evil, until you stood in a place where you no longer had any control, and were completely lost. Eventually, Equiem took away your humanity. Even casting a single spell would send Lilith on a dark road towards the Chaos Halls.
Beatrax?
Yes, Lil? He was eyeing Talon as he reached the top of the scaffold, and peered over the edge tentatively, as if frightened he might fall. Beatrax tutted, shaking his head.
Whatever comes through that tunnel opening, kill it.
Beatrax frowned. You've changed your tune.
Just do it.
All right. He twirled his axe in a figure of 8, a blur of steel, blades hissing. Kill it. I got it. He stood, shoulders braced, and waited, eyes narrowing. Dake stood slightly to one side, out of range of Beatrax's blades. He didn't want them in the back of the head by accident. A cool breeze drifted from the tunnel opening. Behind, from some far section of the chamber, water dripped. There came a creaking sound from one of the shacks, and Beatrax turned around once more, the hackles rising on the back of his neck. Something felt wrong, out of place.
It's the dark arts,
whispered Lilith. Beatrax shrugged and faced the gloomy hole of the tunnel. The sounds had stopped. Silence oozed from the dark hole like black honey, and Beatrax shivered. You ready up there, Archer?
I am, Axeman.
You'll watch my back, right?
Have I ever let you down?
When you do, I'll be dead, that's for sure.
Trust me, Trax.
Beatrax nodded, and his humor had gone as he prepared to fight. Something was coming, he could feel it, as unstoppable as the seasons, as terrifying as nature. And then it was there. It halted within the depths of the tunnel, its breathing slow-paced and husky. Then there came a flowering of flame, just for an instant, which blossomed like the opening petals of a dark rose, before it withered and died, the rose crumbling to ash.
What the fuck is that?
Said Socorro, breathing deeply, calming herself. Not quite sure, said Beatrax. But it'll die, just like any other bastard.
It's studying us,
said Lilith carefully.
It is a monster, but it's intelligent.
Why doesn't it attack?
I don't know,
said Lilith.
But it has been tracking us. It has our scent in its nostrils.
They waited, watching the beast in the darkness. And then it stepped forward, slowly, into the light.
By the 7 sisters,
said Lilith, taking another step back. Flames flickered around the strange, twisted dragon snout. Black eyes glittered, watching them, as its tail whipped backwards and forwards like an angry cat, the speared tip glinting, razor-sharp, whining through the air. Beatrax acknowledged this and was about to charge, when flames rumbled around the creature's grinning maw. It has fire, said Beatrax, through clenched teeth, out of the side of his mouth. Socorro nodded, dumbly. She had never seen anything quite like it, Well, she had, but Orlana's splice had been a completely different proposition. This was horrific beyond anything she'd ever witnessed.
"You are one ugly motherfucker," snapped Beatrax,
and his words snapped the spell. The beast let out a sudden high-pitched wail and charged, thundering forward, black and green scales glinting, legs stomping, tail whipping about. Beatrax watched carefully. Then his eyes flickered to Talon. A shaft hissed through the gloom, smashing into the creature's back, making it rear its head, screaming, as Beatrax stepped to one side and his axe slashed out. A blade was deflected by scales and a shower of sparks, and the creature slammed past as Sakura danced backwards and the tail came around, slashing in a horizontal arc that crashed into Beatrax at midriff height, doubling him over and sending him flying across the rocky floor, face purple, gasping for breath, axe clattering off to one side. Dake ran in, sword raised, eyes hard, but a second swipe of the beast's tail lashed out, cracking him around the head and sending him rolling to slam against a stack of old wooden crates. He rose for a moment, but then slumped to the ground, stunned, clutching his head where blood trickled from a savage wound in his cheek and from his nose. Sakura leapt at the beast, and a blast of flames sent her skipping away, knives glinting, eyes wide. Attack forgotten as the heat scorched her eyebrows and hands. The beast turned, panting, and glittering eyes fixed on Lilith. Lilith took a step back, her voice a gasp, spells suddenly forgotten under that Equiem-born gaze. Beatrax got to his knees, then his feet, but he was too far away. An arrow flashed, hitting the creature behind one ear before deflecting and whining off across the chamber. A second arrow followed, punching into the creature's back just below the shoulder blade. The point went between scales and bit deep, with a solid thunk of steel in flesh. The beast grunted and turned away from Lilith and looked up at Talon on the scaffold. Sakura leapt onto its back, a dagger flashing down, but it grated against dragon scales. A thick-fingered hand, sporting long, dangerous claws, reached back, plucked Sakura from its back, holding her suspended and dangling for a moment, and then launched her across the chamber, where she hit an upturned minecart, folded around it with a grunt of pain, and lay still, a broken doll. Talon fired another arrow, but the creature sidestepped, and it skimmed from its twisted dragon head. The beast grinned, took a deep breath, and a stream of fire blasted across the chamber, hitting the scaffolding and igniting the wood. Talon squawked. Beatrax charged, axe slashing out, but a backhanded swipe sent him rolling across the floor to hit the wall of the shack. Dust and pieces of wood rained down on him, making him sneeze violently and sag as several huge chunks of wood thundered down onto his skull, and unconsciousness threatened him with a dark, dropping veil. The beast charged at the scaffold, and Talon fired 2, 3, 4 arrows, which glanced away. A fifth shaft hit the creature in the eye, but it didn't even slow, smashing into the lower struts of scaffold which groaned and twisted and sagged. Talon slipped and grabbed a support as the whole structure groaned again, moving to one side in its entirety, flailing like a dying dancer on ice. "Fuck!" screamed Talon, as flames roared around him and he dropped his bow. "Trax! Sakura!" But he could see Sakura. She was out of the game. Dake was unconscious, blood under his face, and Beatrax sat like a drunkard in a gutter, shaking his head, wondering what had hit him. Talon's eyes, reflecting the glow of roaring fire, met with Lilith's. The heat was rising fast now, and his boots were burning. "Help me," said his eyes. Lilith sighed, her face filled with sorrow. "I cannot," said her eyes. "I cannot access the dark arts, or my soul will surely be gone." And so Talon waited to burn, as the creature smashed and broke and slashed at the scaffold, the only narrow collapsing barrier between Talon and fire and death. "We're all going to die," he realized, and desolation filled his soul. "We're never going home again." Chapter 6. Iron Wolves. Trista was tall, elegant, and incredibly beautiful. She wore a stunning green silk ball gown, which billowed out from her waist in a globe reinforced by wires to keep the shape. It sparkled with glittering sequins. Her shoes were a glossy green to match, exclusive items made to measure by Hitchkins of Drakerath. She wore a gold watch on one wrist, which shone with inset precious stones, and a diamond bracelet on the other, which sparkled as it caught the firelight from various flickering brands. Trista's face had high cheekbones and nobility, cheeks flushed pink, lips painted with just the right pastel shade of green. Her earrings glittered with yet more diamonds, set in molten tiers of silver. Her luscious blonde hair was piled atop her head, curls stacked and skillfully interwoven to add a foot in height to her already athletic frame. Music was playing. It was a wedding march. Trista stepped across the stone flags, heels clacking, and paused by a column at the rear of the church. The ceremony was in progress, the bride in white, the groom and his best man in dark grey. She clutched flowers, he clutched his own hands. They made a perfect couple. They were beautiful and happy, and Trista could smell the stench of their perfection. "Beautiful people," she muttered. A grey-haired old lady turned from the back pew and frowned at her. Trista shrugged, lifted her glass of wine and sipped, sighting on the perfect couple with their perfect lives and perfect minds and perfect jobs and perfect marriage, and she felt the hate coursing through her veins. "Those fucking bastards," she whispered. The old woman turned again and tutted, scowling. "It'll never last." Trista wiped away a tear and took another sip. "The newly wedded how fucking sweet. Their lives perfect. They are lucky beyond belief. They have a long, bright, sparkling future ahead of them. They will consummate the marriage, and she will carry his seed, and they'll have a plump, bouncing baby girl, soon followed by a golden-haired, utterly perfect, beautiful little brother. And the world will be so right for them. Their future will be an everlasting fucking dream." The grey-haired old woman stood up and turned towards her. Trista felt a secret blade emerge from up the sleeve of her ball gown and appear concealed in her fist. But maybe their future won't be so perfect after all. Maybe he'll be out drinking, laughing with his friends, and end up in a savage bar brawl. Maybe he'll get stabbed in the guts, lie bleeding in the gutter, calling for his lovely new wife. But he'll die and bleed everywhere like a spear-stuck pig. And where will she be then, I wonder? Will she move to his best friend, slip into his bed between his sheets like some whore at the sign of a silver coin? He'll touch her, as her husband used to touch her, and she'll sigh and coo, and they'll fuck, him sliding in and out her cunt wet with her eagerness. How sick, how crass. We're all just fucking animals. There's no faith, no honor, no nobility, no fucking loyalty. We're all whores, all fucking whores. And every whore deserves to die. The grey-haired old woman was close now. Her mouth had opened, and suddenly her eyes dropped and saw the blade, glinting orange with firelight. Trista recognized the signs of an impending scream, and she tensed, ready to move fast. "There you are," rumbled Deck, stepping from behind a pillar, his hand on her shoulder. The blade flashed, a reaction, instinct, and a tiny droplet of blood appeared under one of Deck's eyes. He stared hard at her. "You've been watching me." "I've been watching you," he agreed. Deck's eyes shifted from Trista's face to the grey-haired old woman. Quietly he growled, "Go sit down if you know what's good for you." Then he grinned. "What have I become?" whispered Trista, going from absolute anger to sudden deflation in one heartbeat. "You're just troubled," smiled Deck. "Like the rest of us. But you're getting better. I know you're getting better." "I'm a monster," she said, and her tears wet Deck's shoulder. "You're no monster," he said, hugging her tight. "You have your reasons, I know that, but you are improving." How How the fuck am I improving? She hissed. Dec nodded to where the bride and groom were kissing. People cheered and threw fruit and confetti. Because they're still alive, he said. Now, come on, come with me. We have a job to do. Trista nodded and took Dec's rough, calloused hand and allowed him to lead her from the church. On the way out, he reached up and touched the nick, his finger coming away with blood. He smiled, a grim smile, and stepped with Trista out into the light. Dec drained the wine flagon in one, belched, and launched it at the flagstones where it shattered into 100 jagged pieces. He clenched and unclenched his fists, brows furrowed, battered, broken features, clearly annoyed as he digested the words he'd just endured. One half-stitched wound below his eye had opened and slowly disgorged beads of blood that left a trail like crimson tears down his face. The landlord stepped over and pointed. "None of that, son," he said. Dec stared at him and went to rise, but Trista reached out, her palm against the brutal pugilist's shoulder, pushing him back down. "We'll pay for it," she said. "By fuck we will," growled Dec, scowling. "Dec." He met Trista's cool, unnerving gaze and looked away. She was incredibly beautiful, her cheeks flushed pink, lips painted, diamond earrings glittering with reflection from the open, roaring fire. Her head was piled high with luscious blonde curls, her teeth white and perfect and often smiling. And yet, here was possibly one of the few people in the whole of Vagandrak Dec would not broker an argument with. You did not fuck with Trista. Trista was a simple and brutal incarnation of knife death. "Yeah, well, tell that fat, dumb, drunk bastard to close his mouth or I'll knock out his few remaining teeth. He just won't let it go, Tris. Just won't fucking let it go. Week after week, every time I think that's it, he's moved past it. He just brings it up again, like a bad coin. I'm sick of it, sick to my bones." Trista leaned close. "I know, Dec, but we've been through hard times, you know that. It's just Narnok's way, his way of getting over it." "Getting over what I did?" "Yes, and the rest. The torture which followed, the facial scarring, that bastard Xander putting out his eye with acid. It's like you are his pressure release valve. Without you, I'm not sure what he'd do. It's almost like you've become his reason to live, to fight, and to hate." "Well, I'm fucking sick of it," complained Dec. He looked up, tattooed fists clenched again as Narnok half staggered across the busy tavern. The Fighting Cocks was crowded on this late afternoon. It was the day following labourers' payday, and Vagandrak was awash with ditch-diggers, stone-breakers, builders, cesspit cleaners, all eager to enjoy their single day off, usually with a generous measure of alcohol thrown in. Narnok. The giant axeman sat, and his stool creaked. His face was a nightmare mask of crisscrossed scars. One eye was a milky white, obviously blind, and he had thick-banded tattoos, many of them military in origin, up his wide arms and across his neck. He grabbed his tankard and downed the dregs, then belched. He rubbed his hand through his beard, then turned his good eye on Dec and surveyed the shattered flagon. "You have an accident?" "No." "What's wrong with you?" Narnok scowled. "Leave it," said Trista, and glanced across to Mola, who was asleep on one arm, drunk and useless. Mola was snoring. Trista kicked him hard on the shin under the table, but the snoring simply changed pitch and tone. "It's you, ain't it?" scowled Dec, unable to help himself. "Same fucking moan, same fucking argument. All the fucking time, it's all I fucking hear, you banging on about Kachuna, and how I will, you know, fucked her. See, there you go again. You fucked my wife, Dec. What do you want me to do? Forget about it? rumbled the huge axeman. And now he'd flushed red with anger, and Trista sighed because she could see the argument, and possibly the fight, the eternal fight, looming large and very real. She noted that Narnock had shifted slightly, and was leaning more towards his double-headed axe, butterfly blades on the flagstones haft against the wall.
You want me to forget that your stupid, battered mouth closed around her nipples, suckling away like a greedy babe at its mother? Perhaps you'd like me to ignore your hand on her quim, fingers sliding inside. That's my wife, Dick. My fucking wife. And you had your fingers inside her cunt, honey.
His temper was rising incrementally.
So, Dick, my old friend, my old chum, you want me to forget you sliding your cock inside her greased quim, do you? Pounding away at her like some sailor at the docks with a cheap whore. You want me to forget it?
They both surged to their feet, jaws clenched, fists cracking, heads slamming together as they stared and stared hard, deep into one another's souls.
Let it go, brother, said Dick, or by the gods I'll fucking pound you to the dirt. I'd like to see you try.
They froze. Trista had risen, a shining, silver, razor-sharp knife in each hand. Blades touched throats. Her words were calm and measured and soft and sweet, but her eyes were raging. Inside her soul there was a furnace that would never go out. "I love you both," she said, ejected on sweet breath and with a smile that could break 1,000,000 hearts. "And you know I would never kill you. But I swear, if you do not cease this foolishness, I will cut you, both of you, deep and bad, not enough to kill, but enough to make you wish you were dead." Slowly, Dick and Narnock backed away, still scowling, faces like a summer thunderstorm. They sank to their stools.
"Well, it's him, ain't it, Tris?"
grumbled Dick.
"If he hadn't done it, I couldn't complain about it,"
moaned Narnock.
"Shut up,"
hissed Trista.
"He'll be here soon, and he needs our help. And what's he going to think if this is the sight he's presented with? He's an iron wolf by the 7 sisters. Have some decorum for a brother, will you?"
Dick nodded and picked up another wine flagon, taking a hefty swig. Narnock rubbed his beard and belched.
"Remind me again who he is?"
Trista sighed.
"Kareem Math fought at Desecra against the Mud Orcs. Kiki knew him, spoke very highly of him, said he had a demon in his soul." "Well, I don't remember no Math, fucker,"
said Narnock, scowling and taking a heavy drink of ale.
"I do," said Dick quietly. "He was a dangerous motherfucker. Dark skin, big bushy beard. Sergeants kept ordering him to shave it off, but he refused. Did 90 days in military prison. Still wouldn't shave that fucking beard off. They sent in 3 staffs to do it for him, and they broke their noses and cheekbones. Good lad. Salt of the earth."
"Did you fight him in the pits?" Dick shook his head.
"No, he was more morals than that. Wouldn't fight for money, only to the death."
Dick looked up.
"So don't piss him off, all right? I have no need to pick a fight with this man," growled Narnock. "After all, he didn't shag my wife."
He gave a narrow smile with thin, scarred lips.
"You see, Tris," moaned Dick. "See what I have to put up with?"
At that point, the door to the Fighting Cocks opened, and Kareem Math stepped in. He was over 6 feet tall, massively broad, and carried himself like a natural athlete, a warrior. His dark eyes swept the tavern, and most turned away under that dark, intense gaze. Then he spotted Trista, and his face cracked into a smile, and he moved across the tavern in much the same way as a galleon glides through a collection of bobbing, useless rowing boats.
"Trista!"
He held out his hand, and she shook, her small, white fingers engulfed by fists easily as big as Dick's. He surveyed Narnock and Dick coolly, not fazed in the slightest by their size, demeanour, oozing menace, or reputation. He grinned then, a full-teeth grin, and sat down, The stool creaked.
"You're as big as I remember,"
said Trista, and gave a little flutter of her eyelids. Kareem beamed. "Well, that's a very nice thing to say, Trista. You're certainly as beautiful as I remember." Dec leant forward. "What the fuck is this? Have you come to lick pussy, or is there a fucking reason for your visit?" Kareem eyed Dec up and down, face slowly dropping into a frown. "Hey, friend, I have a problem, and came here to talk to Trista about said problem. I don't need no broken-toothed simpleton interjecting on the conversation. Now, if you don't like me and Tris smiling at one another, I suggest you fuck off and find a whorehouse." He smiled. "Somewhere they like to pander to your kind." Dec kicked back, but Nanak grabbed him. With power and momentum, Dec dragged Nanak halfway down the table. "What the fuck does that mean?" snarled Dec. "My fucking kind." Calm down, beamed Nanak, still holding a flagon. Kareem shrugged and looked at Trista. "I thought you said they were cool." "No," she pursed her pretty lips. "I said they were headstrong and a little insane, but salt of the earth and usually willing to help a fellow Iron Wolf, especially one who fought on the walls of Desecra." Kareem nodded and stood, stool scraping. He eyed Dec, gaze narrowing. "You're quick to anger, my friend," he said. "So I'll be saying goodbye. I didn't realize my brothers would be such a prickly fucking bunch. I ain't come here to fight. I came here for help, because I need it. And I thought my Iron Wolf brothers would be the ones to turn to in, like, my times of trouble." Nanak scrabbled to his feet and moved fast. "Listen, lad," he said, and belched. "Don't pay much attention to Dec. He's a fucking horse steak on occasion, and if I didn't love him like a brother, I would have chopped him from crown to bloody bollocks with yonder axe." He nodded in a vague direction of his ill-abused weapon. "Look, lad, sit down. Tell us your problem. We'll help you if we can." He forced a smile and patted Kareem on the shoulder. Slowly Kareem sat. He frowned a little and glanced at Dec. "It's all right," said Dec, scowling at Nanak. "Nan is right. We'll help if we can." Kareem took a deep breath. "I have a problem. And it's not your normal kind of problem that can be sorted by cracking a few skulls." "Well, you look handy enough for that, lad," said Nanak. Mola snored in the corner, head now back against the stone wall, dead to the world, or as close to death as alcohol would allow. "Go on." "Well, it concerns the Red Thumb Gang." "Ah," said Nanak. "Oh," said Dec. "We know those bastards pretty well," smiled Trista, sipping daintily at a goblet of wine. As a rule, she did not drink. She could not stand to lose control, and recognized inherently that to be a warrior one had to retain one's senses at all times. Not that it stopped Nanak and Dec, but then that's why they had considerably fewer teeth than Trista. "I hate those bastards," muttered Nanak. "You know why they're called the Red Thumb Gang?" Kareem nodded, but Nanak, fueled by pride and ale, continued anyway. "When they murder some poor unfortunate bastard, they leave a bloody thumbprint in the middle of his or her forehead." "I am aware of this," said Kareem gently, looking to Trista, who shrugged as if to say, "He's going to say what he's going to say. There's no stopping the drunk old bastard when he's on a roll. Better just let him get it out of his system, like piss into a piss trough. When he needs to go, he needs to go." "Red thumbs. Bah! They think they rule every criminal activity in every city from here to the other pissing side of Vagandrak. Think they control the honeyleaf in Drakerath, the horse in Zaret, illegal sorcery in Katarok. But we showed them, didn't we, Mola? Eh? Mola! Remember that thing with the elf rats?" Mola continued to snore. "Anyway," interjected Trista, "please, Kareem, tell us your problem. Something to do with money, I presume? It would appear it's very easy to get into financial difficulties with the Red Thumb Gang,
And once you're in their pocket, you fucking stay in their pocket, if you know what I mean.
Money? Kareem gave a small laugh. If only it were that simple. Go on, said Nanak. I fell in love, said Kareem, looking down at the rough-sawn wooden planks of the drinking bench. I said it would never happen. I always said I was a military man. Fighting was in my blood. I'd never succumb to a bloody woman's magical charms. That's what I always swore. But I did. I fell, and I fell hard. How's that a problem? Rumbled Dek. Well, said Kareem, scratching his whiskers, have you heard of Debenazir Salt? Red Thumb Overlord? Growled Dek. Got his name because he'd decapitate his enemies, cut their heads right off, scoop out their brains, and fill their empty heads with salt. He'd have them upside down, lining the drive to his big house on the outskirts of Vegan. I knocked some of his teeth out once. Dek grinned. Nearly started a fucking war. And you're still alive? Dek winked. I don't kill easy, son. And luckily he was drunk, too drunk to remember my ugly mug. So he must have been pissed. Anyways, what did you do? Shag his wife? Nanak reddened and scowled at Dek. You just can't let that sort of thing lie, can you? He snapped. No, said Dek. I didn't mean anything like that. I didn't mean nothing by it. I was making an observation, is all. Yeah, but you couldn't say it different, could you? Had to say shag his wife, just like you shagged mine. Don't fucking start again, Nan. Guys, said Trista. Focus, Kareem, problem, Red Thumb Gang, remember. Grumbling, the two iron wolves subsided, and Kareem continued. Debenazir Salt, scum of the earth, human offal waiting to shuffle off this mortal coil. Well, he has a few sons, and he has a daughter. Ah, said Trista, nodding in understanding. Met her at a dance. Beautiful, charming, funny. We laughed all night. What a woman. Said I'd never fall in love. Well, I did. We ran like idiots through the city, drinking, laughing, loving, for weeks, ignored the world. I've never had so much fun in my entire life. I've never been so happy. Then, one night, I'm relaxing by my fire. I love a good fire. A big fire, stacked up with logs I've chopped with my own hands, like. And there's a knock at the door. I'm a bit mellow. Been on the old spirits. My brother imports them from the east, so I'm pretty oiled. And I open the door, and these three big bruisers bustle in. Now, I'm not a man to start trouble, but three big fuckers coming into my comfy living space. So I broke a few jaws, sent them running. An hour later, 10 of the cunts turn up. So we have a bit of a scuffle, but some bastard hits me from behind with a helve. Down I go. Wake up hanging from Suicide Bridge in the Scourge, watching the dark waters toiling underneath me, black like ink. I'm groggy from the pickaxe handle, but I'm switched on enough to make out Debenazir Salt. Big, ponderous fat lump of horse shit. Waddles over, leers down at me, gives me some fucking lecture about befouling his pure daughter and all that shite. Then they hoist me up, slap me around a bit, break both my thumbs, and tell me if I ever go near her again, I'll be dead, Kareem. He sat back, frowning. So, you love this woman? Said Nanak. With all my heart. No chance of you, finding another fish in the fish pond, like? Kareem stared hard at Nanak. I don't think so, he said. So you need to convince this Salt guy that you're a good man, somebody worthy to take his daughter's hand in marriage. Am I right? Yes, said Kareem. But he's a murderous psychopath who scoops out brains and fills hollow heads with salt and uses them as lawn decoration. That'd be it, said Kareem. Dek thought about this. I think you're pretty fucked, lad, he said. Mola continued to snore, a rumbling backdrop like that of a gentle earthquake.
"You know what I suggest," said Nanak.
"What?"
"Marry her in secret and run away together. If she loves you as much as you think she does, then fuck everybody else. Fuck them all. You go for it. Bloody kidnap her, fast horses, dead of night, and all that. Dead romantic. I'll come and give you some backup if you like."
"I was hoping for a more diplomatic solution," said Kareem. "One that meant I could still live in Vegan with my true love, live a normal life, have fun, raise children, watch them grow into men. You know, in normal life, not on the run like some criminal, hunted by criminals, always watching my back. That's no life, Nanak."
Said Nanak.
"Trista?" Kareem's eyes were pleading.
"Don't ask her," rumbled Dek. "She's a psycho when it comes to weddings. She has a certain history with brides and grooms."
"Dek!" snapped Trista, eyes wide, face flushing red. Fury was suddenly her mistress, and they all realized she'd palmed a blade. It gleamed by the light of the fire in the hearth, and the candles that circulated the room on silver candelabra, flames flickering like serpent fangs.
"I cannot fucking believe you just said that."
Her knuckles were white around the shaft. The tip of the steel trembled just a little.
"Sorry, Trista," mumbled Dek. "I wasn't thinking proper." "Yeah, well, you never do," said Nanak with a thunderous scowl. "That's why you upset Trista here, and I think you deserve that blade in your belly, by the way. And that's why you did what you did."
"Did what I did?" Dek's voice was murderously low.
"That thing you did with my wife."
"I don't know what you mean, Nanak. Better spell it out, letter by fucking letter."
"That sexual act you did."
"You mean when I, fucked your wife?"
"That's right, when you fucked my wife."
"Well, she fucking enjoyed it."
"Not as much as I'm going to enjoy this."
"What?" Nanak slammed a sudden left hook at Dek, who swayed back, years in the fighting pits kicking in and fueling his instincts by a will to survive and win money. Lots of money. Nanak howled and leapt forward, crashing into Dek, and they both tumbled backwards, taking the table and all the drinks with them. Kareem and Trista leapt away from an upended table and flowing ale and wine, whilst Mola continued to snore in the corner, oblivious to the mayhem kicking off. Dek grabbed Nanak in a headlock, but Nanak was big and mightily strong, and he threw off Dek's warrior embrace and swung another punch. But Dek was moving, clawing his way to his feet to stand, swaying the worse for wear with so much ale and wine.
"Don't do this, Nan," he roared.
"Not in here!" screeched the landlady, running forward and placing herself between the two large men. "You fuckers are not breaking up my bar again. Now, my husband might be a spineless wheelbarrow of horse shit, and yes, I know you're hiding behind the bar, you useless sack of turds, but you two fuckers are going to take this outside, or by all the gods and the seven sisters, and by all the fucking demons in the chaos halls, I'm going to call the city watch and have you locked up for a fucking week. Then I'll pay a goodly sum to bribe the watch to make sure the thumbs look after you during your stay. I am so sick of your fighting and damaging my premises. Now get the fuck out." It was quite an outburst from such a little woman, but it worked, especially on Dek. Dek had possessed an inordinate amount of respect for his mum, and so he could not help but obey the majority of women he met. He simply could not help himself. Women to Dek were on a plinth beside the gods. They were to be trusted and respected and honoured. Woe betide any man Dek caught laying a finger on a woman. Dek would break that finger, then hand, arm, shoulder, and neck.
"Come on,"
he rumbled.
"I'm going out for a piss." "Not with me, you're not,"
growled Nanak.
"Well, use the fucking ladies, then. You've certainly grown a pussy these last few months."
Dek stumbled towards the fighting cock's exit. Everybody moved out of his way. Everybody. You did not fuck with Dek the pit fighter unless you wanted a broken jaw, and a few broken ribs, maybe a broken leg. But before he reached the exit, the heavy oak plank door was flung open, and 6 large armed men squeezed through the portal. Muscles bulged, faces gleamed with sweat, eyes were narrowed. They were an ugly bunch, and even an idiot could see they meant trouble. They oozed fight from every stinking pore. Dec halted, sobering fast, and checked out these newcomers. Behind him he heard a hissed intake of breath. Nanak, who'd been about to follow Dec out, reached for his axe, sat on a creaking stool, and gently laid the weapon across his knees. "A ripe bunch," muttered Trista. Nanak nodded.
"Weak mullah."
"I know these fuckers," said Karim, and his hands curled into fists.
"They're red thumb. Work down the docks for salt."
And even as Karim finished the sentence, a ponderous man squeezed through the doorway. He was a fat man, but tall, maybe 6 feet and 5, and one could see why some might underestimate him. His belly flopped into rolls, his thighs were like tree trunks, and a great udder hung under his chin, wobbling with every movement, every gesture, like some kind of distended chicken giblet. But Nanak, Dec, even Trista, could see beyond the excesses of pork pie and fried potatoes, rich cream and sugared fancies. They could see the strength which formed the trunk of the man. Yes, he was fat, but he was a solid motherfucker, if ever they'd seen one. Salt surveyed the inner workings of the Fighting Cocks as one might survey something nasty they'd trod in down in the scregs. He was dressed in bright fabrics, a mixture of tweeds with ruffs and scarves, with colours and country greens. It was a random mishmash that only the crazy or the heavily protected could have pulled off in Vegan. Most men would have been laughed out of the room, but one sight of this massive gentleman, with his odd dress sense and 6 heavies, caused the feisty landlady to head behind the bar, joining her cowering husband and putting any future breakages down to experience.
"Ahem,"
said Salt, dramatically, looking straight through Dec as if the pit fighter was a simple inconsequence, and settling his small black eyes on a face as ripe as any ham joint, on Karim. Karim went pale, face tightening, lips pursing, head drooping a little as if to say, "Oh shit, oh no, why me, why now?"
"There's always somebody wants to stick their nose into your life," he muttered. "Always somebody wants to stab you in the back."
He stood, fists clenching and unclenching. Debonazier Salt sauntered across the tavern's main room as if he owned it, brushing past Dec like a petal on the wind brushes against a tree. Only, as Salt passed, in happy, fat ignorance, so Dec reached out behind himself, scowling, grabbed Salt's ridiculous jacket, and tugged. Salt teetered backwards, and sat suddenly on the boards with a thump. Somebody laughed. The 6 bodyguards bristled, and one rushed forward towards Dec, face crimson in anger, lips snarling and spitting. Dec's straight left split the man's lip, his right hook broke his jaw, and an uppercut elbow sent him spinning backwards where his blood washed the floorboards. He scattered tables on his way down, where he stayed down. Dec lifted his head, and suddenly Nanak was standing behind him, axe in both fists, beard bristling something horrid, and behind Nanak came Trista and Karim. Trista held 2 blades, and Karim had drawn a short sword, which he brandished in his swarthy fists. Mola snored in the corner.
"You see,"
said Dec, turning and looking down at Salt,
"if there's something I can't fucking stand, it's being ignored, brushed aside like I'm some little fucking girl with spots and a funny skirt and hair in pigtails. Do you know who I am?"
Apoplectic rage. Dec squatted and looked into Salt's face.
"Yeah, cunt. Red thumb. Deb a sleazy twat or something. Can't say I give a fuck. Now, do you know who I am? Because I was skewering fucking mudhawks through the eyeballs and sending 100 corpses a day to the Chaos Halls, whilst you were sat in your pantry stuffing juicy pies down your fucking throat. My name's Dec. You might have heard of me."
Salt gave a chuckle.
Yes, I've heard of you. And you might think you're the hard man of the fighting pits, but I've got 50 like you, all willing to die for me.
I'm not willing to die for you, said Dec. He grinned, a particularly nasty grin. But I'm certainly willing to kill for you, or more precisely, you. Wait, said Karim, coming forward. Dec, please, help Debenazir stand. Grumbling, Dec did so, grunting and straining at the immense weight. Salt brushed himself down and looked around the group, then back to his bodyguards, including the unconscious one bloodying the boards. He made a mental note to fire him, then amended it. Fuck it, the bastard would be fed to the dogs.
Karim Maff,
Salt smiled, but the smile was with his lips, not his eyes. Yes?
I am confused.
How so?
I thought we'd made an agreement that you would leave Vegan forever and leave my daughter, Titania, alone. Or I would have my men do unspeakable things to you, and then you would die. I thought it a particularly simple concept to grasp.
I love her, said Karim, teeth clenching.
You love Titania?
Yes.
Then leave, and cause her no more heartache. I will not stand for it. I am a respected businessman in these parts, and you have taken my young sweetheart away from me. No, I won't allow it. Leave, Karim. Leave or die.
Look, said Nanak, stepping forward, and Salt glanced down at the axe.
Nanak, the Axe-Man,
said Salt. That's me, said Nanak with a grin, bristling, happy his reputation had preceded him.
You smell worse than they say.
Eh? Debenazir Salt smiled, and his men were shuffling forward, so the Dec turned and scowled, and they stopped.
Gentlemen and ladies,
Salt tipped a wink to Trista, then suddenly hoisted an uppercut that caught Nanak by surprise, lifting the axeman into the air and sending him sprawling backwards, his sheer weight and flailing size sending Trista and Karim crashing to the floor. Dec whirled on him, and Salt lifted his fists.
Come on, Dec. Let's see what you've got, you ugly fucking son of a whore.
Dec lifted his fists, glanced at Salt's men, scowled. You really want to fight me, fat man? I'll fucking eat you. The left straight skimmed past Dec's ear, a fast punch he'd hardly seen coming. It was followed by a right that he blocked, a few jabs, then a thundering right hook that dropped Dec and left him sitting there, feeling like he'd been hit by a sledgehammer. Salt straightened his jacket as his men came forward. More had entered the fighting cocks, and these carried loaded crossbows. There were 15, maybe 20. It was a crowd of muscle, an orgy of weaponry. And it all seemed to happen so fast.
You see,
said Salt, bending to whisper his intimacy in Dec's ear.
All you see is a fat old man before you. And yes, I have partaken of the pie and the wine flagon these last 10 years. But in my fucking day, I was champion of the fighting pits. Ask your little friend Weasel. He knows my name.
Groggy, Dec swayed where he sat, like a drunkard, a honeyleaf abuser.
Surprised, motherfucker?
Dec groaned. Salt leaned even closer.
Your little friend here, Karim, came to you to see if you could persuade me to let my only daughter bed him like a fucking whore. What drugs is he on? What fucking continent? And you, oh yes, the Iron Wolves, so hard of reputation. You thought you could stand against the Red Thumb Gang?
He laughed, a sickly, mocking laugh.
All I can say is...
Dec grabbed his head-butted him with force, breaking his nose, head-butted him another 4 times, then dragged him into a bear hug. Crossbows wavered. but Salt's men could not shoot, for their master's huge body lay astride Deck like some bloated lover, as Deck head-butted and punched. He reached down, grabbed Salt's bollocks and squeezed hard. Salt screamed like a woman.
"Tell your men to lay down their weapons."
"Never! I'd rather die!"
"Or be a eunuch."
"Lay down your weapons!"
screeched Salt.
"Fuck that!"
said one big bodyguard, and triggered a bolt. It whined across the tavern, skimming Kareem's ear, drawing blood. Kareem touched his raped earlobe, frowned, and leapt at the man, launching a ferocious onslaught of punches which battered the large man backwards until his back whacked against the bar, at which point the feisty landlady reared behind him with a flagon of wine and smashed it over his head. But still he didn't go down, until Kareem took several backward steps, ran, and leapt both boots connecting with a man's jaw. Down he went, crashing through the bar, splintering the wood and tangled up with Kareem and broken shards of flagon. Kareem kept punching. It was all he could think to do. Trista launched herself at the bodyguards. There came several clicks and whines, but like a ghost she danced through the enemy, small knives slashing left and right. No killing blows, not yet, but opening arms and legs and chest muscles, more than enough to sting, enough to slice muscle, sever a few tendons, disabling but not life-threatening. And all the time she imagined the men to be wearing smart, formal wedding attire, a white rose in their buttonholes, their boots polished and shining, and she screamed, "You bastards! You dirty, fucking, cheating bastards!" as they dropped to their knees, wondering what hit them, wondering how she dodged crossbow bolts and carved open their flesh with fruit knives like a dancer in a dream of death. Nanak was not so forgiving. He didn't like being punched. He particularly didn't like uppercuts, and he certainly didn't like being laid out on his back like a stranded kipper by a fat man with no dress sense and a name so stupid it belonged in a poetry pamphlet. His axe sang. There came a crunch. A head sailed across the tavern, spinning, pissing droplets of blood in its wake. A sudden hiatus. A hush descended on the tavern. A seriousness. A bar fight was one thing, but severed heads?
"Come on, you fuckers!"
roared Nanak, brandishing his bloodied axe, as more of Salt's bodyguards piled into the tavern, and one frightened customer backed into a flagon, knocking it over. Whiskey flowed over a wooden bench and onto the floorboards beside the roaring fire. An ember, drifting gently, touched down. There was a soft whoosh as flames journeyed along the fireboards and onto the fire-drenched bench, which started to burn. The fight slammed forward, punches and kicks, thrown stools and smashed tables. A man staggered past with a blade in his eye. Trista followed him coolly and retrieved her dagger with a schlup.
"You'll see your bitch in hell,"
she said, eyes glazed, lips moist, tears wetting her cheeks. Bottles smashed, crossbow bolts whined, and Ebenezer Salt crawled through the sudden mayhem, trying to find the door. He came up against some legs. They wore boots. They were thick, but not like his own, like barrels of pig offal, but heavy with muscle. He looked up. It was Kareem. A bottle sailed past his head. A stool crashed to one side. Smoke billowed through the tavern. The ambience changed, for fire had taken hold of various benches and tables and climbed to the rafters, cackling. The roof began to burn. Fire screeching like a live creature, a demon in a cage as the fury quickly escalated.
"Ah, Kareem."
"You dirty, miserable bastard."
"What do you mean?"
"My only guilt is to love your daughter, but you come here and threaten me with death."
Kareem's eyes held a wild, dark gleam. There was a flicker of madness there. A man pushed too far, his back against the wall, shit out of luck and with no fucking options. And what happened when you pushed a man? Pushed him to the brink of the mountain ridge, to the precipice beyond? There was only one way to fall. And if you're going to fall, then you fucking take your enemies with you. Kareem's boot found Salt's head, and he stamped down, and down, and down, bludgeoning the man into unconsciousness. Then he wiped the back of his hand across his mouth, and spat at the father of the woman he loved. He gazed around, a dreaming man in the midst of a tsunami. Fire roared through the fighting cocks. Men brawled and fought with knives and swords. Stools and tables were smashed, and bottles sailed through the air. What had been a peaceful drinking establishment was now a riot. Something hissed and whistled and howled through the roof. Thick plumes of smoke charged in waves through the fighting throng, so that the brawlers suddenly forgot their issues, clutching at stinging eyes, burning hair, demon-licked clothes. One stocky man went up in flames, screaming suddenly, clutching his face and burning hair with burning hands, and another, as an act of empathy, threw a tankard over the man. Only it was full of spirits, and more fire screamed up towards the burning rafters. The brawl forgotten, everybody staggered for the door, and there was a sudden bitter fight to get the fuck out. The door was pretty much kicked from its hinges. Smoke poured out of the fighting cocks as men and women and drunks staggered onto the cobbles. The roof went up with a boom. Sparks fluttered up into the heavens. Smoke billowed high in the sky, pulsing in great rhythms like some great black heartbeat. Nanak staggered out and dropped to his knees, choking up vomit onto the cobbles in the courtyard. He choked and coughed, his one good eye red-rimmed and streaming. Deck came out behind him, hands on knees, taking great gulps of air, fresh air, oxygen.
"Did somebody get Mola?"
choked Nanak. Trista emerged, supporting the narrow but heavy, compact weight of Mola. Through the shouts and roar of burning timbers, a great cacophony set up as 3 huge dogs came pounding across the cobbles. They were all ugly brutes, scarred and vicious and brutal, bordering on rabies, crossed with wolfhounds, their eyes crazy, their coats tufted, their bodies scarred with numerous fights.
"Down,"
murmured Mola.
"down, bitches."
Still the dogs barked and yammered, until Mola gathered himself into some semblance of consciousness and bellowed,
"Duke, Sarge, Thrasher, down, you fuckers!"
upon which they obeyed their master, and lay, heads on paws, licking their fur, chewing at one another, and snapping at sparking embers that were falling all around like muted fireflies, their eyes fixed on their one true love, their one and only, Mola, their master. Karim staggered out, and behind him he dragged the titanic, unconscious bulk of Salt. Karim dumped him down, the man's head slapping off the cobbles like a stake on a block. And he looked around, face smudged with soot, eyes narrowed, then looking back at the burning building.
"What the fuck happened in there?" "Come on, lad,"
gestured Nanak, still choking.
"Come over here, in the fresh air. And why did you bring that dead cunt out?"
"Because he would have died," said Karim, meeting Nanak's gaze.
"And?"
"He would have died in there." Nanak fixed on Karim a brutal look, with only one eye and the savage scars marring his face.
"And?"
he said. "You want him to die?"
"Natural causes, ain't it?"
rumbled Nanak, and lifted his axe, resting it against his shoulder.
"Some men, well, they deserve to live, but other cunts,"
he fixed Karim with a beady eye again,
"they deserve to fucking burn."
"He's the father of my true love."
"And?"
"I couldn't let him burn," said Karim, and his mighty shoulders slumped a little. "Maybe it's a weakness." "It's not a weakness, son," said Deck, placing his hand on Karim's shoulder. "It's humanity, is what it is."
"What do you know of fucking humanity?"
said Nanak, kneeling on the cobbles, drool pooling from his jaws.
"I know enough,"
said Deck, eyes hard.
"What? You pulp men into gristle in the fighting pits?"
"So?"
"So you break their spines. Doesn't mean I don't have no soul. You don't think of their souls when you break them over your knee and take their fucking monies." "Look, Nan, stop fucking with me." "Why? You think because the cocks is burning to the ground I've forgotten about your injustice?" "Here we go again." "Meaning?" "You'll never let it lie." "Let what lie, Dick?" "Fuck off."
There came a roar as part of the Fighting Cock's roof collapsed. Sparks rioted into the evening sky. Beyond, the sun was dropping low over the horizon, casting a deep red glow over every building, every wall, every cobble. The fire burned, crackling through wood and thatch. Men and women stood on the cobbles, stunned, staring upwards. And then, through the pulsing waves of smoke, there came a song. It was long and haunting and beautiful. It reminded one of long-lost lovers, dreams of hate, of lives that might have been, of world's end, of dead children, of dying babes, of long, hard regrets, of dying, of death. It came through the smoke, through the world, beautiful and terrifying and eternal. "What is that?" said Trista, dropping to her knees. "Music," said Dek, rubbing his red-rimmed eyes. "It's beautiful," said Karim. "It's death," said Nanak, and staggered, pointing. "Look!" And they looked. Through heavy coils of surging smoke, black and grey and pulsing like oiled snakes, they could see Isvander's Folly, the Tower of the Moon, glimpsed in shadow, glimpsed through smoke, glimpsed as the blood-red sun set beyond the world. "What am I looking at?" said Dek, tilting his head, battered face crushed into confusion. "There's something up there," said Nanak. "What could be up there?" whispered Trista, and even though her voice was low, it cut through the smoke, the fire, the confusion, like a razor blade. They all stood, staring. There was a shape, a dark shape, atop the tower. Salt suddenly coughed, and was borne into consciousness. He writhed around for a bit, but the men and women on the cobbles ignored him. They knew he was Red Thumb, but recently the populace had turned. Whereas once the Red Thumb gang had been seen as saviours, robbing from the rich to give to the poor, recently, perception had started to shift. They were no longer social terrorists intent on saving the world. Now they were seen as what they were, criminals out to fill their own pockets. Which was why, in his hour of need, Salt found nobody willing to help. He sat up and snorted blood and snot onto the cobbles. He scowled, looking around, trying to catch somebody's eye. None gave it. He got to his hands and knees and wobbled to his feet.
"You, Karim!"
"Fuck off."
"What's wrong with you all? What are you staring at?"
"We're enjoying the smoke, idiot," drawled Dek. Salt turned and squinted and focused. Salt had good eyes, very good eyes. He might have been fat and decadent and evil, but his eyesight was impeccable, better than anybody he had ever met.
"The Tower of the Moon,"
he said, words a murmur.
"Give the man a chocolate,"
snapped Nanak. Salt chuckled.
"Do you know what you're looking at?"
Dek, Nanak, Karim, Mola and Trista turned and stared at him, hard. He felt the animosity of their gathered looks and cringed.
I meant, do you comprehend what you see?"
"It's a fucking tower," snapped Trista, and a blade appeared in her hand.
"No,"
said Salt, his voice dropping low.
"Look."
And they looked, and they frowned. And slowly, an impossible reality started to sink in.
"It's a dragon,"
said Dibbenazir Salt. "Horse fucking shit," said Nanak. They stared. The song filtered down, coming through clouds and layers of smoke. It was beautiful, it was deadly. The shape, the body, the creature lifted from the summit of the Tower of the Moon, and there came a whump as heavy wings abused the air. The creature described an arc, then dropped towards the burning carcass of the Fighting Cocks.
"What's it doing?"
murmured Nanak, scowling. And the dragon turned and fell and glided in silence, a terrible silence. They watched it like some huge bird. "I'm confused," frowned Trista.
"Don't be,"
said Salt. a strange look on his face, and he hit the ground and covered his head. Everybody looked at him.
What the fuck's wrong with him? Scowled Kareem.
The dragon came screaming through the smoke. It was a perverse act. The fighting cox was already burning, already destroyed. This was an act as if to say, "You call that fire? I'll show you." Fire screamed from the dragon, a scream like a stabbed baby, and consumed the walls, the roof, the timbers, the cobbles. The tavern went up like a fish oil-soaked bonfire, and there came cracks as wings beat the air again, and the dragon flashed low overhead, tail whipping out, smashing the high chimney. Bricks tumbled down, bouncing on cobbles and men and women who screamed and cried and wailed. A brick bounced from Deck's arm, and he got up, scowling.
"A fucking dragon,"
he hissed.
"That's not good,"
said Nanak, scratching his tufted beard.
"Show me something that is,"
snorted Deck, and drew his short sword.
"You think that's going to work?"
wailed Salt, still on hands and knees, arms covering his head as he peered up with terrified eyes.
"You think you can use a simple sword against a great worm?"
Deck smiled, a long, low, lazy smile, like a lizard.
"I don't know, mate," he said, "but I'm going to fucking try."
Chapter 7. Hunt. The underground lake lapped softly at the rough stone shore. It was like an ocean of spilled tears, he thought, like a well of agony trickled from the 5 cities above. And when he thought about her, tears came to his narrow, slightly slanted eyes. He loved her, he realized, in his own strange way, and it was a strange way, a strange kind of love. He remembered touching her face, her soft olive skin, perfect under his rough, calloused miner's fingers, which shamed him to his heart. Her dark hair was a cascade of thick woven strands, which fell down her back to her waist. She had deep, black eyes, pools of ink into which he could dive, could fall, tumble down, end over end for an eternity. Fall until she loved him or until he died. For without her love, death was all he craved. But more than anything, it was her scent. She was exotic, strange, natural, and drove him wild. He remembered painful memories, pushing his face close to her neck, smelling her skin, her femininity, inhaling her like some crazy drug which sent his mind spiraling out of control. Her hands were on him, strong, forceful, but he was stronger, and he pushed her back to the blankets of the cold cell floor in the depths, the heart of the mountain, and he inhaled her like the heady smoke of the honey leaf. Stuttering images crashed through Val's mind as he remembered, as he considered the woman from over the mountains, the lady of Vagandrak, whom he had claimed, whom he had taken for his own. Yes, he loved her, he realized, in his own way, as much as anything he had felt which resembled love. Admittedly, he realized forcing himself upon her, causing her pain, was not in itself an act of love, but he believed with enough understanding, enough nurturing, she would come to understand him, and ultimately come to love him in return. Or she would die. Val breathed deeply, and lifted his head to face the gathered throng. Newly appointed as slave warden of the mines, reports had come in thick and fast after the 3 great worms had escaped from their imprisonment in the dragon engine. The reports also told of Skalg, first cardinal of the Church of Hate, and his plot to assassinate King Erlax. But worst of all, there had been sightings, reports of the Vagandrak heroes, and their further descent into the mines in search of the fabled city of Wormblood. Or so the rumor went. "What do you want?" thought Val idly, as he surveyed the motley crew before him. Here were the toughest, the nastiest, the hardest, the elite of the dwarves to serve under the royal guard and the church guard. And they had been sent to him, to protect the city of Wormblood, if it existed. If, such a little word. So, what do you want? Foreigners, aliens.
Why head deep under my mountain when you could have followed the destruction of the 3 dragons upwards through the 5 havens to freedom, back to your own land, your own world, your own fucking kind?
It didn't make sense. Unless they knew something. He frowned, mind ticking.
Slave Warden?
Val jerked, coming out of his reverie. At the forefront of his mind floated the face of Lilith. With her, he had been given a gift, a silver spoon, and he was damned if he was going to let this opportunity slip through his coarse-skinned fingers.
Yes,
He squinted, trying to remember the hulking warrior's name. It slid away.
yes, my friend. What concerns you?
We are awaiting your instruction.
I am considering all options,
said Val, and gave a narrow smile which sat badly on his narrow face. The gathered men and women, all warriors, all fighters, surveyed Val. Recent subordinate of Cracker, the original slave warden, killed by Beatrax the Axeman, Val was tall and slim for a dwarf, not carrying the broad, stocky shoulders so renowned in his species. A treachery of genetics had left him with features that bred a natural mistrust in his fellow dwarves, and he wore a close-cut beard in an attempt to hide what, he was continually reminded, resembled a weak chin. His eyes were black and emotionless, like a doll's, and his quick movement spoke that here was the master of the knife in the back, the brass knuckle-duster, and a droplet of poison dribbled onto panting lips as one slept. Val did not appear a warrior, and yet he'd achieved his considerable and advanced position by some means. Every dwarf present respected that intrinsic warning, and awaited his words with patience. Except for one woman. Like Val, she was slim for a dwarf, even a female, and taller than tradition would suggest was healthy. She had straight black hair to her shoulders, a narrow, pointed face, dark eyes like pits of evil, and a very, very pale complexion, pasty, like a tub of solidified human fat. Her facial expression was a natural sneer, a snarl of mockery showing just a few pointed teeth, and she always appeared to be looking down her narrow nose in disgust at the rancid specimen who cowered before her, no matter who that should be. She wore plain black leather armor, scuffed and battered, showing a history of violence. She had no breasts to speak of, a jolt against dwarf tradition or what was considered feminine, and only a few spider-leg black whiskers poked from her chin, rather than the soft pelt which adorned many a buxom, sexy female dwarf's face. But despite her apparent delicacy of stature, nobody fucked with this dwarf, who'd made a very real name for herself, fighting her way free of the pits of Yuxir, possibly one of the most violent slums in all the 5 havens. The fact her face still carried no scars was testament to her skill and ferocity in battle. And, of course, the art of stabbing somebody in the back. This was Craleen Hugh, with the inherited title of Huwardaleen de Slather, or the Slime of Heward. It was a title of which she was incredibly proud, and you did not fuck with Craleen Hugh in any way, unless you wanted to wake up dead, with a poisoned skewer injected through your liver. A group of hardened dwarves drifted silently apart as she approached the front, and the troubled figure of Val, who was scratching his beard and trying to formulate a plan more complex than wander around the mines looking for the intruders. And he was hampered by constant visions of Lilith, her naked, pale limbs, her soft, dark skin, her wails of pain.
"Val, slave warden, may I have a word in private?"
Craleen's voice was high-pitched, almost nasal, coupled with a dangerous glint in her passionless eyes, and a vast array of knives and other, more esoteric implements arranged around her various belts. Val was about to say,
"No, of course not, you fucking idiot. I'm attempting to formulate a plan here,"
when he caught her eye. Recognition fluttered across his features like a shivering butterfly. He recognized Craleen Hugh. Everybody recognized Craleen Hugh.
Yes,
He muttered, and gestured to an area away from the underground lake, which drew his eye, lapping against the sloping, rough stone, its gentle sound a mockery to his ears, not just saying his name, but laughing at his frustration for his lost love, the barbarian woman Lilith. Out of earshot, Kraline touched Val's arm, stopping him. He frowned. He was aware of the control movement. She was in control, and he did not like that. He looked into her face and gave a little shudder. Here was evil personified, if ever he had seen it. Kraline smiled, or at least tried to smile. It was the kind of smile a snow wolf gives to a wounded rabbit before chewing through its throat, eating the flesh, and sucking on the brittle bones.
Kraline Hugh, I believe? Yes, formerly of Erlach's Guard, before I was persuaded to leave. Personal problems, you understand?
Val smiled coldly, noting the easy way Kraline omitted the title King.
So, is there something on your mind?
He asked, a little too briskly. Kraline nodded. A smile spread across her face like a pool of blood across a frozen lake.
It strikes me, Slave Warden, that you need a deputy.
A deputy?
Somebody to help you with those difficult decisions. Somebody who, for example, may have had decades of experience hunting traitors through the 5 havens and executing them. Somebody, it might be said, who has an understanding of the criminal mind.
I'm not sure I believe in a second-in-command,
said Val, frowning, lips tight.
But you were Cracker's second, when he was Slave Warden?
Yes, but that was different.
How so?
Val looked into her eyes. Then he relaxed.
Oh, so that's how it's going to be, bitch. He smiled. Let's say I do need some help. I expect you are putting yourself forward for the position?
Of course not,
said Kraline smoothly.
But what you have out there is a hardcore bunch of mercenary cunts.
She savoured the word, as she might a fine Vagandrag red, rolling it seductively around her tongue.
And who better to control the cunts than the biggest cunt of them all?
She smiled. Val swallowed.
That would be me, of course,
she said, as if to clear any confusion.
Of course, Kraline, of course. Cunts, big cunt, biggest cunt. Controlling the other cunts.
Kraline nodded, without any flicker of any emotion.
And of course, I'd be watching your back on this very important mission on which we are about to embark. The mission down to Wormblood, if I'm not mistaken.
Val stared at her.
How could you know that?
Kraline smiled.
The biggest cunt always has her sources,
she smiled, showing her pointed teeth. Val led Kraline back to the group. She stood slightly behind him, to the left, hand on the hilt of a long dagger, notched in many places and quite obviously displaying a checkered history of entertainment. Val explained the situation. Vagandrag heroes, infiltrating further down the mines. Their mission was to hunt down the intruders, exterminate them, all except one woman who, Skalg wanted keeping alive for questioning over the recent death of King Erlach's, their most exalted leader. So, rumbled one warrior, who went by the name of Stitch, on account of his flesh being stitched together so many times he resembled a child's attempt at sewing up a doll after a dog attack. This is a mission on behalf of the Church of Hate.
Not at all, said Val smoothly. This is strictly off the record. This is a simple search and destroy, but sanctioned by no official body of the Harbour Inn. If we were to be apprehended, then we know nothing, and the Church will not vouch for us.
Apprehended, said Stitch. Kraline leant forward and whispered in Val's ear. The slave warden smiled.
You don't need to worry, he said. Where we're going, trust me, nobody will want to follow.
They marched, and Val dreamed. Dreamed of the woman, tall and elegant, with thick braids of hair, and a face that had become his perfect image of any female he had ever met. Down long tunnels they marched, through halls with high arched ceilings, rough cut by the bloodied hands of 10,000 slaves. Their moans and groans and blood and piss and sweat soaked into the rock, a part of the chamber, a part of the mines Val loved so well. The mines were not just Val's home, a place of residence, for Val was so committed to his job, he never left the mine complex deep within the Karamakos. No, to Val, who was a 20th generation miner, just like his long line of ancestors before him, this was not just a home. The mines were in his blood, in his bones, in his soul. Never had he set foot in the cities above the mines. Never. Not for Val a stroll down the streets, a visit to a church of hate to relieve his soul of its sins. Not for Val a night in an alehouse or a whorehouse, although he had heard such pleasures were, well, pleasurable. Val had everything he needed right here. And after his sudden promotion to slave warden, after the untimely death, murder, of Cracker, he was proud to say he had never left the mines. Why would he ever need to? He had power, wealth enough, and when the overlander slaves had been brought in, Lilith amongst them, he had found a sort of love. She was perfect. He remembered lying with her, touching her soft, smooth skin, caressing her breasts. Even her trembling had brought an excitement to Val, for with her fear came more power to him. He was in control of this beautiful, gorgeous, voluptuous creature. She was his. He could do anything to her. And after long nights, even her complaints and anger had stopped. She'd attained a dead-eyed understanding of the way things were, and the way things were was a world where Val was in complete control. However, as events transpired, and with the interference of Skalg, first cardinal, that crippled old hunchback, so Lilith had been taken away from him, taken away. Oh, Skalg, you bastard! How I wish I could have just an hour with you in my torture room. I'd learn you a thing or two. You think you have pain now with your broken spine? Well, we all know about you, about your personal decadences. You're a fucking scandal within the church. There isn't a priest alive who doesn't know about your drinking, your drugs, your rapes, your murders. Your legend goes well beyond the Five Havens. And not a single harbouring dwarf would shed a tear if I was to slice off your hunched back, layer by layer by layer, cutting him into slabs to find out what's inside, to find out what makes you tick, you warped and fucked up feeble excuse for a dwarf. Val's eyes flickered open. He allowed a deep breath to exhale. He realized he'd become sexually aroused at thoughts of torturing Skalg. "One day," he muttered, "one day," as they emerged onto a black granite platform and stopped. He turned and surveyed the 30 battle-hardened, grim, scarred, battered dwarves. Not for Val, new recruits, no. This mission had come from a special place, a special person, one Val respected above all else. Yes, even above Skalg, first cardinal of the Church of Hate. "This way," he said, and the grim dwarves followed Val, dropping down into the cutting, and with weapons drawn, gleaming, headed into the smoky, obsidian gloom of the mine carriage network. Chapter 8. Deeper Underground. Beatrax shook himself, his body and mind stunned, trying to remember what the fuck had hit him. Dragon beast splice thing. Chamber. Fire. Talon. Burning. With a growl, Beatrax stood, trailing dust and debris, and rolled his head on tortured neck tendons. He glanced over at Lilith, who was pale and shocked. Jael stood behind her, looking like he was going to puke. Beatrax glanced at Sakura, unconscious. Blood ran from nostrils and mouth. Maybe she was even dead. He felt an incredible, raw rage well up inside him. How dare it? How dare this cunt kill them after all they'd fucking been through? Well, he, Beatrax the Axeman, he had something to say about it. He moved sideways, eyes fixed on the creature that was busy tearing at the scaffolding struts. More and more broke with heavy cracks and snaps, and the whole structure teetered again, making the flames roar higher. Talon was hanging on for his life. He'd lost his bow. His legs were kicking. Beatrax grasped his axe, braced himself, and screamed.
Come on, you ugly motherfucker! Is that really all you've got?
The creature turned, and its strange elongated face fixed on Beatrax, eyes locking onto him, its brow furrowing.
You understand me?
Its lips twisted, but no sound came out, only flames.
What the fuck are you?
With a wail, more filled with pain and sadness than anger, it charged, taking the final supporting strut with it as the scaffold creaked and cracked and almost in slow motion collapsed, sending Talon tumbling into the heart of the raging flames. It charged at Beatrax, who suddenly turned on the barrel, and his axe slammed out, puncturing the wood and iron struts. Again he hit, and again, until a sudden flood of oil gushed out onto the rocky ground before him. The creature came on, growling and snarling, as Beatrax's axe hit the second barrel, puncturing it, sending its black oil contents gushing out over the rocky floor. He turned and ran. As Talon rose from the center of the flames, bow in hand, face grim, and sighted down the shaft of an arrow with a flaming, flickering tip. The arrow flashed, an orange streak across the chamber, and hit the gushing oil surrounding the creature. There came a whoosh of screaming flames as the oil went up, and the beast was caught in the center of an inferno. Its feet and legs soaked, its body burning, its arms thrown up, muzzle lifting to the cavern roof as it wailed and screamed and gnashed its fangs, and fire burned and flames rolled, and a thick black smoke rolled up to fill the chamber with a dense cloud. Talon leapt across the burning scaffold, patting at his flaming clothing in panic, and then sprinted to Lilith and Jael. Beatrax stood, shoulders braced, axe ready, watching the creature burn. It fell slowly to its knees, flesh on fire, the scorched stink of burning meat twitching their nostrils and making them want to gag. Fire roared, glowed. The beast writhed, dropping to its knees, voice keening, wailing, ululating a song of desolation to a god of engineered flesh, a demon of the Equiem who did not care, would never care, because the old gods despised everything living in the world of men. Gradually the flames died down, the oil burning out, except for a few pools on the scorched rock. Beatrax strode across to the crumbled, keening creature, and stared down with his hard face and his hard eyes, and yet couldn't help feel some sympathy for the poor, burned, fucked-up mess. Talon had helped Socorro to her feet, and Dake had only just recovered, and they moved to Beatrax.
"It's still not dead,"
said Talon, breathless, face a little scorched in places.
"I can see that, lad." "Well, shouldn't we kill it?"
Beatrax stared at Talon hard.
"It tried to burn you alive, lad."
Lilith touched Beatrax's arm.
"Please, end its life. Show some mercy tracks, please." "I agree,"
breathed Dake, holding his bleeding nose. Beatrax nodded.
"Stand back, then."
Like a man about to chop a huge tree trunk, he stepped back, braced himself, and took a mighty swing. His axe whined and thudded home. The creature's keening raised in pitch. Beatrax cursed, wriggling his trapped axe free. He took another swing, and another, each time the dying creature's wail of pain increasing and raising the hackles on all their arms and necks.
"Why won't you die, you fucker?"
mumbled Beatrax, taking another 7, 8, 9 swings, until finally there came a crack and the head finally detached from the body. Fire blossomed out, a sudden heat blast that sent Beatrax skipping back, and then the creature seemed to fold in on itself and crumble down and inwards into scaffolds of ash. Beatrax gave Lilith a haunted look.
"You know what I've learned about Equiem magic?"
he said, his voice hoarse, cracking, as if he might cry at any moment.
"What's that, my love?" "You magicers can keep it,"
he said softly, and turned and walked away. It was later. much later. Sakura walked through the gloom, and although she normally spent her life without fear, her decades of training, of suffering, of hardship, of purity, after her hardcore upbringing in the art of the Kalish, had made her brave and yet wary, things were now getting too much. She was wary of their predicament, wary of this foolhardy mission they had embarked upon, and the terrifying monsters that seemed to lurk down in these ancient twisted halls. She was wary of every single dark corridor, black tunnel, junction, hall, and intersection. Sakura hated weapons of violence, indeed hated violence, and yet her life seemed to be a spiral which went down and down and down, a spiral which had started with her husband, Raka, the bastard. She could not even fully quantify her hate. She hated him so much she could not bring herself to utter his name. To picture his face in her mind made her blood immediately boil. To think of his hands on her, touching her flesh, she shuddered. It made her skin crawl. And she was still confused as to how it had all gone wrong, until she thought about it very carefully, and she realized it was complacency and boredom, and a realization that he did not want her. He did not want her one fucking bit. It was a one-sided relationship. It was a farce, viewed from the outside as a perfect marriage, but inside, internally, she was boiling, she was breaking down, she was crumbling like a chalk cliff into a violent sea. But now, several years down the line, Sakura was free of his twisted machinations. It had taken some gentle persuasion. One day he turned up with a cart, smashed his way into her home, which had been their home until he left, and started helping himself to her things. She'd arrived as he was rifling through her underwear drawer, and he'd grinned at her, and it was that grin that sent her over the edge. Raka should have known better. He knew her history, or so he thought. It was just his base stupidity that allowed him to formulate a plan that meant ripping her off. Not that she cared about material possessions, not at all. To Sakura, everything of importance was internal, flesh and mind and soul. Everything else, all real-world possessions, they were just gravy. But there was concept, and there was honor, and there was respect. Raka was showing her no respect, and despite him being a big man and even a modest champion in the fighting pits, she decided it was about time he learnt to respect her properly, with care. "You are in my things," she said, voice quiet.
Fuck off.
"I told you not to come to this house again."
Fuck off, you bitch. I'm taking what I want. I'm taking what's owed to me. I have a new woman now, one who's not so into your spiritual kind of shit, one who I actually want to fuck, not like you, boring little Sakura. You're not worth the hassle with your fucking sermons and your healthy living and your meditation. What a boring cunt.
Sakura moved fast, hand striking an uppercut to his chin that sent him staggering backwards, tripping over a stool and banging his head on the wall. The underwear he'd been holding landed on his face, lace covering his eyes. He looked quite ridiculous.
"I suggest you stay down, Raka," she said, and smiled at him.
His face turned red, and rage flooded him. He scrambled to his feet.
"Oh, you've done it now,"
he growled.
"You want to play big boys' games? You want to come play with Daddy? Come on, then. If the gloves are off, then the gloves are off."
He charged at her, his bulk terrifying, dwarfing the slim and gently proportioned woman. His fist hummed past her ear, and she twitched, knee coming up to block as his boot stamped down to break her knee. Then she frowned. That just wasn't nice. That was a dirty pit-fighting trick. Her left elbow struck his jaw, and as he went down again, diagonally, her arm came up, fist in the air, and the tip of her elbow slammed down vertically on the top of his head. He hit the ground hard, and lay there for a while. An elbow strike to the skull was like being hit by a helve, or it was when Sakura delivered it. Sakura smiled internally, and took several steps back, waiting for what she knew would follow. Groggily, he climbed to his knees, and shot her a look so bad, if looks could kill, she'd be in pieces in a bucket. "I suggest you leave," said Sakura, knowing he wouldn't.
"I suggest I fuck you,"
he growled, with an evil glint in his eye, and getting to his feet, he charged her, hoping to smother her with his bulk. Sakura skipped back, legs snapping out, each blow a connection from her shin to his knees and thighs. He howled, but still came on, grappling for her. Sakura ducked and slipped right, slapping a right hook to his jaw. Then, leaping onto his back, high up, her arm coming up again, and the tip of her elbow slamming down on his skull 3, 4, 5 times. She rode him to the ground, and he was groaning. She rolled him onto his back, grunting a little, for he was a heavy son of a bitch, and then she leapt atop him, straddling him, grinning down. His eyes fluttered open.
"You bitch,"
he said.
"You bastard,"
she said.
"I'm gonna fucking break you."
"Like this?" She slammed her hand down, fingers straight, hand like a blade, straight into his septum. Blood sprayed out, and his nose broke with a cracking splinter. His fist whirred past her. Then a second punch, which she met square on with her own, what appeared small and delicate, fist. There came a splintering of bone as she crushed 2 of his knuckles. He cradled his hand, tears in his eyes. "I have a suggestion," she said. He groaned, unable to reply. "Why don't you pick yourself up, or even just crawl, and get out of my house? Never come back, never contact me again, and we'll both be happy people. I don't want to hear your voice, and I certainly don't want to see your face." She punched him in the cheekbone, just a light slap, to get his attention. "Do we have an agreement?"
"Yeah."
Sakura stood fluidly, and considered stomping on him, but she was Kalish, which trained restraint. Kalish was not the art of aggression, but the art of self-defense, the art of channeling energies, of honor, of doing the right thing. Raka crawled to the door. Sakura followed. He managed to make it to his feet and staggered outside to where his cart waited, hitched to a patient donkey. Sakura smiled. "Goodbye, Raka," she said, and was half closing the broken, skewed, smashed door when he screamed and charged back down the short path, wielding a mace. It was an ugly-looking weapon of black and silver steel, the haft about a foot long, the head circular but containing tiny plates of sharpened steel, like mini axe blades. Raka swung for her, and she stepped out into the small garden, skipping sideways as a second blow threatened to crush her skull. One blow from that mace, and Sakura would be dead, skull caved in, blood and brains leaking to the stone chippings.
"Come on, bitch,"
he said, eyes glowing.
"Let's finish this."
"You really want to?" Her voice was perfectly calm. She lifted her chin a little and eyed the man she once thought she had loved. "I cannot believe I had such emotion for him," she thought. "I cannot believe I thought I loved him. Did I? I must have done. But now he is nothing but a primal insect. I am happy for him to die. Happy for him to be crushed underfoot." He charged again, and the mace whirred past her head. She ducked and twisted away, spinning low, not seeking to land a blow, not yet, but instead weighing up his technique, his tactics, studying him. It was part of the art of Kalish. After all, it was an art, not just brutal combat.
"Come on!"
he screamed, and she saw the red flush of anger, and this was good. With anger came stupidity. With anger came foolishness. With anger came mistakes that got you dead. He charged a third time, and the mace slashed in a low horizontal arc. Again Sakura danced back, the mace a thumb's breadth from her abdomen. But this time, as Raka came past, she struck him on the neck. He staggered, flailing low, dropping the mace, and ploughing his face into the soil. He groaned and did not move. He could not. Sakura had broken his neck. She moved and crouched down beside him. "Consider this the end of our marriage," she said, and grinned. His eyes swiveled up and fixed on her. He tried to snarl, but barely managed to curl his lips.
"I'll fucking kill you,"
he managed. "I'll be waiting," she said. 3 months later, Raka was dead. He'd received his own dagger in the eye during a tavern argument as he sat in his chair next to his walking sticks. Sakura felt no sorrow, only a relief that washed through her like gallons of water, cleansing her system, cleansing her soul, washing her in purity. The tunnels seemed to go on forever, stinking of oil and grease. Several times the group heard large numbers of dwarves rushing past, be they miners or soldiers they did not know, and they crouched down in the darkness, or used rocks or abandoned carriages, or even the huge chains themselves as cover. They feared another onslaught from a weird, engineered beast. However, they were lucky. There were no monsters, and every dwarf seemed to be preoccupied with something, probably the very real fact that the 3 dragons from the dragon engine had escaped, and the primary source of power in the 5 havens had been effectively severed.
"This is shit,"
muttered Beatrax, as they crouched once again, hiding behind wood and iron wheels.
"This is no way to live. Lilith, for the love of the Holy Mother, let's make good our escape now whilst we still can."
"We have to think of the bigger picture," soothed Lilith.
"Yes, our own fucking lives," snapped Beatrax. "You remember that fuck we had to deal with back there? That's not normal, Lilith. It ain't natural. It's bad magic. It's dark and twisted. Just wrong."
Lilith looked around, at the pale faces of her companions, and she realized they were all deeply frightened. They had been through a terrible ordeal during these last few months, and now, with her mission of honor, Lilith was extending it.
"You need to trust me," said Lilith.
"We trust you, but we want to live," said Talon,
his voice quiet, eyes narrowed.
"This does feel like a mission of madness,"
acknowledged Sakura.
"I still believe in you,"
said Jael, his voice gentle.
"You shut your fucking hole, lad, lest I fill it with my fucking boot," snapped Beatrax.
"You leave the lad. Let him be," said Lilith. "He's fragile."
"Fragile? Fragile? I'll fucking give him fragile when I strangle the little cunt."
"What did you expect him to do?"
hissed Lilith, suddenly a rage coming upon her, making Beatrax rock backwards.
"You expect him to take the force and skill of a seasoned torturer? You think you could have endured that at his tender age? He did what he could to survive. We all suffered down there, Trax. All of us, in our own different ways. So you back off, I'm warning you, because Jael here will still surprise us. I promise you."
Beatrax clenched his jaw, ground his teeth together, and frowned, but cut off his curt words. He remembered previous arguments with Lilith. He'd lost every single one.
"I'm sorry,"
said Jael, voice wavering. He half looked at Beatrax, not daring to meet the huge axeman's stern gaze.
"I'm really, really sorry. I never meant to betray you all. That cracker, he was a brute. He terrified me."
"And I don't," growled Beatrax. "Lilith's right. Leave the lad alone," snapped Dake. "Who knows what we would have done if we were his age?" "I wouldn't have fucking backstabbed my friends, that's for sure," said Beatrax. "Yes, well, we're not all big, tough, terrifying axemen like you, are we?" said Dake, with a sweet, sardonic smile in the gloom. "Much as this conversation is fascinating," observed Talon, his voice dry and biting, "I do fear it may draw attention to our predicament if you don't keep your fucking voices down." "You there! Come out of the shadows!" Talon scowled at Beatrax, as if to say, "See, you big fat fucker, I told you so." "I've hurt my leg. I can't move," wailed Beatrax suddenly, in his best harsh dwarf voice. "Hurt my leg?" mouthed Talon. "Are you a village idiot?"
3 hefty dwarves dropped down into the cutting and moved towards the carriages behind which the heroes crept.
"I didn't see you come up with something better,"
scowled Beatrix.
"Who's there? Show yourselves. We hear more than one voice."
A shaft whistled from the gloom, hitting the lead dwarf between the eyes, point smashing through his skull and mashing the brain within. He stood, stunned, before physics caught up with him. Blood trickled down his forehead, and he toppled backwards in a tangle of limbs and armour. The other 2 drew swords and charged, screaming ancient dwarven war cries. Beatrix took the first, stepping out of the darkness and chopping his head off with an economic short slam of his axe. Dake took the second on the point of his sword, forearm warding off a blow, his blade pushing and twisting between plates of leather armour to slice the heart within. Silence fell, except for a bubbling sound from one of the corpses. A few seconds passed. They waited in the darkness to see if any other rogue dwarves had heard the short melee.
"See,"
snapped Talon quietly.
"Voices to a minimum."
"We need to find somewhere to rest,"
said Lilith. Why? Said Dake.
I need to show you something, she said.
It was an hour later, in a small side alcove, halfway along a deep tunnel. It had a table and rough wooden chairs, maybe a refuge for train engineers, or maybe just dwarves caught out in the open cuttings. Whatever, it was deserted, and Lilith bid them all sit in a circle. "Why?" said Beatrix.
"I wish to enlighten you," she said.
"Why?" said Beatrix.
"Because I have lost you all, I think, in different ways. You are despondent, you do not believe in what we are doing. I need to show you what I saw. I need to open your minds and make you realize these dragons, they are not only 3. The threat is much, much bigger than anybody could possibly imagine."
They sat in a circle and joined hands as Lilith bid.
"Close your eyes."
They did so.
"Breathe slowly to my count, in through your nose, out through your mouth."
She started to count, and the group, intrigued now, did as she bid. And then they were falling through their own minds, through a rush of blinding white, and they were falling through the sky, high above the world, and far below lay tiny distant forests, rivers, rolling hills, mountains, the land of Vagandrak. There were villages and towns and cities, there were streams and lakes. To the south was the ocean, and over the high mountain peaks beyond the pass of splintered bones, beyond the vast snaking walls of Desecra Fortress, lay the amber rolling dunes of the desert. And they spun, and they were all as one, and they were flying high above the world.
"Relax,"
came Lilith's soothing voice as vertigo gripped them. And their gaze shifted, altered, and around them were dragons. 10 dragons, 100 dragons, 1,000 of the great worms, all black and scaled and spiked, their long, almost equine faces savage and noble and terrifying. They flew in formation, a perfect V, with one huge, magnificent beast at the tip. This was the Queen. Below, fires started to blossom. Villages burst into flames, houses smashed and burned and destroyed. Beyond, cities were being torn apart. Houses and civic buildings, churches and towers all broken to the cobbles, roofs torched, black smoke rolling up into the sky. And then the scene accelerated in the blink of an eye, and they were flying towards the mountains, rearing high over snowy peaks. Then, slam into the eye of a needle, a long dark tunnel leading down, impossibly down, so tight they all screamed as they believed they would crash and crumble and disintegrate. Down, twisting, turning, wings tight behind her back, as the dragon suddenly entered a vast, open cavern. A cavern as big as a city, sporting huge stalactites and stalagmites, millions of years old. Jagged teeth spread across the floor and roof alike, making the cavern appear as some huge, vast mouth, sporting 1,000,000 teeth and waiting to chomp down on the tiny insects who dared invade this huge giant. They fell, and at the last moment levelled across a great dark lake. It was ink black, and still like glass. Below, they could see the reflection of their own image, and they could see a dragon, huge and spiked and scaled and terrifying. Wings slapped a boom, and ripples pounded across the surface, creating huge waves. She, flew beyond the lake, and into another wide tunnel, so wide it could have taken 1,000 dragons side by side, and it flowed down deep into the bowels of the Karamakos, deep below even what the dwarves had achieved, down towards Wormblood. Beatrax, Dake, Socorro, Talon, Jael, they were dizzy with speed and power and a soaring sense of vastness. How could something be so big? And then they emerged, and below them sat Wormblood, and the city shone. A world spread out before their eyes. It wasn't just a city, but an underground world, lit by a soft golden light. There were massive, square buildings, pyramids, towers with intricate designs, all fashioned from silver and gold, a vast world of precious metals. There were towers of bronze, arches of silver, glittering roads of golden cobbles, weaving through the vast, empty place. There were palaces fashioned from precious stones, which shimmered in different hazy hues. There was a river cutting the huge city in two. It flowed with a sluggish demeanor. It was a river of molten platinum. There were towers of pure diamond, bridges of glowing ruby, each brick a gem bigger than a man's fist. There were huge churches and halls and palaces, each one fashioned from precious metals, from gemstones, from what humans would consider riches, but the denizens of Wormblood had used as everyday building materials. And they flowed down suddenly, sinking below this unbelievable show of wealth, down through golden cobbles, down through the river of platinum, down to a cool, dark place, a secret place, never before witnessed by human eyes, by dwarf eyes, by any eyes other than the royalty of the Blood Dragon Empire. And stretching away to all sides was a vast chamber. The floor was covered by 1,000 eggs, 10,000 eggs, dragon eggs, waiting to hatch, waiting to populate the Empire once again. Beatrax's eyes snapped open, and he gave a short, sharp bark. "What the fuck?" he muttered, and realized he was holding Dake's hand. He shook it free as if he'd been holding the diseased paw of a leper. Uneasily, they looked around.
"They were dragon eggs?"
said Talon gently. "Yes," Lilith nodded. She was incredibly somber. "And they are going to hatch? Thousands and thousands of them?" whispered Socorro. "Yes," said Lilith. "What will make them hatch? What's the trigger?" Dake scratched his chin, frowning. "I was under the impression those imprisoned dragons had been slaves to the Harborim for thousands of years. So why didn't the eggs hatch then?" "I don't know," said Lilith, "but I can sense that now the dragons are awake. Once their initial fury and acts of revenge are complete, they will come back to their city, to Wormblood. And once there are thousands of them, we will never be able to halt their onslaught." "What are the dwarves doing about it?" rumbled Beatrax. Lilith shrugged. "Nothing. Or maybe they don't even know. I think they discovered Wormblood and released the imprisoned minds of the dragons, allowing them to escape from the dragon engine. By accident, of course. Or maybe by design." "So, let me get this right," snapped Beatrax. "You want us to go down through that city of treasure, find the eggs, and destroy them before the dragons come back and hatch them, or the world will be overrun by thousands of dragons and we'll be, like, dragon-fucked." "That's about it," said Lilith. Beatrax frowned. "But we can, like, fill our pockets en route, so to speak?" "Yes, if that's what you want, Trax." Beatrax scratched his beard. "And, like, if I was to find these fabled and very expensive dragon head jewels, then they'd be mine?" He looked around. "Ours, to keep?" "Yes," nodded Lilith. And as I said, they have incredible healing properties. She very carefully did not look at Dake, who was pale, eyes drooping, body language that of a warrior in defeat.
"Well, I'm fucking in," growled Beatrax. "If there's one thing I'll risk my life for, not counting saving my friends, of course, it's a backpack full of loot."
He grinned, showing a cracked tooth. Lilith looked around the group. Friends, heroes, men and women she would fight for, men and women she would die for, comrades she'd known for years, whom she trusted with every atom of her life, every breath, every fibre of her soul. "Let's go to work," she said, with a smile. Chapter 9. The Mountain. Skalg paused, panting, tears running down his cheeks, snot dangling from his nostrils, his face twisted in agony, his limbs trembling, his fingernails bleeding, and his whole frame shaking as if he were producing great racking sobs at the funeral of his mother. He looked up the steep, rocky slope ahead of him. It was sheer and violent, jagged and uneven, black, speared by mineral lodes of blood red, which made the whole thing look like a series of open wounds in a burned corpse. Skalg let out a sob, eyes blinking away more tears of pain and frustration, for this was frustrating, the most frustrating thing he'd ever been through since that fateful day when the mine collapsed and buried him alive and broke his spine. And he'd lain there, weeping, ruminating about his pointless existence and his lack of money or power or importance, and how now he'd die under the mountain, unloved and nameless and forgotten. For the mountain gives, and the mountain takes away. The mountain had taken away his mobility, but by crippling him, it had given him a new hate, a fresh determination to crawl his way to the top of the pile of cockroaches called the Church of Hate, and tread on every face that looked up in awe at his violent ascent. But here, and now, Skalg had had his power and influence removed. His wealth meant nothing in this place of cool air and jagged mountain rock. And he gritted his teeth, his eyes burned bright, and he pushed himself onwards.
"No second-hand god is gonna beat me," he thought.
Ahead he glimpsed the silver-skinned boy. A peal of childish laughter reverberated down the mountainside, down the rocky spine on which Skalg clung, like a limpet waiting for the waves to crash down.
"I will not stop. I will not give in. I am my own master now."
On he climbed, waddling slowly upwards, his powerful, bleeding fingers clutching at rocks and ridges, hauling himself up, each pull and tug sending spears of pain not just down his twisted spine, but through his trembling arms, his agonized fingers, pounding his knees with sledgehammers of effort, grinding his hips like mashed meat in a butcher's sausage machine. He stopped to rest, slumping down, then rolling onto his back on the slope. He wedged his boots against a lip of rock and lay crooked and disjointed like a broken corpse. More laughter echoed down from the rocks above. Skalg scowled, fueled even more by anger and hate than ever before. With the back of one swarthy hand, he wiped sweat from his brow, and he could taste salt in his beard. His mouth was parched, and he would have happily begged on his knees for just a sip of water, but decided he would not.
"What? Call to that silver worm, Mocasta, for help. I'd rather die."
His eyes surveyed the plain below. He had made some considerable height, and the land was distant, a platter of black surrounded by jagged teeth. The whole scene appeared as some huge mouth out of which he was making an escape. Skalg gave a wry smile. It was a fitting simile. Now he could glimpse beyond several of the low mountains. Far off in the distance he could determine greenery, rolling hills, a forest, a lake. Suddenly this lifted his heart, for surely it was a nirvana to which he now climbed. Yes, he was suffering now, but his ultimate objective was a place of peace and beauty. It elevated him a little, and he turned and went to rise, but suddenly lost his footing, boot scraping, and he started to slide down the rocky slope, arms flailing, sharp stones digging into his limbs and his twisted back. He bounced and slid and rolled until he slammed with jarring force into a luckily placed boulder. Lucky for Skalg, for if the boulder had not been so positioned, he would have sailed out over an abyss and fallen to a bone-crushing death far below, probably to a soundtrack of Macaster's sonorous laughter. Skalg lay there, panting, thanking the great dwarf lords for his good fortune. And then he remembered it was because of the great dwarf lords he was in this predicament. And so he cursed them instead, vehemently, as pain rioted through his entire body, and he wept, tears coursing down his cheeks, as above him more laughter echoed. After a considerable time, as his body grew stiff with chill, Skalg finally roused himself.
Fuck you, he thought. Fuck you all. Fuck the world. I'll fucking show you. I'll not be broken. I will fucking show you what a fractured cripple can do, you shower of horse shits.
Skalg gritted his teeth, and ignoring the pain and the cold which seeped through his bones, he pushed himself up, and he looked up the mountain as a breeze murmured across him, and without any further words, moans, grumblings, or whimpers, Skalg, first cardinal of the Church of Hate, began to climb. Seconds, minutes, hours, days. Skalg did not comprehend how long it took him. There was no passing of day or night here, but then Skalg was used to that, living under the mountain. And as he climbed and forced himself ever onwards, he kept relaying the same mantra, over and over and over and over. The mountain gives and the mountain takes away. But in Skalg's experience, the mountain gave to those who worked fucking hard for it. There had been a famous playwright, not that the Harborim dwarves were big on playwrights, or the theatre in general. Give a dwarf an ale and pig slab, and he was as happy as a mine donkey when the harness is removed. However, in some more cultured circles, there had grown an interest in what the dwarves called the less coarse arts, and without that umbrella of more mild entertainments than axe-throwing and drinking to be sick, came literature and study and artistry and the theatre. Admittedly, many early performances had simply aped the reality of life under the mountain, quaffing, mining, more quaffing. But as the art of the stage developed, so it became more sophisticated. Now, Skalg was reminded of a rather pithy orator and ink scribe, known as Demakos de Shakos, who had quipped the most amazing statement to Skalg's mind the first cardinal had ever heard.
Demakos de Shakos.
Yes?
You are doing extremely well for yourself.
Why, thank you.
But tell me, aren't you incredibly lucky to have got where you are?
Yes, but the funny thing is, the harder I work, the fucking luckier I get. And now, Skalg realized, the harder he worked, the harder he climbed, the luckier he would get. Because these were the great dwarf lords, the fucking gods, and they were testing him. So fuck pain, fuck anguish, fuck fear, fuck everything, because Skalg wanted to get to the top of that mountain. Skalg wanted to know what was on offer, what the deal was, what was in it for him. Time had no meaning. After pain, after more torture, Skalg slumped exhausted to a rock. He teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. And he remembered. Remembered Anya, from before the mine collapse. When life had been simple, when life had been normal. And now, on that mountainside, with a cool breeze playing across his tortured flesh, with sweat stinging his eyes and salt in his beard, Skalg thought back to Anya, and how they'd met, and how everything had seemed perfect. But things can quickly change. Skalg thought he'd been in love. But what is love? Skalg was poor and lonely and flattered. But it didn't take long for Anya to show her true colours. He still remembered standing there as she screamed at him, red face with fury, wagging her finger, spittle flying from her lips. She'd grabbed his hand, tried to force him to hit her, but he'd shied back, pulled away. "I'm not like that," he said. And back then he wasn't. Back then he'd been... Skalg smiled, lying on that mountain rock. Skalg had been kind, one day. Loving and honest and kind, as his parents brought him up to be. His life with Anya got worse. Went from psychopathic explosion to psychopathic explosion. And then his mother died. Skalg fell into a well of sleep, and he remembered, and he dreamed. Watching her, lying in bed, weight had fallen from her. Her skin was grey. She was no longer the stocky, powerful dwarf of his childhood. No, she had shrunk and withered, muscles wasting away.
"I love you,"
he said, looking into her sad, watery eyes.
"I know, son,"
she said, and patted his hand as if he were a little boy again. Which to her, maybe he was. Maybe he'd always been.
"I love you so much,"
he murmured, tears falling down through his beard and pattering like raindrops on the tiles. A long moment of silence. Skalg wanted to climb inside her, find the evil cancers, tear them out with his bare hands, with his fucking teeth. But that would not happen, could not happen, for it was an impossibility, and he just had to accept that she was dying. He watched her rasping breathing. Her eyes had closed once more, and every now and again her entire body would tense as if a ripple of intense pain was passing through her, like a wave rolling up a jagged shore, like razor blades in her bloodstream. Suddenly she jumped, and Skalg jumped. Her hands clenched his, and although the muscles had dropped from her, as if she'd melted in a terrible furnace, her grip was so powerful it made Skalg gasp and cringe.
"Where's Renyak?"
Skalg's eyes narrowed, and he wanted to say,
"Renyak knows you're dying, Mother. He's known it for the past 4 weeks, but Renyak is a cunt, and not even thought to visit his old dying mum. That is what your eldest son is like, filled with bitterness and jealousy, filled with a fucking pettiness so vast it cannot bridge itself to come and see you, to visit the woman who nurtured him, as a babe, suckling him at her breast, wiping his shitty ass, teaching him right and wrong, feeding him, nurturing him, loving him until he could go out into the world and stand on his own 2 feet. Oh no, Renyak is selfish and petty beyond all fucking belief. 5 times I've told him of you lying here during your final days, your final hours, but he cannot see past his own immaturity."
Skalg took a deep breath. He bit his tongue. He bit back the acid bile. He clenched his fist. He narrowed his eyes, and he forced himself to say,
"Renyak is on his way. He loves you. He will be here."
Skalg's mother settled back with a small smile, and her breathing was harsh, fast, a hunted deer, a fish without water, lying beside the pond, stranded, flapping, unable to do anything but flap and gasp and die. A blur, snapshots, and it was over. She lay rigid, face contorted in pain. At that moment Skalg realized an important fact of life. There is no nobility in death. There is no honor, no glory. There are no weeping fucking angels. There is just pain and misery, a great sense that the universe is unfair, that the gods mock us, and there is certainly no heaven. Funeral. Renyak. The wake.
"You fucking cunt."
Brawling with him between the tables, punches flying, Skalg kicking him repeatedly in the face, kicking out his teeth, crushing his nose until blood ran like fucking Kshashak red. Long hours, sleeping, wishing he was dead, tears like molten metal scorching his cheeks. It was the early days with Anya. She was there to help him, there to take control, there to put a cold compress on his blackened eyes and his swollen cheeks and knuckles. And slowly Skalg had come back to the world of the living, a little more bitter, a little more cynical, but with Anya by his side, making him solid, eternal, a rock to which he could cling. Until, after all the arguments, he realized what she wanted. His mother's money. The fucking money. Skalg's mother had not been wealthy, but she'd saved studiously for years. Her money, much of it in small gold pieces and diamonds, so beloved of the Harborim, had been divided between Renyak and Skalg equally, because that was fair, even though Renyak was a sulky toddler, an adult with a child's perspective. She preferred you to me. You were her favourite. That's why I never visited her when she was dying. I was cast aside. She loved you more than she loved me. Bang, fist in jaw. But Anya was better, more intelligent, more sneaky, a real snake in the grass, waiting for her moment to rear up and bite, or at least fill a small leather satchel with Skalg's mother's money and leave him. There was a note on the table. I took the money because it's mine. After all the support I gave you, after all I had to put up with, you owe it to me. A. Skalg found Anya 3 days later, half drunk and sat on a stonemason's lap. She was giggling and buying everybody drinks. Skalg staggered in, eyes wild from exhaustion and filled with a primal hate. Their eyes met across the Dragon's Fire Tavern, and the smile fell from her face. Skalg stalked over to her and spat on the stone flags. You fucking bitch! You are beyond contempt. You bided your time, waited for my mother to die, and then you took her money for yourself. You called my family vultures for what they did, but look at you. You fucking pathetic specimen of a dwarf. You are just like the others, a vulture, feeding off the remains of the dead. A big fight ensued. Skalg could not remember it. He could only remember biting Anya's ear off, the blood pouring out, her screams. It was the moment Skalg had changed forever. It was that act, betrayed by his brother and his lover over the death of his mother, that determined he would never play fair again. Everybody around him was fair game. He would use every ounce of cunning and strength and guile and backstabbing nastiness to get what he wanted, get where he wanted, and fuck anybody and everybody who stood in his way. Because it was only the mountain that gave, and the mountain that took away. Everyone else could burn in the chaos halls. 3 days later, Skalg was trapped in a mine collapse, screaming for his life. After hours, days, what felt like fucking years, Skalg breached the final ridge, his bloodied hands clawing the rocks, and he rolled onto his back and looked back at the vast vista before him. This dark, black world rolled out, ominous and alien, and Skalg felt hot tears run down his cheeks, but this time he was congratulating himself. He'd done it. He'd surpassed insurmountable odds and achieved something even most able-bodied dwarves would have found impossible. He looked at the view. The world seemed broad and wide and harsh. There came a cough. Skalg looked to his left, tearing his gaze from the stunning view, to see 3 squat, powerful dwarves standing there on the rocky, flat plateau. They had grumpy faces, broad and flat, faces which appeared as if they'd been punched several hundred times. And with a start, Skalg realized these were the great dwarf lords. Not immortal, not gods, but flesh and blood, just like him. They wore tarnished iron armor, black and battered, and carried a variety of ancient chipped weapons, which had seen decades of better use. There was nothing to set them apart from mortals, except maybe their eyes. Their eyes were older than the mines, dark and glinting like devil's diamonds. Slowly, Skalg pushed himself into a seated position and surveyed his 3 tormentors. And he smiled. "It is an honor to meet you, finally. Oh, my gods," he said, and bowed his head, affecting a submissive posture. He heard a snort and the stamp of a boot. "Get up. You took your fucking time. We've been waiting fucking eons. Looks like you crawled up the fucking mountain on your fucking face." Skalg smiled internally and cursed them, but rolled over and got to his knees, and then gradually to his feet. He surveyed his lords, his masters, his gods, those sublime creatures who, as it was enshrined in the scriptures of hate, had transcended flesh using dark magic after imprisoning the great worms to do their bidding, after creating the 5 havens, after constructing the dragon engine. Skalg took a deep breath.
I am your slave, he said.
We know, said one. You bastard, said another. You think we've nothing better to do?
But you waited,
said Skalg calmly, intuition kicking in.
You want me.
In the absence of any other better hero material, yes, we need you. And there was that word, and Skalg breathed slowly, calming himself. Need.
What can I do for you, oh great dwarf lords?
Said Skalg, and his lips smiled just a little. Pain flooded through him. His fingernails were broken. He had 2 snapped fingers, a broken rib, a twisted ankle, a bump the size of an egg on his forehead, and to make matters perfect, needles of agony jabbed down his spine. It was like somebody had drilled into his back and was pouring liquid iron into him. The molten fluid spread slowly, like a web, throughout his shoulders and back and spine and arse. And yet here he was, expected to smile and put up with it, and that's all anybody ever expected of him. To act like he wasn't in fucking agony all the time, because that made them feel comfortable. And if they knew he was in pain, then they were uncomfortable. Dwarves, the way their minds worked, it was fucked up, selfish and fucked up. We have a mission for you.
I thought so,
said Skalg coolly. You seem distant. What's the matter, mortal? Cower before our omniscient deadly gaze. Skalg bit back various sarcastic comments that leapt to mind and bowed lower.
What can I do for you, oh great dwarf lords?
You have released the dragons, the worms.
Me, lords?
Not you specifically, no, but your kind.
Our kind, surely.
Yes. Well, they must be stopped, or destroyed, or re-imprisoned. Skalg took a deep breath.
Can you not come and do it?
He said, without any irony.
We have transcended,
said one. We are in a different level. We are on another plane.
So it's not your problem,
said Skalg with a smirk. The voice built up, like a hand-turned generator gathering speed. When the blast came, Skalg thought he was ready for it, but he wasn't. It was like nothing he had ever heard or seen or smelt or experienced.
Of course it's our fucking problem, you tiny fucking maggot,
came the scream. It blasted into and through Skalg, making his hair and beard stream backwards. And for long moments his smugness and sense of gentle superiority were dissipated as he realized the great dwarf lords did indeed have power. There was a long silence. A cold wind blew. Skalg's nostrils twitched. He imagined he could distinguish the scent of carrion on a long, distant battlefield.
I chose an eternity of this,
he said.
I will suffer the consequences of this,
he said.
Lead me to the source of your despair.
Skalg stared at the great dwarf lords, and they stared back. We have a way forward, said one. You can help. You can be a savior. And we will be forever in your debt. Skalg considered this.
You will be in my debt.
Listen, focus, understand. You are crippled, weak, broken, fucked up, a fucking maggot, a rat with a snapped spine, a cockroach with a crushed skull. You are fucking nothing, Skalg, first cardinal. Yes, people look at you and they smile and they talk about what a fucking disgrace you are, what a fucking pathetic specimen of a dwarf, and how can you possibly run the church when you are so ridiculously crippled? What can you offer with your broken body? After all, we are a race of warriors. With your kind, we leave you down in the mines to die. My kind? The broken ones, the useless ones. You discriminate. Skalg's face showed no emotion. It was not a question. Yes. Why? Do you know how many years I have suffered? How many years I have fought? How many fucking years I have fought cunts like you to actually achieve something with my wounded life? Skalg was panting with exertion and passion and fury. Are you angry? Yes! Then you will help bring the dragons under control? Why? Untold wealth, power, status, and we can make the pain go away. Skalg guffawed, spittle spraying from his furious mouth. He slapped his thighs. Spittle drooled from his lips. Yes, right. The finest surgeons in the realm could not help me. I am fucked beyond belief. What can you fucking offer, you false idols? And then it happened. The pain left him. The pain left Skalg. For 20 years he had been tortured. For 20 years he had been nothing but a suffering mess. But now, the pain disintegrated. It fell away like tears from a dying child's eyes. And Skalg felt purity flush through him. He fell to his knees. Tears streamed down his face. I do not believe it, he whispered. Believe it, said a great dwarf lord. We control you, like a puppet. And we can cure you, like a surgeon. Just do as we ask. Do as we command. Join with us. Taste immortality. How? Whimpered Skalg, overcome by a feeling of normality so pure he never thought to experience it again. It took him back decades. He was young again, poor, worthless, invisible, betrayed, but with new thoughts of lust and power and glory. But then, the terrible mine accident. I was robbed. No, you were enlightened. We have a mission. Skalg grimaced. What do you want me to do? I will do anything you command, O great dwarf lords. One of them grinned. Then all three grinned. They were shimmering, as if seen through a massive heat haze. They shimmered, as if witnessed from a great distance. What would you have me do? Again a long pause. Skalg could hear heavy breathing. You will infiltrate a dragon. Infiltrate? What the hell does that mean? You will take over its mind. Skalg frowned. And do what? You will kill the other dragons. You want me to become a dragon? Yes. Skalg considered this. How? We use the magic contained in the dragon heads. Is it safe? A laugh, a chuckle, a gurgle. You will become the most impressive physical specimen of any creature to ever commit murder across our fair world. You will be stronger than anything else in Vagandrak. You will impale and slice and burn your enemies. How can that not be the safest place to be? I will become a dragon, said Skalg, eyes wide in awe. Yes. Tell me what to do, said Skalg, and his eyes were wide and bright, and the concept of throwing off the shackles of his dwarf flesh, crippled for so long, a flesh prison in which his mind had been trapped. Now he would be free. Chapter 10. Yoon's Secret. The tall, elegant man paused in the middle of his speech and smiled across the grand palace hall to where Yoon was perched on his throne, hands on the rich, ornate, gold-trimmed arms of the throne, face impassive like a wax mask, long, curly, oiled black hair glistening from the light of 1,000 candles and various braziers which burned around the perimeter of the chamber. 100 maids-in-waiting lingered around the edges of the room, some in extravagant ball gowns, silk glistening in the subdued glow, some naked and seated on cushions, watching the proceedings with drug-eyed lethargy, yet others wearing silken strands that attempted to be items of clothing.
"May I continue, Your Highness?"
"Continue, Duke Sargoth," drawled Yoon, settling back and lifting a heavily ringed hand to his goblet. He drained half in one gulp, and the red wine stained his lips, standing out against the pale makeup which caked his face. He clicked his fingers, and a young, naked lad ran over with a footstool. Yoon placed one silk slipper on the stool and bade the young lad sit, where Yoon's free hand gently wound its way through the boy's golden curls.
"Well,"
said Sargoth, eyes alive with his pitch and the drugs which infused his bloodstream.
"My engineers did a reconnaissance to the foothills of Zunder, and I think Your Highness would be mightily impressed with the minerals we found there. There were also traces of precious gems buried deep under the volcanic rock. What I require from you, King Yoon, as I mentioned several months earlier, is not just patronage, but an investment. Give me 10,000 in gold, and I guarantee within the year I will triple the amount."
Yoon considered this, and drained the rest of the wine from the goblet. He stood and slowly descended the steps from the throne plinth to stand on the marble tiles of the grand palace hall. "So," he said, shifting closer to Duke Sargoth, so much so it was almost as if he were gliding. "What you're telling me is you want 10,000 royal gold to finance some kind of dig around the foothills of Zunder, where you are convinced there is a wealth of precious gems?"
"Yes, yes," said Sargoth, his eyes shining.
"But I am confused."
"How so, Your Highness?"
"Well, you state you will return my investment threefold."
"Yes, Your Highness."
His face beamed. "Why not tenfold or 20?
Highness?"
Why not make me a partner on a percentage basis?"
Highness?"
"Boy. You, boy. Yes, you fucking imbecile."
"Yes, Highness,"
squeaked a small boy in pink silks. "Go hither. Get yonder silver tray and letters." Yoon flapped his hand. The boy ran across the hall, returning with a silver tray. Upon it lay various letters in a variety of interesting envelopes. Many would be invitations to dinner parties with the wealthy and powerful, Yoon knew, and even more would be invitations to attend drug parties and orgies, and in these Yoon was more interested. But there was one letter Yoon was searching for specifically, and his ringed fingers sifted through the pile, pushing paper around until he found a stoic brown envelope of the terminally bureaucratic.
"Ah,"
he said. Duke Sargoth blinked several times. The smile and eager, shining eyes had dropped now, disintegrated, to be replaced by a handkerchief-wringing posture of nervousness. King Yoon was known wide and free across Vagandrak as being a little unstable. But despite his reported acts of decadence and apparent occasional insanity, he could have moments of lucidity and incredible intelligence. After surviving 13 assassination attempts, many whilst high, it had to be observed that Yoon was nobody's fool, and took more precautions than was readily acknowledged. Yoon plucked out the brown envelope. It was studiously stamped, stenciled, and waxed. He took a long, delicate letter-opener of filigree silver and proceeded to slice open the top of the envelope. Then, from the dour brown object, he plucked a thin sheet of white paper, on which was a handwritten missive. Yoon tapped the letter opener against his bottom lip as he read, eyes travelling from line to line, and Duke Sargoth watched his king with an increasing sense of uneasiness.
What could I have done wrong? What the hell could I have done wrong?
Yoon continued to read. And then he stopped. And then, without moving his head, his eyes lifted to fix on Duke Sargoth. It was not a pleasant look. Yoon remained like that until sweat started trickling down Sargoth's forehead, and his cheeks sang red like the breast of a robin.
Your Highness?
He quavered, finally unable to take any more tension.
Duke Sargoth,
purred King Yoon, and stood up straight, pushing back his shoulders. He started to speak, quickly, economically, words and sentences clipped, as if prepping elite soldiers on a military mission. You came to me 3 months ago proclaiming your misfortune, your divorce, your children leaving you, your loss of monies, your bad business deals, your incurred debts. You specified you were about to go searching for precious gems around Zunder. You asked if I would be interested in investing if such a survey proved to be fortuitous for both parties.
Yes,
said Sargoth, wetting his lips. You then sent out engineers to test the aforementioned site, is that not so?
Yes.
So did I, Duke Sargoth.
So did I.
There was a pause.
Oh,
said Sargoth, and the wetness disappeared from his lips. I have here my engineer's report, smiled Yoon, and to any who knew him, or even any who knew of him, that should have been a very, very dangerous sign. Duke Sargoth did not know Yoon, and as such did not take the hint to run.
Oh?
Replied Sargoth for a second time, frowning. Would you like to know what it says? Asked Yoon, never one to miss the opportunity of milking a fellow human's misery.
Yes, please.
My engineers discovered a very rich lodestone of precious gems around the foothills of Zunder. And do you know how they found this? They excavated in exactly the same locations as your engineers, which means you know what I'm about to tell you. Sargoth almost choked. In the end he could not reply, his throat was too parched with fear. My engineers discovered that for an investment of 10,000 coin, I would not recoup in multiples of 3, or even 10. Do you know how much money I should be receiving, even as a percentage of what you would excavate?
I don't know,
croaked Sargoth.
Thousands,
said Yoon, and any hint of a smile or humour had gone from his face. He turned suddenly and squared up to Duke Sargoth, who was actually quite a big man and wearing sword and dagger at his belt. But Sargoth looked ill. He looked green. He looked like he was going to puke.
No,
said Sargoth.
I swear, I didn't know the extent. I don't know these things. My engineers must have...
Without looking up, Yoon clicked his fingers again. Sweat danced beads of sweat along his upper lip. He was smiling. He was enjoying the spectacle. He was enjoying the situation. He was enjoying the drama. The far doors to the great palace hall burst open, and 2 guards, carrying gleaming razor-sharp pikes, marched an engineer down the marble tiles. His boots were half-dragging. Blood stained his nostrils. He glanced up and tried to scramble back, but a guard punched him in the stomach, folding him over, and he went limp and was dragged towards his audience with King Yoon. "This is Devander," said Yoon, smiling gently. "He was very cooperative. He told us about his report. He showed us his report. It had your signature of witness on it."
No,
wailed Sargoth, and both his hands came up, pressing against his cheeks.
It's a lie, a fabrication, a plot by my enemies to discredit me.
No, said Yoon, moving closer to him. It is a deceit. It is a conspiracy to rob your king of his rightful profit from an investment. How dare you, Duke Sargoth? I knew your father.
We were friends.
Until you had him hanged, whimpered Sargoth.
Acknowledged until I had him hanged, said Yoon, without breaking stride. But the fact still remains, you lied to me. And as I am appointed by the gods, he preened a little, running a hand through his oiled dark curls, and, in fact, I am a god, this is heresy, blasphemy. So I condemn you to...
Yes, squeaked Sargoth.
Death, said Yoon, and even as he spoke the word, he was spinning, with the filigree letter opener in his closed fist. It punched into Duke Sargoth's eye, driving deep into the brain beyond. Blood spurted, and Yoon cackled, and still clutching the embedded knife, Yoon leapt aboard Sargoth's huge body on its collapse to the ground, riding him as he would a dying stag. And they crashed against the floor, and Yoon started to scream, words almost incomprehensible but containing just enough clarity to be understood by the several hundred people present.
You fucking bastard! Thought you'd cheat me, eh? Thought you'd cheat the king of Vakendrak? Oh, you fucking dirty scum, you backstabbing cunt! You motherfucking bitch cunt scumbag, commissioning your own fucking report, then planning on cheating your very own fucking king out of monies due to him? Well, I know your sort. I know them.
He twisted the makeshift murder weapon, ground it around in the eye socket, then withdrew it with a schlop. He stared at the blood for a while. The corpse slowly deflated. Then, with a sudden, vicious movement, he stabbed the blade into the good eye socket. Blood welled up around the silver, pooling out over the dead face of Duke Sargoth, flowing down in tiny red rivulets. Yoon tugged out the blade, and stabbed again, and again, and again. He started to stab down violently, randomly, taking the blade by both hands and working himself into a frenzy as he stabbed and stabbed and stabbed, panting and spitting and grunting, blood splashing up over him, into his face, and smearing his hands and arms and robes of state. After maybe 200 blows, when the corpse of Duke Sargoth no longer had a face, just a concave platter of blood, bone, and pulped brains, Yoon slumped to one side, lying alongside the corpse, cradling the dagger and crooning softly like a child who wants nothing more than sleep or his mother. "I am surrounded by vagabonds," he said. "I am surrounded by liars and cheats," he said. "I am surrounded by the immoral." Not one person in that chamber moved or breathed or made a sound. They'd frozen, watching in horror at the violent outburst of this, their king, their monarch, their leader, appointed by the gods, and repeatedly stabbing his victim in the eyes, in the nose, in the face. Distantly, a door opened. A military man marched in, boots stomping, sword held by his side, face grim above his dark armor. He was a broad man, powerful, and exuded not just confidence, but a natural leadership, an intrinsic authority. This was Zandbar, captain of the King's Guard, and he looked supremely pissed off. "King Yoon." "Yes." "King Yoon, get up." A hush settled over the chamber. Nobody spoke to Yoon that way. Yoon giggled, then sat up. More blood had pooled out from the corpse and stained his robes, his arms, his legs, everything, every part of him. "King Yoon, please compose yourself." "What is it?" Yoon squinted and giggled again. "Zandbar, is that you? Help me up, man." Zandbar reached down, and in distaste, covering himself with Sargoth's blood, he helped Yoon to his feet. "How do you feel?" "Like I need a drink," said Yoon. Immediately a young woman, naked from the waist down, quim, shaved and oiled so it looked like polished marble, ran forward, bearing a goblet of Karankian white. Yoon supped it noisily, and it left trails through the blood on his chin. "We have a situation." "What kind of situation?" "An extremely serious one."
It's not the fucking Red Thumb gang again, is it? I have a mind to exterminate half the city to eradicate those scum. Burn the whole fucking place down. Torch the slums. Burn the poor. I'm sure they won't mind. I bet they have nothing better to do. I don't think you'll need to, said Zandbar, voice dangerously soft. What? Why? Zandbar snapped a salute. King Yun. I, Zandbar, captain of the King's Guard, feel it necessary to report that we have a worm in the city of Vegan. There came a long pause. A worm? Said Yun, swaying a little. We have many of those, my friend. No, a worm. W-Y-R-M, a great worm, a fucking dragon, your highness. Another long pause. Surely you must be mistaken, slurred Yun. Please, sire, come with me. Zandbar, in an unprecedented show of over-familiarity, took Yun's elbow and propelled the uncomplaining monarch towards the great doors. They were big doors. In fact, they were great doors, 30 feet high, oak and bands of iron, domineering, oppressive, designed to instill awe in bloody poor people, designed to instill fear in those who feared for their lives, which was almost everybody. They burst out into the evening air. The sun was sinking behind the jagged, saw-toothed skyline of the city. Yun squinted, turning his head, hand coming up, photophobic after days in the luxury of his palace, drinking, taking drugs, and fucking. Oh, yes, and killing. Yes, this is foolish. There's nothing there but the setting sun. Yun stared hard at Zandbar, his blood-caked face breaking into a scowl. Are you failing me, Captain? Have you gone simple in the skull, brain turned to sour milk? Do I need a new Captain of the Guard? Look, your highness. And King Yun looked. And King Yun saw. It leapt from the tower of the moon. There came a mammoth beat of wings, and the black dragon soared, banked, and dropped with infinite grace. Fire roared out, and several buildings went up with walls of raging fire, sending fireflies sparkling up into the heavens, as others were smashed apart by the huge whipping tail. Yun blinked. The dragon had gone. Did I just see that? He said, tongue darting in and out. Or was it, part of the noises, the things I've been seeing, like mud orcs and elf rats? He squinted again, shading his eyes, scanning the horizon. Nothing. It's real, growled Zandbar. And suddenly the dragon was there, looming up from a narrow street, wings knocking bricks from walls, tail snapping rafters and disintegrating roofs in great striking sweeps. It lifted its head, and the dragon roared, and flames blasted the sky. The tail crashed against the corner of the palace, and pieces of white stone were smashed free and came raining down amidst pebbles and stone dust. A fist-sized stone bounced from Yun's head. Ow! And another from his shoulder. He clutched it, and rapidly retreated to the shadows of the arched doorway. Yun was frowning now. A dragon in my city. But I didn't give it permission. I have a feeling, snarled Zandbar, that this creature needs no permission. And I also feel, Highness, that if we don't do something quickly, then the Chaos Halls are going to break loose. Permission to assemble the city guard, and I mean the city guard. Granted. Oh, yes? Yun was dreamy again. He smiled at Zandbar, swaying, as if he was a weak-limbed branch on the breeze. Yes? Snapped Zandbar, with efficient military bearing. Summon Chandukwa, he said. I'm going to get cleaned up. King Yun led the way, with the small, wizened figure of Chandukwa following closely behind. Then came Zandbar, erect, carrying a hefty pike, and they were followed by another 20 pikemen, all hardened veterans, all aware that where they travelled now was not the safest of places in the city. The tunnel led steeply down. It had a high, arched ceiling of skillfully placed stones, many of them huge and terrifying. If one were to fall, it would crush many men under its sheer weight. The walls were smooth, almost polished, the very finest black granite. The cobbles beneath their feet were damp and slippery, and polished by centuries of use.
"I hate it down here,"
grumbled Chanduquois, who was renowned for his brash and aggressive behavior, his constant complaints, and the disrespectful way he spoke to the king. Yoon would have happily had him skewered on a pike, but he was just too valuable an asset. Yoon glanced back. He studied Chanduquois for a moment. This small, skinny man with skin the color of ebony. He wore a short length of black cloth covering his genitals, and black boots, but little else, unless you counted the 100 or so piercings which adorned his scrawny body. He had an over-large skull, yellowed eyes from decades of alcohol abuse, and his lips were tattooed with a delicate script rumored to facilitate his spells and focus on magic. "Stop moaning," said Yoon, dropping into the sort of talk he knew Chanduquois understood.
"Well, it's true. It's a miserable and grim bastard place. Even more miserable than the main streets of your city. Ha!"
He grinned, showing small, neat teeth. "Well, we'll get the job done. Then you can get out of here, little man."
"Of course we can, fat king."
Yoon stared at him. "I could have you executed in the blink of an eye," he thought sourly. "I could have your skin peeled off, your toenails ripped out, hot pokers shoved up your tight little arsehole. I could have your nipples and your nose cut off, which would make an awful mess when you fucking sneezed. I could cut off your fingers one at a time, giving you a day between each snipping to really savor the pain and the proposed disability. I could have your spinal discs crushed with a sledgehammer, one at a time, as I pinned down your head with my boot and sang songs about happiness and wine." Yoon took a deep breath. He calmed himself. No, not now. He looked at the little man, the little thorn in his ego, the spear through the skull plate of his narcissism, and yet bizarrely also one of his most important tools, his greatest weapon. Not yet, he told himself, and turned away, and continued to march deep, deep down into the bowels beneath the palace. During the journey, there had been several trembles in the stone, felt even this deep. "What's happening above?" asked Yoon after a while. Zandbar fixed him with a glass stare. "I don't know, Your Highness, but from extensive reading in the Great Rockroth Library, I believe dragons can cause quite a lot of damage." "I'll show it fucking damage," growled Yoon. And for once, and this didn't happen often, Zandbar actually found some respect for the king of Vagantrak. He might be, occasionally, as insane as a Keekum smoker after 3 bowls, but on occasion he could show quite an amazing set of balls. As they got closer to the location, to what Yoon had discreetly referred to as the cells, so a noise started to come to them. It erupted from the deep interior. It consisted of banging and scratching sounds, like steel against stone, screeches long and high-pitched, thuds, crumbling sounds, battering sounds. Yoon and Zandbar exchanged glances. Chanduquois seemed nonplussed. The heavily armed soldiers, on the other hand, were visibly twitchy. Several were wiping sweating palms on uniforms, and a few kept dropping pike heads as if expecting some sudden frontal assault. Tension was running high. They came to a door. It was big, and, suspiciously, it was not like the usual oak portals they had crossed. This was iron. And when Yoon produced a thick key from around his neck and inserted it into a well-oiled silent lock, the door swung open, revealing the portal to be extremely thick. Thicker than any human or dwarf prisoner could ever expect. Thick enough to make any person entering wonder about the contents of this eerie prison chamber. Zandbar stopped on the threshold. Yoon stopped also, and turned. He smiled, but the smile did not spread to his eyes. "Have you been doing what I think you've been doing?" said Sandbar. And what do you think I've been doing?